transportation, and travel, not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Well, good morning. We are fired up and ready to go on this hump day because... Hump day, because this is Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Fastport, also known as the Degas House. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Just a few blocks away from the birthplace of trucking radio. By the way, there's a picture on the wall next to me right there, which is the WWL Road Gang thing. If I can find a replacement picture for where that is, I might move it over to the other part of the wall where Dave sits. We have an old satellite radio XM poster, not an SXM, but an XM poster before the merger. Okay. We might get a serious XM poster because we might put it up there if I can move the WWL poster over there. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that it becomes like almost a wall behind Dave where he's got the on the air. We've also got a THX138 license plate, which of course is the license plate for American Graffiti that ended up being, it was the title of George Lucas's first feature film and then ended up being the name of his monumentally groundbreaking amazing special effects company, creating a wall for Dave Nemo over there. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I didn't get to talk to you about this the other day, but you know one of my traditions I do every Sunday when I can?
Sunday.
Watch CBS Sunday morning. It has been a tradition ever since I was a kid.
Oh my God! You should call my mom and dad. You can watch it together. That's what they watch every time. I watch it with them. Did you know that? Yeah.
I didn't know, man. All right, so I like the new host, but I loved. Oh my God. What was the old host name?
The old guy?
Yeah.
Charles Kuralt.
God, and
On the Road with Charles Kuralt.
That episode was so great because it still played some homage to the Thanksgiving, and then it went into these really good actors and directors, and they did one on James Cameron. And you just talking about that with visual effects and just seeing where he came from growing up in Canada and just...
Truck driver.
Dude, truck driver, and that's his dad was a truck driver. Grew up.
So was he.
Yeah, and he, I didn't know that, but he said his dad was a truck driver. But Star Wars was the movie that motivated him to be like, oh yeah, I want to do that.
Well, he was driving a truck when he saw it, and by the way, no, it's really cool. By the way, he always wanted to be a filmmaker, but he is a great story too because he's a great example of how you can turn being a truck driver as a transitional bridge while still doing the job to the best of your ability.
Nice.
He's raised in it, of course, which means he has a better understanding of it. He doesn't just jump into a CDL program, which, by the way, is going to be the topic of the morning here. You guys can call about anything you want at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Going back to that CBS Sunday morning, man, I want to go and clip this or just show you it, but they took a message from the old host, and he said Charles Kuralt, and it was a message.
If you just say the old host, I'll go Charles Kuralt.
Was it the one before the last guy, or was it the most recent? Because they just brought in Jane Goodall, and
not Jane Goodall. Jane Goodall was the scientist. Jane Pauley.
God, can you imagine?
We go fast around here, folks. So
do.
Names come fast and furious. We don't always get you there on time, but we get you there.
Exactly, and I'll get to my point. Speaking of that, but they just brought back the message that he said, and it was very beautiful because they talked about what started Thanksgiving, what was the real meaning behind Thanksgiving, and it was beautiful to the point to where they had a message from him, and I don't even want to butcher it. But that just gave me a sense of just self and being proud of where I am in this country and being thankful for my job, my family, and working with you, Jimmy, man.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. And it's good to see you. I'm glad you got a chance to have a day yesterday.
Dude,
one of
thanks.
the great benefits of this new situation is weekends are waiting for us with Jane Pauley or Charles Kuralt or whomever gets to host CBS Good Morning. By the way, it's a terrific show because it manages to somehow avoid being political in this very political age.
Dude.
Always did. It really is it's a great show. And by the way, really cool too. Talking to my dad and my brother, as you know, they both have religious degrees.
Okay.
Yeah, my brother actually, that's what he started as, and that's what he still does. He's got a PhD in history, but his master's degree is in religious studies. So his PhD dissertation, boy, this is cool, is on military chaplains during the Vietnam War.
Okay, cool.
Is that not the coolest thing? He and my dad are talking. We're talking next year because we have no Sunday affirmation. I'm going to have to get you to train me up on that board because we may be starting doing a live affirmation show about the gospel on Sundays. Ecumenical, of course, meaning open to everybody. So Sikhs and Muslims and Jews and anybody else who is non-denominational or even non-practicing can give us a call and talk about that. We're talking about that, the idea of having something where on Sunday mornings for our friends out there driving. But my dad said, he goes, it would have to be, though, after CBS Good Morning.
He's got priorities. I respect that.
The Cameron thing really is interesting, though, because the Cameron thing sets up a lot of what is going on these days in the news that is really, really wrong. James Cameron's ability to drive a truck, and by the way, the fact that he could read is also why he drove a truck so well, because nobody likes an instruction manual better than James Cameron.
Yeah.
Because he saw Star Wars. And, of course, Aliens and The Terminator. By the way, wrote the original screenplay for Rambo First Blood Part 2. You should, if you ever get your hands on it, it's available online.
Dang.
It's interesting that script for the original Rambo First Blood Part 2 is not what the final movie's like. The final movie is let's just go blow stuff up and save people. That's not what it is. It really is where the machine, it becomes a relationship between him and that chopper that he flies and the woman on the other side, the Vietnamese woman. It's a really complex, really fun kind of script, but it's about that the helicopter becomes more of a person than Rambo does. He's lost his soul. It's really complex.
Okay.
Typical Cameron stuff, but he got paid, and that's all that mattered, and it established his track record, which got him the ability to direct The Terminator, and the rest is history. But I don't know if you noticed this, both in Star Wars and in Cameron's movies, you know how the technology works.
Yes.
See, in Star Trek, you don't. It's like, dilithium crystal, woo!
Thank you for explaining that. That's a factual thing, because I feel like that's why I resonated more with Star Wars.
Yeah, that it's like when things break down, you're like, oh, I don't know exactly what's broken down here, but I get it.
It's like comparing them to Star Wars is the iPhone and Star Trek is Samsung, because it's a little bit more confusing to use. And it's straight to the point.
That's
with
not bad. That's pretty good, actually. The way I kind of think about it is that Star Trek is Star Trek is the thing that your really wealthy neighbor has that you have no idea how it works. Star Wars is what you kind of futz with in your garage.
Exactly.
It's all duct tape and bubble gum, and like you have to actually know the system. But like go back and realize how much of the first Star Wars is a truck driver movie about the truck driver and his dog, who happens to also be his co-pilot, who can never get the damn thing to work right.
And it's like a beautiful thing, because I think that's also why I like the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, because it is like that bobber, that old Harley you're fixing up, and you're just putting stuff together, and you're like, all right, cool, look at me down the road.
Exactly.
It's the journey.
There's a lot of, like I said, that ain't working, let me kick it.
Yeah.
That ain't working. Hey, Chewy, you got some duct tape? I have a friend of mine, this woman named Aimee, one of my best friends in the world, who actually does an amazing impersonation of Wookiees.
Oh, God.
Good. I can't do it. I mean, yours is better than mine, but I mean, hers is like, holy good God Almighty. I mean, just unbelievable. There is something kind of really brewing with the federal government that has been kind of stunning if people are really paying attention to this. It has, how do I put this?
Put it.
Nearly 44% of the 16,000 truck driving programs listed nationwide by the government may be forced to close if they lose their students after a review by the Federal Transportation Department found they may not be complying with minimum requirements. Let me repeat that, guys. 44% of 16,000. Do the math on that. I mean, that is almost 8,000.
Yeah.
Almost 8,000 truck driving programs listed nationwide by the Gov may be first to close if they lose students after a review by the Federal Transportation Department found they may not be complying with minimum requirements. The Transportation Department said on Monday, you might have been following this already, that it plans to revoke the certification of nearly 3,000 schools unless they can comply with training requirements in the next 30 days, which means they're going down. I mean, there may be a percentage of that percentage that is like, oh, we just got to fix this and this. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
But 30 days ain't enough to fix it.
No, it's not.
A pedagogical, methodological problem, by the way, using fancy pants words, because I am trained and educated, like many of you are too. The targeted schools, here's the shame. By the way, you must notify the students that their certification is in jeopardy. Another 4,500 schools are being warned they may face similar action. By the way, we're letting you know that we've stolen your money. That's what.
Yeah.
They're
You're not getting that back, by the way.
You're not getting. Oh, they're going to get it back, by the way. And but they're going to get it back in bits and pieces. It's going to, I mean, class action lawsuit is a coming. The schools that lose that certification, and by the way, this is not a press release. This is Josh Funk of the Associated Press, guys. This is national news. Schools that lose certification will no longer be able to issue certificates showing a driver completed training that's required to get a license. So students are likely to abandon those schools. It's not clear how many of those schools have been actively teaching students. Let me repeat myself. Have been actively teaching students. Separately, the Department of Homeland Security is auditing truck firms in California owned by immigrants to verify the status of their drivers and whether they are qualified to hold a commercial driver's license. This is one of the problems, and like I said, there has been some things where Sean Duffy has been a nice surprise to me. I won't lie to you guys and say when he was appointed it was like, oh, he's going to be great. I had no idea what he was going to be like, and I had some deep concerns. And I still have some deep concerns, one of which is kind of contained in here. Guys, let me make this really clear. Florida and Texas are as guilty of this stuff as California is. Let me repeat myself. I don't care what kind of posturing DeSantis does or Abbott does. I don't care how much shade Governor Hochul in New York throws on them. This is not a blue-red problem. This is a have and have-not problem. This is absolutely treating your profession. There are people out there who are treating your profession like an afterthought, like you are literally a bridge to get them to a comfortable life with money where they don't have to work. Jimmy Breslin once said that the principal reason people become criminals, other than hating their father when they were growing up, which is a joke he makes, is that they don't want to work for a living. You know, we see movies like Heat, you know, with these heists, these bank robber guys. That's a different kind of person. Those are people who have a death wish. Those people would make money in any situation. But don't think for a minute that most people are like Neil or Chris in the movie Heat, where they're high-skilled professionals who know how to do small arms and tactics and understand metallurgy and how to break into a bank. Most of the people who are gangsters and who are thieves are lazy. They want to do as little work as possible, as quickly as possible, and get back to spending people's money. And by the way, there are a lot of CDL mills that fall into that category, which makes them gangsters and criminals. They just don't have the guns or the guts yet to go through with the final step in their actions.
And that's one of the worst things with people these days. Well, not people these days, and me as well, is like we all like shortcuts, and we're spoiled by shortcuts.
Ooh, man, and that was part of it too, is the fact that, man, you just opened up a can of worms and a can of whoop ass on everything. Absolutely. Trey. I went on to LinkedIn the other day, and by the way, as a lot of my friends who listen to this show, and I'm talking to you too, I won't call you out specifically, stop using AI. If you don't know how to use AI, don't use AI. I literally turned on LinkedIn yesterday, and it was like the word slop is such a perfect thing for AI usage. So what is slop? Slop's when you get in the cafeteria line and they drop gray nasty right on your plate. And I opened up LinkedIn, and with the exception of AP and Reuters and a lot of the really upscale major brands, the amount of people, you think you're fooling me by using AI? Dude, it is a wash in that nonsense. It is a wash in that nonsense. And the same sort of mentality that thinks you can put a lesson plan together by simply putting it into ChatGPT is the same mentality that has got us to this place. I got to tell you, I feel pretty good about this. Our friends at the CVTA and the NAPF-TDS, just like you guys have been warning what's going on with non-domiciled on the roads, these folks have been warning us to the top of their lungs, and nobody's been listening. Are you listening now? Go ahead, my brother.
Man, I got lost in that, and I forgot my thought, but we have Jody on the line, and we'll get to him in a few. But, man, it's one of the same things with, like, social media and also with our phones when it comes to, like, finishing our sentences, or whenever we go in there and we want to put in like a certain password and it finishes it for us, or just having that. It's taking it in increments, man. It's just being able to work with these things and just getting back to the basics and just refresh yourself. Getting a little disconnect, I feel like, is something that we need.
Well, and it once again, Dre, thank you. By the way, Dre and I did not rehearse this. He just keeps opening doors from James Cameron to the idea of shortcuts and now to this. You guys over there on the chat, by the way, Earl and Joan, good morning. Good morning to you. Our good friend Chowder out there. Steve, as always, it's great to see you. Thanks for being a part of the chat. I'll get to each and every one of you as we go through this. You guys have been patient with us. You know, we made the joke about taking the plane off and building it simultaneously. Mm-hmm. You guys have been unbelievably patient with us. And I want you to think about how far we've come. Think about the bumpers that open this show. Mm-hmm. Think about the way the chaplain's voice has gone from just being in his segment to kind of populating the show, then getting properly compressed. It takes time to build these things. We could have built a show. We could have, typed in some stuff, and I could have read from a teleprompter and, given some basic ideas and done all that. It takes time to build these shows. I have a big ask of you guys. Everybody today, just stop by one of our sponsors' websites. You're ever going to buy anything? We don't have, matter of fact, most of our sponsors, other than TA, aren't like selling like directly in the sense to you. It's Carrier's Edge, who has a lot of continuing education stuff. It's our friends at Sap Brothers. It's our friends at TA Petro, Truck Down. Just go to their sites.
Yeah.
Just take a look. Go to their sites, and that's your way of saying thank you right now. And if there's anything good that they do, let them know how much you appreciate them keeping us on the air. We don't make this transition. TA Petro, a lot of people did this. A lot of people just basically went, oh, you're going over to the other platform? We're not going to honor our contract because we know you don't have the money to come after us. And yet there are people like Sap Brothers and TA Petro, Carrier's Edge, who stood with us. Truck Down stood with us. If you get a chance, go thank them.
Yeah.
It's good work to do. They are people who have made a commitment to long-term and not to slop.
And then they're like y'all, where y'all stayed loyal to us, and we highly appreciate it.
Highly appreciate it. This is the other thing, too, that really kind of aggravates the hell out of me. I normally a couple years ago would have said, if you knew your children were being educated at the level that we are educating CDL drivers, too many CDL drivers, would you do anything about it? Of course you would.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's true anymore. Because this whole thing is not just based on what's going on in the CDL mill space. It's what's going to public education, by the way. Which, by the way, is awful, not because it's awful, but because it's haves and have-nots. They have figured out a way, even in the public school system, to get the haves into one school here in New Orleans and the have-nots in another.
I was about to say, we should know. We're in the South.
I mean, they have figured out a way to do it, guys. They've figured out a way to do it. And it's one of those things where, but our friends over at the CVTA, our friends at the NAPFTDS, and they are our friends, are fighting like hell to raise standards. Because if they raise standards, they raise expectations. And they raise expectations of drivers. Drivers who have been properly trained and properly vetted and properly cared for know their worth. And when you know your worth and somebody tries to lowball you, you can say, take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. Or at least you can start planning for the next job you're going to take. It's a long fight to go, but I'm telling you guys, you really want to cut the spigot off? You really want to stop people from getting in this industry that are wrecking it? Raise the training standards, raise the certification standards, make it really rigorous. Not impossible, not complicated, but make it a heavy lift to get that CDL. We got Jody on the phone. Let me get to him really quickly before we take this break. Jody, what is going on, my friend?
Brody.
What's going on, fellas? You doing all right?
We don't have any complaints. We were fired up before we started the show, and we kept on being fired up. And then Dre brought up the CBS morning thing, and it's perfect. We all watch it.
Fired up!
Fired up. What's going on?
Yeah, well, listening to what you were saying about them shutting down these CDL schools, I mean, I honestly don't think it's a bad thing, considering
it's
like
amazing.
What you and I talked about a few weeks ago. 3 weeks from day one to the end, and you get your license and you're out on the road? Seriously? Okay, when I went, it was 8 weeks in the classroom and eight weeks out on the road with the trainer. So personally, I think all these companies are just hurrying up and rushing them through, because the turnover is so high, they don't want their brand new truck sitting. Even though they can afford it, they just don't want to, they don't want them sitting. They want them rolling. And me personally, who I'm leased on with. I'm leased on with a major carrier. Do I listen to anything they have to say? No. I do my own thing. That's a whole.
Honesty.
For example.
No, we're laughing. It's like Dre timestamped this. We're going to send this to that major carrier. No, go ahead, Jody.
They already know. But for an example, this load I have here. Look at the time, Eastern time, 8:22 in the morning. Right. My appointment is 2:00 this afternoon to get loaded. No, I'm not going to wait around all day to go get loaded. I went down here and I got loaded, and I'm going to go make my delivery today instead of tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal, but they want all these people out here that's going to do exactly what they're told to do, and that's what these schools are doing. They're turning the human body into a robot. That's all it is, Jimmy. It's just turning into a giant robot in a test platform. Because everything that they throw in these brand new trucks, what these guys don't get all you're doing is testing out the new technology so they can get rid of you even faster and have driverless trucks.
Well, here's the funny thing, Jody. I'm with you. By the way, I'm totally with you. And guys, one other thing you can really do, and I'm talking to Jody now, but he can take care of this when he gets off the phone. Tell people on any platform that you actually post social media on, make sure you're not driving, that we are tearing it up over here going after CDL mills right now. Tell people to come on and drop in and get in that chat and have this conversation with us, or just to come in and have a cup of coffee and talk with our friends. Jody, here's the funniest thing. They think that's what they're doing. They think it's what they're doing. They think they are accelerating the time frame by which we will finally get rid of those pesky drivers. That's what they think they're doing. They think they're so clever. But what they're really doing is they're going to create an environment of an incredibly dangerous road where it's going to be twice as expensive to fix the problem. It's a reckoning that we're heading towards. We are not headed towards a place where there will be no more drivers and there will be hurtling missiles all across the highways and byways of this country. That's what they think they're doing. The problem is what they're really heading themselves into is a national safety crisis, because what they'll have is they're going to learn that you can't get rid of the driver for a whole bunch of reasons, and then they're going to have unqualified people who are going to overwhelm the system. Right now, I've always said that your safety on the road depends upon most people actually being good drivers. And the reason I believe that is you notice the bad ones. You don't notice good driving. Have you never noticed that? You notice excellent driving when it saves people's lives, but you never notice good, decent, solid driving. At some point, if we get enough bad drivers out there, you get certain areas of India, you get certain areas of Pakistan, you get some of the internal traffic problems they have in some of the undeveloped areas of China. You get a real breakdown, and then we got a problem. Then Rebecca's bottleneck list has 50 on it, as opposed to just 10. That's where we're headed. That's what they've set up here.
Exactly. I mean, look at it the other day. You guys watch the news. You guys have all that technology over there where you're. The first snowfall the other day, of the season so far, just the other day, in how many states? And there was a complete cluster, and I'm not even going to say the other part, because, my dispatcher says I have to go. Well, here's what you do with a company like that. First of all, you park the truck. Second of all, you quit as soon as you can, and you go to a company that's going to respect you and your life. Not because of what's behind the cab of that truck. And I see it in the truck stops all the time. The other day, they actually had to call in the Florida Highway Patrol at a truck stop I was at to start knocking on doors, and they were getting the excuses, well, I ran out of hours. And my dispatcher said I had to do this. And my dispatcher, I was listening to him talk while I was in there getting my coffee, and I was just shaking my head. And the one police officer asked me, he goes, are you a driver? I was like, yeah. He goes, do you ever have this problem? I'm like, not in 35 years. It's called intelligence. It's like, this is honest to God's truth, Jimmy. And I told him, I said, I have never once parked on a ramp. I have never parked once in the area that I wasn't in between the lines of a legal parking spot in 35 years. And he just kind of looked at me, he's like, what's this all I hear? And I said, drivers that don't care.
Well,
that don't know any better.
That don't know any better. Let's start being generous to the drivers for once, because it's really easy to blame a lot of unqualified people who should not have been on the road in the first place. Somebody put them there. Someone told them this was easy. Someone told them this was a slot machine that always paid off. Jody, I have to take a break here to let the good Reverend and all that other good stuff happen. I love you. There's nothing you can do about it. It's the same thing the Reverend is probably going to say at some point over the course of the week. Get out of here, my friend.
Hey, love you guys too. And just a quick update. It looks like we're going to have my brother out taken care of on or just slightly before Christmas. So we'll have all that set up. But we'll talk more about that later. I just wanted to do my rant and raving.
That's okay. Keep the updates coming. RoadGang@RadioNemo.com. That goes directly to Lindsay or I. Nightbeat@RadioNemo.com. That goes directly to Dave if you have music requests. Good show, by the way, Dre, on Monday. Good job you guys put together. It's a beautiful night beat you guys put together. Speaking of beautiful shows, Lindsay's got her friend Chris Roberts is going to be dropping in, and he's going to be playing live music. You're not going to want to miss that. We also don't want to miss the pledge, the national anthem, and that bracing cup of Joe. We'll go straight into the break after that, okay, Dre?
Yep.
Break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Oh, Wednesday. Well, good morning. Hey, look at Matthew chapter 7, verse 7 real quick. I want to share something with you because it's hot off the press with me as well, and I want to share it with you. It's Matthew chapter 7, verse 7. It says, ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you. Did you see it? Because I just saw it when I was looking at it. Did you see it? I'm going to give it to you again. Matthew chapter 7, verse 7. He says, ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find it. Knock, and it will be open to you. He gives you 3 opportunities. And what God is saying to us, if we're not asking, and if we're not seeking, and if we're not knocking on the doors of heaven, then God is not obligated to move on our behalf. We have to ask. The Bible says in James that you have not because you ask not. So my brothers and sisters, maybe the reason you're not getting your breakthrough and getting your miracles that you're seeking is because you hadn't asked for them. And God says, I'm waiting for you to ask. God bless you and enjoy your Wednesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Do what Claire said and subscribe, and also give a like and also share. But one thing I need you to do is give us a call, because what's that phone number?
615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Chowder called us, so you should call us.
We're going to get Chowder in here in just uno momento. Actually, we can drop him in right now. He can just be part of the conversation. No more of this kind of bracketing things. He is part of the talk. Just to let you know, he wrote, good. If you take money to give out less than subpar training, then you should be put out of business. I could not agree more. It's kind of like black ice, dude. They are throwing slop all over the roads, and even the best of tires are having a hard time keeping their traction given the garbage that's being put out.
And listen, Chowder, if you're going to call me confused, at least spell my name right.
Hey, man.
Don't put a Y on my name.
Why? Because we like you. Hey, Chowder, good morning.
Morning there. Sorry, Brother Dre, but you know Chowder, he's from Northeast. We're a little frostbit in the brain cells. Sometimes we spell it right. Sometimes we spell it how we pronounce it. Yeah. It's one and the other, but you know who it is. I know who it is. They know who it is. That's all that matters. Enough of the technicalities.
Hey, it takes an intelligent person to drive a truck, Chowder. Give yourself that.
I'll give you this, too. He managed to take the words Dre.
You do not use two.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Take the words Dre and Dreyage and make them into one thing. So I'm kind of excited about that. Go on.
I don't want to do that, because if I do that with my Northeast spelling and pronunciation, we might come up with drainage, and Dre is anything but shit.
Oh.
So,
I am the shit.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Drainage.
Hey,
Too many cuss words.
The bad language. So, first of all, morning, Jody. Thanks for taking my point on most of your points of talking about. But in reference to, before that, how did we go from jumping across galaxies with some hairy monkey talking to some pointy-ear guy about warp speed of some doctor that can't make, lithium crystals work to save whales?
That's what we do, brother. Yeah. That's what we do, man.
Right.
Have you listened to
By
the
the
show?
way, as South Park says about James Cameron, you know what James Cameron does? He raises the bar, and he's not afraid to tell you that's what he does. We raise the bar around here. Road Gang Radio raises the bar because that's what Road Gang Radio does, because that's who Road Gang Radio is. Road Gang Radio.
Well, you got me a little stuck there, Jimmy. You got me a little stuck there in Yellowstone. There. Is that bar as in B-A-R or B-A-E-R?
What you got, man?
Or
With James Cameron,
B-E-A-R.
it's everything, man. I'm telling you, man. You gotta show
anyway.
you gotta show your bar end. Go ahead, man.
Bear it all.
That's right. I sent you a picture and Jimmy a picture of what I'm looking at this morning with a couple trucking companies that shows you what kind of brain cell deficiency we're working with out here. But I have a little issue lately, and I was on Nebula 5 for a minute yesterday because I hit my head or something, and a certain caller on there I don't care about brought up this stupid point that I'm getting tired of. Jimmy, is this non-domicile CDL English-speaking thing like the new talking point of COVID? Like COVID was, we don't have no workers, COVID. We have trash parking lots, it's COVID. The guy died from lead poisoning and shooting at cops, but it was COVID. Is it now that every wreck, speeding ticket, flipped over truck, bad parker, parked in the wrong place, throwing trash out person is now a non-domicile CDL holder? Or is it just we have some pretty crappy drivers out here that are poorly trained by CDL factories that should never be in business?
There you go. Or is it, here's where it gets really fun, is it the lithium crystals, meaning is it everything? Is it all of it?
It could be.
Is it what I mean by that, I'm not being glib, actually, it's a good point. Dave and I have called COVID the great accelerant. I don't think COVID changed anything in regards to where it was headed. I think COVID sped it up to where it was headed. I think that COVID might have done us a favor in regards to all of this because it made what was going on go on so quickly,
right,
that we actually were able to notice it when it changed. We might have gotten lobster boiled on non-domiciled CDLs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You go ahead.
Right. Here's my couple reference points I've noticed lately. A lot of wrecks on I-80 and that I had to drive through Saturday and that, right? I must be a non-domicile CDL holder because they were all pretty center gravity challenged, gray-haired, bald white guys like me. And when I talked to a few to make sure they were all right, they sounded really close to like me. The other one was I was going through Arizona and New Mexico DOT inspection at 2:30 in the morning a couple weeks ago, coming out of Claire's lovely state and my birthright state. And I talked to one of their DOT inspectors there, and he said, and this is a couple weeks ago, from the time they started the non-domicile English thing, they at their checkpoint on 40 have put out a grand total of about 140 people, which would tell me that it's not concentrated on one person, because profiling, last I checked that way, is still kind of illegal. So I think some of these writers that are probably pretty good at some of these newspaper, computer, article, press places, I think they write kind of biasly pointed towards whoever's paying them the most money to push their agenda. And I don't doubt that some of the problems we have out there is non-domicile and that. But I can't blame all the wrecks and everything on them anymore, because last I checked, they like to stay alive too. So I don't think they're driving with phones, watching TV in blizzard, slippery, sloppy kind of conditions. Maybe it's the technology that is locking brakes on due to seeing shadows through a Bendix or a WideR, and now you're trying to keep up with a truck that has an automatic transmission that can't stay in a gear that it should stay in, and it's spinning tires on what we thought was a wet road because spray is coming up that's actually chemical, but you're really on ice because we can't tell the difference anymore like we used to in the 90s. I think it's contributing factors, not maybe where your CDL's from.
Okay. There is so much to kind of unpack here, and
But I'm going to go because I've used up my time.
All right, thank you, Chowder. And by the way, longtime caller, longtime listener, Chowder, is always good to have you. Dre, what he's unpacking here, and, you know, Lindsay's got a superpower, you've got a superpower. My superpower is to take what people say and be able to kind of say it back in a way I hopefully am able to kind of encapsulate what they're talking about here. I think at the center of all of this, the center of the problem that has been going on, and I go back to something that Dave and I, it's how Dean Krogh, Dave and I became friends. Dave and I gave a talk at TCA where we told essentially the industry, and we will keep on telling the industry this. This is, and when I say the industry, I do not mean drivers. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people in suits. I'm talking about people who get the biggest paycheck at the end of the day. They got spoiled. There's been a long sunset on what used to do training in this country. The truck drivers in this country, Kevin Lindsay's a great example of this. Many of you are too. Grew up on a farm, served in the military, driving stuff by 9, 10, 11 years old. So by the first time you got behind the wheel of a rig, even if you were legal, you had a pretty good idea of how to handle the thing. Donnie Tulk likes to say, you don't get paid to drive, you get paid to back up.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what you get paid for.
Yeah.
This is what it comes down to. And you get paid also to know what's wrong, to hear the natural harmonics of things going out of whack, and to get it maintained before it gets too bad. Slowly but surely, the draft gave way to an all-volunteer military service. The family farm became the corporate farm, and less Teamsters were passing on their cards to their children, which means the freebie and the entitlement. And man, people who are rich love to talk about other people's entitlements.
Dude, yes.
But there's a lot of rich people in this country, in the trucking industry, who got very, very wealthy because their companies didn't have to pay for training, because the American farm, the U.S. military, and a lot of Teamsters took care of it for them. And Teamster, by the way, is also professional independent truck drivers who pass those skills on down to their children. All of that is gone or has faded. You know, it's why they now have to recruit in the military to produce truck drivers, to get them out and to come do the things like transition trucking. Big shout out to our friends at Fastport. I take care of my sponsors too. All of that is gone. And while it was going away, it lobster boiled, meaning they didn't even realize it was happening, which meant they had all this time when anyone who had half a brain could have said, hey man, we're getting a lot of our drivers from from a drafted military force. We're getting our drivers from a lot of family farms. We're getting our drivers from people passing their cards down and their traditions down to their families. That's going away. Maybe we should make arrangements for what's next. And they didn't. And rather than do it right, they said, well, we need to get people with CDLs out there, because it's one of those things, too, where we hand out college diplomas to people who don't deserve them, and then we're surprised when they can't do the programming work or the project management at work. Why are you surprised when you've done the same thing to the CDL industry?
Yeah.
And let's be honest with you. It's an industry. As of right now, it's too much of an industry and not enough of an education.
Yeah.
We've got to start treating how we create truck drivers like an education and like training and not like a money-making grab. It doesn't mean you can't make money off of putting together a really good training program. But maybe we should ask ourselves the question, if we're asking people to become working class and then telling them they've got to pay a whole lot of money to simply get a good education, to haul the goods and services that keep this country, you need to pay me a lot of money so that I can create the thing that brings stuff so that you can pay me a lot of money. Yeah. I don't know what in the hell is going on, but we have, I do know what in the hell is going on. It's the greatest American tradition of all time, shortcuts and greed. And you hit the nail on the head when you open this up, Trey. The idea that it's like it's a shortcut.
Yeah.
And I, you know, how did we get from dilithium crystals? How did we get from the Millennium Falcon into this conversation? Because if you look at the original Star Trek, if you look at the original Star Wars, they weren't expensively made. As a matter of fact, they're made relatively budget-wise. You know, they really squeezed the budgets.
Yeah.
They worked their ass off on it.
That's what I'm going to say. Put in the work and put in the time.
They put their work in, man. I mean, I'm telling you, watch George Lucas. He gets ready for Star Wars by busting his ass working on cars, busting his ass working on his own smaller movies. He works his way up to it. He gets there. James Cameron, same thing. Reads the manual, learns from his dad, masters a truck, masters a load, then makes a decision that he is going to drive a truck when he can, and then head over to the UCLA Film Archives, watch movies, and read books on movies. That's what he did. And there's no substitute for it, guys. There's no quick cut. There's no like, I'm just going to type into ChatGPT how I can create a good social media campaign.
Yeah.
And yet I turn on LinkedIn, and I was awash in that slop, and I thought, and all the people I'm following on LinkedIn are all in the logistics supply chain. That's what they do. But it's like it's the same thing with my profession. And by the way, we were talking about this earlier, the idea that it's like a lot of times you'll listen to shows or read newspaper articles, and you have to say, who do these people work for?
Yeah.
Are they working for you to give you news and information? And by giving you good news and information that you trust, sponsors then show up? Or is somebody paying them to say the things that they say? Or are they pitching their goods and services and saying, hey, man, if you give me money, I'll say whatever you want me to.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if the broker carriers give me enough money, I will say exactly what they want me to. I will not do that, by the way. Dave Nemo will not do that. But in many ways, that's what's happening. Tell me what I want to hear, and I will show up for you. The problem is, if you tell somebody what they want to hear, when it's not true, eventually they figure it out, and they blame you. They don't blame themselves. I want you to lie to me, Dre, and tell me the weather outside is nice. Do it.
Oh, the weather outside is warm and nice.
Oh, fantastic. And then I go outside and say, you lied to me. Why did you do that? Well, you asked me to. Well, it's your job to tell me the truth, but you told me to lie to you. They're never going to blame themselves. They're never going to take responsibility for what it is they've kind of put together here. Guys, all of this, by the way, is based off of an AP story that is making the rounds, one I ran into on Monday. Of course, the CVTA is all over it, by the way. I'll keep you guys in the loop on this. We're going to kind of bounce through it. The Department of Homeland Security is auditing trucking firms in California owned by immigrants to verify the status of their drivers and whether they are qualified to hold commercial driver's licenses. That kind of goes back to what our friend Chowder was talking about. This crackdown on trucking schools and companies is the latest step in the government's effort to ensure that truck drivers are qualified and eligible to hold a commercial license. This began after a truck driver that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says was not authorized to be in the U.S., made an illegal U-turn and caused a crash in Florida that killed 3 people. That morning, the morning after that happened, our good friend Andy Polikoff of the CVTA came on to talk about the school that had produced him. Couldn't say the name because we hadn't verified it yet. We actually knew what it was. We needed that second source, and we wouldn't do it. Other people were happy to name it. We got it right, but we wanted to make sure we were right about that. But that goes to the heart of the problem that our good friend Chowder was talking about. Is this really a problem of foreigners coming to the country and doing this? Or is this really a problem of people giving out CDLs like their toilet paper? That's the question we're asking ourselves this morning at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Listen, man, don't be shy. Give us a call.
Is there anything worse than seeing somebody doing something that you have trained for, that you were qualified to do, and they claim they can do it just as good as you?
Yeah.
And then they're not doing it just as good as you?
Yeah.
And even when they do it wrong, they keep on claiming they're doing it just as good as you. You know what I'm talking about here?
Oh, yeah. Several situations I've been through with that.
I will tell you right now, I love a lot of podcasts, and there's a lot of talented people who couldn't find a way into the industry who are doing podcasts right now, who I think are terrific and have grown amazing brands. The biggest podcast brand in the world was grown because he couldn't find a slot on the radio or a place that would give him a platform. Mr. Rogan.
Yeah.
Great example of that. Howard Stern began as a scrapper and a fighter. These were not people that were handed the keys to the kingdom. They didn't, go work for a company and then parlay the money that they had made there and threats and bully their way into a position. That's not what happened. These were people who actually, did that stuff. But the other problem is that it makes people think that everybody can do it. The same way I feel about certain people in the trucking news and information field, guys, is the way many of you feel about people who call themselves truck drivers in your profession. You're like, where did you learn that? Where do your skills come from? How did you get up to speed? Who taught you to back up? Because unless it's Donnie Tulk, I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
And that's the absolute truth of it. Okay, so we want people in the chat, jumping in over in the community chat. We'd like people to give us a call. We're talking about this morning. By the way, our good friend Mr. B himself says carriers and fleets who hire entry-level drivers, they should also have a stout training program for student drivers they hire. Absolutely. By the way, this is crucial. Would you like to hear, Dre, how I think we can actually reform truck driving education?
No. Yes, I would love that.
That would be really funny. No, and then we just kind of sit here in silence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Show's over.
There are a lot of the elements that are already in place. They just haven't been brought together.
Yeah.
And I don't know. And by the way, I don't have a suggestion for what the bring together point is. I think the people who actually get paid to do the individual portions of this, I think they're in a better position. But if I was making recommendations, it's to look at some of the programs that are happening right now in high schools, where they are treating logistics and supply chain educational issues the same way they treat art school. You go the first half of high school, you get your math, your English, your science. And then at lunch, you head over to these programs like the one they have in California where you go to the supply chain school. Or you figure out ways in high school that if people gravitationally pull towards that direction, you already start pushing them there. Yeah. And then you make a real effort to reform the accreditation system, meaning not the fact that CVTA and NAPF TDS, they have very good internal systems. They take care of business. But to make the standards that they create national standards. And to do that and to give people the kind of level training they need to have. Here's what's crucial, though, that carriers and fleets need to start coordinating more and more with CDL training programs that are accredited, certified, and recognized as the best in the business, and then figured out a standardized onboarding process for incoming drivers. The biggest issue with all of this is, I'm going to continue to insist on this, there are people who are deeply invested in people not getting the proper education, because if you give a truck driver or a potential truck driver the education that they deserve, you actually teach them their value, which means you've got to actually pay for the work you expect. Mm-hmm. Sit down sometime. Kevin and I were talking about this yesterday on Maintenance Matters. Make a list of everything you actually have to do. That if you did everything you were supposed to do as a professional truck driver, many of you already do this, make a list, make it in bullet point, make it clean. This is what ChatGPT is for, actually. Take it, if you can't really kind of get it looking pretty, put it in there and say, hey, arrange this in a way, don't change my words, arrange this in a way that it's most digestible. Look at that list. Take a look at it and ask yourself what that person should be paid. We got a phone call coming in. Let's take it and see what's going on. Hey, welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Exactly. Hello.
Hey there, fellers. How have you guys been?
The Weasel is in the house. Hey, man.
Weasel.
What's going on, Weasel?
Oh, just out driving around up here in Idaho, hoping to dodge that white crap.
What's on your mind, Weasel?
Talk about how well you were trained?
Well, my dad trained me, so I never went to a school. So.
Oh, that's a school, man.
Did you drive a truck in the sandbox?
I drove some trucks, but that wasn't my job over there. But my unit had 93 vehicles, I think, so 180 people. So everyone drove when we had a mission. You know, you either drove or you were co-pilot.
So you told me your dad taught you to drive. Was he a truck driver?
Yeah, he drove for one family for over 53 years.
Okay.
Wow.
So let me get this straight. I'm just making sure I'm telling you back what you've told me. So so he was a truck driver for a living. He drove for them for 53 years, and he took the time to teach his son how to drive. You probably were actually operating that vehicle before you were of age, correct?
Oh, yeah, 9 years old.
Okay, so 9 years old, your dad started making you kind of mentally aware of what it would take to actually operate a truck. You then served your country.
Yeah.
Thank you for that service. And even though you weren't officially a truck driver, you did a lot of missions where you had to handle a truck in some pretty sphincter clenching situations, correct?
Well, yeah, some kind of hairy stuff.
Okay. So
not really hairy, but
typical veteran downplay what you did. That's fine. But okay, so you've driven a truck in tense situations, you've driven a truck in professionally tense situations, and you've been trained since you were 9 by your dad. I think you kind of fall under the exact model that the industry got spoiled on taking advantage of. You exist less and less with each passing year, unless they reinstitute the draft, which I'm all in favor of now that I'm 56. But by the way, I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, you benefited from what I call the farm system, and Dave calls it the farm system, right?
yeah. But if you remember, this has been quite a while back. I sent you some pictures of a truck driving school down in Gallup, New Mexico, and I think I made the comment, I bet this will never show up on the education station. They parked their trucks in a truck stop for the weekend. And yes, a truck driving school, their trucks are not going to be, brand new Peterbilts or Freightliners or Volvos. But these trucks, even walking around looking at the tires and stuff, how they even took them out on the highway was beyond me, even to train people. And that has to be one of the schools that got put out of business. Or I hope it was.
Yeah. Yeah, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that, like I said, this is there's a whole bunch of reforms that they're all kind of discussing, but until the federal government makes its policy to, look, that CVTA and NAPF TDS and other reputable institutions can make all the suggestions they want until the industry, and you know who I mean, and until the government sits down and says, this is how we're going to play ball. This is what we're going to do moving forward. This will go on and on, ad infinitum. And, Dave, there's a certain level of exhaustion that's hit Dave. I don't know if you've noticed this. I don't mean that's not tired. I mean, if you saw him jogging the other day on the video that he cut, he's in shape. Yep. But he said we keep on having the same conversations. And sometimes, wouldn't it be nice once for people to complain outside of the industry who want to get into the industry how difficult it is to get through one of those CDL programs? I don't know if you know this. But California, if you want to take the bar in California, it's unbelievably difficult. It's one of the few places where they do stuff right. And the reason they do it is because of the number of law schools in California. They're fixing a problem on their wrong side who aren't accredited properly. So they make the bar incredibly hard to pass it to become an attorney in California. But Brad Klepper of Driver's Legal Plan and I were talking the other day, and he's the first person to tell you, we need across the board a kind of a normal system of accreditation and passing the bar to allow people to cross state lines. So the non-domicile thing was not a bad idea. The execution of that law was garbage. It should have been about raising everybody's standards so that when you go to another state, it's as difficult and as simple to get the CDL any place you want to get it at. And until we figure out a way to do that, this is going to go on and on and on. And I'd like to have a new thing to complain about, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and that non-domiciled until the idiots turned it into something completely wrong. I have no problem with me living in South Dakota, taking a truck driving school in Utah. They can't get me back to South Dakota, but I can take my test in Utah, get my CDL. Next time I'm home, I transfer it back to South Dakota.
Yeah, there's got to be a process.
That was the original idea.
That's exactly it. Boy, I got to tell you, there's been a lot of people who haven't explained it as well as you just did. The idea was to allow people, as big and vast as this country is, that if you've picked up your trowel and gone to another state, that you shouldn't have a problem getting the CDL in another state if you want to play by the rules and work. What happened is it turned it into CDL shopping, is what it did. Well, it's a lot easier to get one here than it is over there. And we need to make it as hard everywhere. We need to make it as hard and as heavy lifting everywhere. Standards, basement floors have to be set, and those crowds are always doing that. Weasel, I got to float you, dude. I got to tell you, though, I appreciate the call. You proved my point without me proving you wrong. Well said, well done. Be safe. Avoid the white stuff.
Avoid them.
You bet. Thank you, guys, fellers.
Thank you. Good friend Weasel. Always love talking to him. We always love talking to the Braz, too. Mr. Braswell. I got 1 minute, Trey? I wasn't sure if I had one phone call or 1 minute.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
I got about a minute here before our
sir.
good friend Robert Braswell arrives on the scene. It is the longest running segment. It is the longest running segment on Radio Nemo, any of its platforms. Tech Talk with TMC. Our good friend Robert Braswell, the Braz, the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, will be talking with Mark Zakos to discuss how to protect yourself against cybersecurity threats. And they'll be taking your calls. They always have on Tech Talk with TMC. Once you go to tmc.trucking.org, Robert Braswell will be joining us, the Braz himself. And you guys know him. He's the executive director for the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He's responsible for ensuring the effectiveness of all TMC programs, products, meetings, and services covering all aspects of light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicle engineering and maintenance management. What I love that he does here, this is a great example of how you don't cut corners, but how you most effectively do your job. Robert, in many ways, is a first-class radio host. He is also somebody, though, who uses this to clarify his thinking and to make sure that you guys understand where his thinking comes from as he does his job, while also keeping you informed. There's so many things you guys are dealing with right now. Cybersecurity being what Robert's talking about next is so very important. Ben Wilkins of NAMFTA is a contributor as well on this topic here in regards to cybersecurity. So much to worry about. You shouldn't have to worry about where the future of drivers is going to come from. They're not going to replace you with nobody. We are going to replace this half hour with some nice horn music, by the way. Always love doing that. Our good friend Phone Master Dre and I have successfully navigated a great first hour of radio. Robert's going to guarantee a second happens immediately after that. This. And by the way, Chris Roberts is on, well, we should write. Right.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Just one more hour until reinforcements
aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
This is really funny, Dre. I almost didn't talk, and then thankfully I wrote that bumper so that Lindsay would actually say my name. We talked to Robert over the break before we got him on the air, and I thought, okay, I've already taken care of that.
Yeah.
No, I haven't, by the way. I've only talked to Robert and you on the hard break, by the way. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Of course, it's Wednesday, and every Wednesday at 8 o'clock at the center, 9 o'clock in the east, Robert Braswell, the exec director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, joins us to do Tech Talk with TMC, the longest running segment on any RadioNemo platform. Robert, good morning. Welcome back. It's good to have you.
Hey, it's good to be back here, Jimmy Mack. This is the highlight of my week, as always. I'm always great to be here for Tech Talk. Today, we're going to take a look at what drivers and vehicle operators need to know about cybersecurity in trucking. And joining us this morning to talk about some interesting new developments to help keep trucking cyber safe is a good friend of the program and RadioNemo, who's Mark Zakos, who's president of DG Technologies. Mark is a longtime TMC member, and he's expert in truck technology, vehicle data adapters, and onboard vehicle networks and systems. He's currently active in our S5 Fleet Maintenance Management Study Group, where he chairs our cybersecurity task force, and he's been quite busy leading the development of what we expect will become very useful information reports and or recommended practices on this subject. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week it's our TMC Preventative Maintenance Inspection Manual for Technicians. We offer it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. It's a great manual if you want to know about how to conduct a proper PMI, or if you're just having the work done, what should your service providers be doing for a proper PMI. To order, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention the Dave Demos Show here, RadioNemo, and you can get it for that special price. What's more, if you're an owner operator or a small fleet, 100 or fewer pilots in your operation, you can join TMC for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And when you do that today, you'll get our 2-volume recommended practices manual, which is a great 4,000-page compendium of just about everything you can think of when it comes to speccing, maintaining, and repairing commercial vehicles, along with many other good benefits too. So please call that same toll-free number if you're interested in joining us. And also, we always remind our listeners at the top of the show that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the show this morning, Mark Zakos. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, Robert. Good to be with you today. A snowy day here in Detroit, Michigan, where I'm standing and looking out the window. Hope you're cyber safe wherever you all are.
Well, that's an important thing to wish, because these days you really got to be very vigilant when it comes to cybersecurity. It's not just, the back office kind of stories that we used to hear about a few years ago, where you'd hear about, invoicing systems and things like that going down in the back office on the financial side. But now it's creeping over more ubiquitously to the onboard side, isn't it?
That's right. So we've always been diligent, and especially in the last few years when all the cyber actors have been upping their game in IT, that internet technology, the interconnection of computers and emails and servers. Yet we're seeing some cyber threat actors taking advantage of some of the open ports and unprotected vehicle systems. So what you are seeing in research and actually now in real life are cyber attacks against moving equipment. Started all in the factory side of things, where the factory controls, operational technology, they call it OT, uses some of the same communication systems that are on board trucks, something called CAN, C-A-N, CAN networks, or better known in our
Controlled
industry,
Area Network.
Yeah, better known. People know it as the J bus or J1939 connectors. That round 9-pin connector that's underneath the dashboard of our trucks. So, if you can tap in there or find some way that tap is exposed, well, hey, there you go. I can shut down your equipment. I'm sorry about that, but if you pay me some ransomware, I'll give you the electronic keys back, and you can move again.
But really what's different now, though, is you don't need to tap into that 9-pin connector, right? You can do some of this stuff wirelessly because of over-the-air programming. Telematics has kind of changed the game for cybersecurity protection.
The telematics has done that, and I know a lot of the telematics systems providers are taking it extremely seriously, but there's still some gaps, and the opportunity is because maybe those gaps have been discovered by researchers, by the telematics systems providers, yet on the vehicle or on that system, those updates have not been applied. You can think about it in a similar way on your Windows laptop computer. You know how those annoying things pop up and you have to reboot your computer because there's updates, and a lot of times they're security updates. So unless you reboot your computer and reload those on your office systems and servers, you don't get the protections that have been provided by those companies that have done all that work to make their products better. So have you updated the firmware in your truck lately? Have you updated the firmware in your diagnostic adapter lately to provide the latest and greatest cybersecurity protections? We see this all the time. The industry is afforded an opportunity to better understand what those threat actors are doing. There's the Department of Homeland Security and their office there of cybersecurity protection. They publish these bulletins, and the FBI does too. So we know we've got a pretty good idea what's going on. It just needs our operators and our system. We need to practice those updates and make things better because the bad guys are always they're running. It's a race.
So for the longest time, that backbone, that vehicle network backbone on the truck was kind of open. So that third-party providers, the OEs, the fleets all could sort of have multiple different suppliers and so forth. And, there really wasn't that much concern about the gateways being completely closed. Right. But that's kind of changing now because the cybersecurity risk with over-the-air programming is causing everybody to up their game a little bit. And so what once could be called the wild, wild west when it comes to data transmission, now there are concerns, particularly on the vehicle OE side, right? So they have these networks they want to protect, and that can potentially cause issues with a customer's third-party provider, right? And maybe you can talk a little bit about some of the concerns there. Maybe the concerns are a little overblown because there's ways to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. So I talked to some telematics providers recently, and they expressed some concerns. Oh, the trucks are getting locked down. Oh, I can't get the data, or my customers can't get data, or the operators can't get the data they want. So, there's a compromise there. It's something totally open. You have the keys, but the bad guys have the keys to those data points, and it's a two-way street too. You read the information, the data, but you can also write to it. In this J-bus, the J1939 network on the backbone network on the vehicles, we did that. I was part of the original group of engineers 20 some years ago that created those technical standards, and we wanted to make it open because that's what our industry needed. We wanted everybody to have equal playing field to connect in to that network and do what they need to do, maintain their vehicles and get the data off it. And because it's so open, and we did it on purpose, oops, we forgot it. We didn't know we had to protect some very valuable, we call it endpoints. So, for example, you can still today, the OEMs today, you can still read VIN, you can still read vehicle speed, you can still collect a lot of information and do the diagnostics that you want to, except when it comes to maybe some safety critical functions like radar or ADAS systems, right? So we don't want, number one, we don't want unqualified users manipulating those sensors and recalibrating them. So that's important. The other thing that's important is that you have to unlock, you have to have special security now to change calibrations. And when I mean special security, it's like, well, we've already had that, but the bad guys cracked it. They've cracked that security some years ago. So we have to improve that security so they can't, again, change a calibration, change a setting, do a remote wireless derate while you're running down, the interstate, something like that. So this really, it's things that we never thought of 10, 20 years ago. It's crazy how things have changed, and we need to stay in front of the game.
So if you think
team sport.
so if you think of it in a highway analogy, if you got a 12-lane highway, you could have, let's say, 2 or 3 lanes that are dedicated, that are closed off just for the OE to take care of those things that absolutely have to have a closed gate. And then maybe there's another 2 or 3 lanes where there could be a little bit of a compromise, where you could have some things closed, some things open. And then maybe there could be another 2 or 3 lanes that could be just open for those services that the fleet customer wants to have access for their third-party provider to have. And in doing so, maybe everybody could kind of, have an equal shot at providing the services that the customer really ends up needing to have, right?
Right. Yeah, the customer needs this, and we always have to keep that in mind. Sometimes, I love that analogy, Robert. That's awesome. Sometimes as engineers, my background is engineering, and we see it only as engineers, and of course you can't do that or shouldn't do that, but we lose sight of those lanes where we sometimes don't understand what the customer really needs to run his business, and how they operate, and how they need to transfer data. And another thing in your analogy, I would say, there's got to be a lane changing. Your analogy of lanes, highway lanes. There's got to be a way to change lanes or get information from one side to the other and securely transfer that information. Don't build it so it's totally blocked off. Once in a while, with proper authorization, proper security, you can change lanes, or you can get information from one side to the other. I think that's a real challenge. That's where our challenge is in building those opportunities to switch lanes when necessary.
I think another challenge that the industry has been facing is, how do you deal with things like when you have upfitters, like you've got a straight truck with special bodies on the back, and you've got a third party that finishes the truck. You want to have standards that would allow, no matter who the upfitter is, to interface with that incomplete chassis to put it all together and make sure it's cyber secure when you're done. And then now you've got trailers that are smart trailers and getting ever more smart. There's all this extra data that we didn't even think about when J1939 was first developed. You've got to accommodate for all of that too. And that's not only for the fleet customer, but the fleet customer's end customer as well. So all that has to be considered in terms of, what's open, what's not open, and what the ultimate end mission is, and still keep everybody cyber safe.
One of the things that on the trailer systems that you're seeing already, right, is cameras. And how do you get that camera image and camera data up to the driver, or how do you understand what's back there? The sensor's telling you something that maybe you can't even see the image. A lot of that information is now transmitted either by Ethernet, like we have in an office environment, or nowadays by wireless, that is Wi-Fi. So there's some connections from the trailer to the tractor that are wireless that you might be even able to snoop upon and pick up valuable data. As the asset's rolling down the highway, could you actually dip in there and listen to the wireless data that it's broadcasting somehow? I think, if you're smart enough, you could do that. Or you could even potentially inject something into the vehicle through those wireless connections that can affect the operation. And we've actually seen researchers and demonstrations of that. Open Wi-Fi ports, what we call it, on the tractor or the trailer, or this outfitter equipment, as you mentioned, Robert. Sometimes there's actual electronic systems there that are also added to the vehicle, plugged into the J-bus. Those new ECUs, electronic systems, may have a wireless interface on it that maybe the designer of that box, again, didn't quite take into account the security mechanisms. The passwords are all hard-coded, for example, because, never thought about that when we designed that aftermarket add-in box. And that's an really easy thing to reverse engineer is hard-coded passwords. Everybody in the research community and the hacker community understands that's the first place you go to break into wireless networks or any sort of first level security. So that's another really important aspect that I think we as a community, the TMC and our industry should point out, is that it's not just the OEM equipment. It's what you add on, whether it's telematics, whether it's a boom operation, maybe it's a vocational truck that you're talking about. All these aftermarket add-ons or fleet add-ons add cybersecurity risk.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Mark Zakos, president of DG Technologies. We're talking about cybersecurity and trucking. We have a task force dealing with the issues of visibility, and you're talking about those cameras in the back of the trailer that can communicate back up to the tractor so the driver has greater 360-degree awareness around the vehicle. We usually talk about things like latency and signal strength and, making sure that the sensors and the communication on my truck's not going to interfere with the one that's riding next to me down the road. But you raise a good point. What if somebody wanted to spy in on maybe the content of the freight that you're hauling? That could be a concern, and that's something that I know the task force is working on. I think you're working with Jerry Hubble, who's been taking the lead in on that task force. Let's talk about another development that we're all kind of putting our heads around, and maybe this is going to have an impact, positive or negative, on cybersecurity, and that is artificial intelligence, or AI. Is there potential there for AI to improve our cybersecurity, or is there the potential for greater mischief?
Yeah, both, of course. So the thing about AI, and we were at the September meeting, the TMC meeting, Robert, you and I, and a lot of other collaborators were in a room there, and we played a little Jeopardy game, if you remember that. That was a lot of fun. But there was a survey that was of hands that were taken as how many people in the room, how many operators and maintenance folks and all the TMC members that were there use AI. And I think just about every hand went up in the room, right? So everybody knows it, everybody uses it now, and it's a great productivity tool. It's productive for the bad guys too, because they can create exploits, as we call them, attacks that go out and fish for information, phishing attack, or even further can create ways to attack the equipment because it helps guess passwords, or it helps with understanding the actual bits and bytes of the CAN JBus messages and helps decode that. So yeah, the attackers have advantage there with that AI tool, but the opportunity in our good guys side of the world is that we can also use AI. We got to have a piece of equipment though that has the horsepower that supports all that number crunching. So AI is, we won't get into the details here, but it's all about mathematics. So there's complex mathematical operations that go on in those computing engines that are in the cloud servers. If we can bring that into closer, at least, to the vehicle, maybe even in the vehicle, which a lot of autonomous trucks and cars have already AI in it. If we can bring that computing horsepower into our equipment, we can actually monitor and use AI to our advantage to protect our assets. Oh, wait a minute, where did that message come from? We never saw that in all this time that we've been running this truck. What's going on here? Maybe we should flag it, or we should take note of that anomaly. I'd like to bring up another thought, Robert, is that going back to the maintenance side, if I put my maintenance hat on, we have to also think about root cause analysis. Is this a cyber incident, or is it just, the sensor went bad and we've never seen that before? Is it a warranty issue because it's a bad sensor throwing off bad data, or could be some kind of attacker that is working in the background that AI is starting on board the truck is starting to notice. So that's really a green field, very leading edge, and guess what? Our TMC task forces are actually looking into that issue, root cause analysis, and is it cyber incident, or is it just a maintenance incident?
And maybe, taking the flip side of that, maybe you use a common sensor failure to mask a cyber intrusion. Something to think about going forward too. Looking at the flip side, really, really good, important point. And let's talk about some of the things. Because we talk about all this AI and all these sophisticated attacks and so forth, but really, when it comes down to it, a lot of this can be prevented with some very simple, basic cyber hygiene. I think I saw on the news report not too long ago that still the number one password out there is password. And it's not exactly the best way to protect your networks and your hardware. What are some top tips you would give listeners how to protect yourself, how to improve your cyber hygiene when it comes to your vehicle assets?
Well, there's a couple, and then we're feeding these into new information reports at TMC and recommended practices. Some of the things that would be, I guess, quite straightforward is encryption of your data. Okay, so we've got, Excel spreadsheets, and that's in clean data. It's on my laptop. It's held somewhere on my server in the cloud in the back end. But if that's a critical data, so it's important data, maybe you don't think it is, and what would people do with this? But I would still recommend encryption of your data, to whether you think it's simple, no one would open this and do anything with it, or if it's really the keys to your operating kingdom. Another thing that I would recommend in your organization is what we call role-based security. So the idea is that you have to have different levels of authorization to do certain operations. Just like in a maintenance bay, maybe you have technicians that are certified and qualified to do certain operations. And then if you need to graduate that, you have to have a higher level of authority or authorization to do a particular maintenance operation or something like that. It's the same thing in security. You got to have some controls of who can change passwords or who has that access to what data or the decryption keys to the data that I just mentioned. There's also a bunch of cybersecurity standards that are out there in the world. In TMC, we strive to reach out to other technical organizations that have been working in this internet technology and other areas that are already got something that works, that we could utilize, that we can adapt into our use cases for trucking fleets and maintenance operations. So there's a lot out there that I would say we can just point to, reference, use the word borrow if you want, but I don't want to imply that we're taking anything away. These are open documents that you can access. So something that is available to us as operators, and I think it's great to have access to this world. Really, it's a worldwide community that wants to keep everyone cyber safe.
And of course, sometimes it's just as simple as guarding your USB port, making sure that nobody has unauthorized access to that, because that could be a very vulnerable entry point on board the vehicle, can't it?
Yeah, even something simple like that, it's still today. And you mentioned password is the most popular password, right? And I think the second most popular is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So really simple things like that. And I know the larger fleets that have these chief information security officers, these CISOs, and they've all guarded against this. But there's still those. I'm lazy, right? I don't like multi-factor authentication. Oh, why do I have to have this text come to me and enter this security code just to get my email? But that's how attackers can work around you.
Well, one thing we can't work around, Mark, is the clock. And we're kind of running out of time for this segment. But as we come to the end here, I'd just like to thank you. We did a great survey of what's going on with cyber security and trucking and some of the things that are going on in the back office, so to speak, to protect everybody and keep vehicles safe as they're going down the road. We look forward to having you back on a program real soon, maybe in the first part of next year. But until then, we're going to have to kick it back to the studios and Jimmy Mack.
Robert, I have to tell you, there is no better feeling as a host that when you look over at the time and you have plenty more to talk about and you didn't get to it because it went by so fast. Well done. And it's a conversation that we could have over and over again. And it's one of those things that, sometimes, as Dave says, we're a little redundant. Not you, but with the news and the information. But I got to tell you, that's something that can't be repeated enough. Cybersecurity, just don't walk away from an open computer terminal, folks. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Thank you, Robert, so much.
Thank you very much. And next week, we'll be at a special day and time. We're going to be on Monday. That's December 8th at 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern. And we'll be on Nemo Nation, talking about lighting, maintenance, and specification with Al Anderson.
Thank you, sir. Robert Braswell, as always, the longest-running contributor to everything Radio Nemo. Only Dave Nemo has contributed more episodes than Robert Braswell. Thank you, Robert. We'll be back at you on the other side. Chris Orban is in studio. Can't wait to talk to him. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road. They've been doing it since '97. They know of what they do.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that I can do, because we are back live on Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and a special guest.
By the way, guys, don't forget that immediately after this show will be a replay of last week's We Should Write, followed by the new episode of We Should Write with Chris Roberts. He'll be playing live music in studio as Lindsay discusses the therapeutic power of writing, how writing can actually heal you. By the way, nearly 44% of the 16,000 truck driving programs listed nationwide by the government may be forced to close if they lose their students, after a review by the Federal Transportation Department found they may not be, probably aren't complying with minimum requirements. That's the lead of AP reporter Josh Funk on a story that is making the rounds around the trucking industry. I got to tell you, our friends at the CVTA and the NAPF-TDS are cackling from on high. I told you so. In the same way that you guys had your big moment with the non-domiciled drivers, many people are having the same moment in the training sector with this particular thing, as they found out that people aren't being trained up to the standards that are necessary to create the next great professional truck driver on the highways and byways. It's why we created Education Station, which is another long-running segment on this show, and I will turn to Phone Master Dre, who will take us into it now. By the way, it's also December, so you might notice we've thrown in a little bit of, I guess we could call it holiday energy into the mix. We've got a couple of great holiday guests coming up on Road Gang Radio when Lindsay Lawler joins the show at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. However, we are doing Education Station now, and during his 20 years in the transpo industry, Chris Orban has focused on increasing safety and efficiency with technology and data. He first entered the industry as part of Fleet Risk Advisors, but you can find him now at journeytms.com. I would suggest you guys go over there, take a look at that website, and find out what they can do for you. Good morning, Chris, regular, recurring, and now a member of the Road Gang. How are you, sir?
I'm great, although it is a little bit chilly for me in New Orleans. I say once the temperature drops below about 70 degrees here, I get too cold, and I think we're at like 45 degrees
We
right
are
now,
at like
so.
45. Yeah. You're not thinking it. We are. And by the way, the wind chill factor this morning was in the low 30s. When I went for the walk, Dre went for a walk this morning. A little brisk, huh, buddy?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I want to be clear. Like, I lived in Boston for 13 years. I did a bunch of work in Green Bay, in Minnesota, and things like that. I would argue that it's still colder in New Orleans when it gets cold like this than it is, the humidity. Yeah, the wind just cuts through you here too. So.
Yeah, and the other thing is, a friend of mine from Minnesota once, people were like, "What are you complaining about, dude? You're from Minnesota." He said, "I moved here for a reason." I came down to this place for a reason. I asked you down here this morning. I wanted to get an in-studio conversation going here, and people have been on the chat this morning, I think, in many ways. And, Matt Beach, a friend of the show and a guy who knows a lot about the way training is kind of handled moving forward, he made the observation as well on this. We want to make sure that we give him credit about this. But there's some stuff you want to dig into in regards to today's topic. Because for me, and like I said, I have a 30,000-foot view. I'm not behind the wheel of a truck. And our friends out there have been warning us for years that there's a group of drivers, both non-domiciled and some domiciled, who aren't living up to the standards, and a lot of it is the result of bad training. They've been saying individually, anecdotally, this has been happening. With 30,000-foot view, it seems to me that the biggest problem we have right now that could stop a lot of the other problems, the safety issues, some of the other issues that we're having out there on the roads could be solved by a rigorous gatekeeping when it comes to training. And you have some thoughts on that as well, I know, in regards to how carriers and fleets handle that. Matt brought it up as well, but I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that.
No, thank you very much. I do want to make sure I credit Matt Beach for bringing this up originally. When I was listening to the show this morning, I was thinking about, the CDL mill is a nice term, right? Like it kind of captures this whole negative concept. But as I've been in the industry, I think about there are always going to be different levels of quality of training. And as a data geek, I would analyze those very objectively. I'd look at, okay, so if a driver came from this school or this type of school, were they more or less likely to be a retention risk, be a safety risk, be a workers' comp claim risk, things like that. So that's my really approach to CDL training quality is, what are the after effects once they get to a carrier? But what Matt has brought up, which I think is really, really interesting, is it shouldn't just end at the CDL school. Driving a truck is a lifetime occupation for many people and a lifetime learning experience. One of the things that I see very clearly in data is the longer you drive a truck, especially for one particular company, the more effective, the more efficient, the safer you are as you keep doing these similar tasks, you keep learning. So one of the things I think is very interesting is many companies that I've worked with have what they call a finishing school. So even though somebody comes to them fully qualified with their CDL to drive, that company still chooses to invest extra time, extra training, does not immediately throw that driver out on the road kind of to the wolves, but invest time and energy to train them and give them specific company knowledge, specific additional skills they might not have gathered at a CDL school. So that to me is very interesting and something that in theory shouldn't be necessary, but I love those companies that choose to do it. And I'm interested in kind of your audience's opinion on the quality of drivers coming out of any CDL school, not just the CDL mills. I'm making air quotes that nobody can see because I'm on the radio. So
yeah, we could hear the tone in your voice, but I call it the air quote tone. What is it? It'd be like, so I'd be saying CDL mills, and then
Exactly.
you put that little kind of phraseology in there. There are a couple of things you've brought up that I want to kind of launch into. And by the way, you guys are always welcome to drop in with a call at 615-292-6366. What are those last four digits spell, Chris?
Nemo?
That's it. You got it. Well done. Passed the test. See, proper training. Listens to the show. Always upgrading. Proper finishing schools, proper onboarding processes also allow, if the company is, what I call acting in good faith, you can look at the student and think, I can get him there. Who trained you? And then you pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm from Cajun Cargo. I just want to let you know that I got your student down here and he ain't up to snuff. Now I'm going to get him properly trained, but if you think I'm going to hire anybody from your school ever again, I'm going to need the following things from you right now. And that's one of the jobs a carrier has to engage in. Where'd you get your CDL from? Man, I'm going to get you there because you got what it takes to be a good driver. I should not be responsible for this much upgrade. And it would create counter pressure on some of these CDL schools.
Well, I'll tell you what's really interesting. If any of your listeners out there are running a CDL school and want incentive to be a much better CDL school, at least two of the enterprise level carriers I worked with, they would pay more for drivers coming out of certain CDL schools because they knew the quality was higher. It wasn't that race to the bottom, like worry about the lower quality. It was, we want to hire people who are coming out of these higher quality schools, and we're willing to invest more there.
Yeah, and that's absolutely. The other thing is too, and this is a really complicated one. It doesn't mean that you need to have or want to have any sort of pressure brought to you, but when you interview for a job, you're interviewing them as well. And one of the questions you should ask, and by the way, it's a clever question, what are my opportunities for upscaling my abilities? What are my opportunities for continuing education? Ask it for two reasons. The first one is the obvious one. You want it and you need it. The second thing is you'll figure out really quickly if the company you're working for is a commitment to safety.
Well, a commitment to safety and also a commitment to you as the driver, to teaching you, to educating you. It's been, I want to say it's been 18 years since Dean Newell taught me how to properly throw a loading strap across a flatbed, and I still vividly remember exactly how I'm supposed to do that. And that's pretty cool training right there.
No, I mean, it absolutely is. And it's the fact that and here's the thing to it, you also forcing the hand of somebody to be honest about what they do, because sometimes the answer is no, we don't do that. And it's an okay answer. It's like, well, I'm looking for kind of hazmat stuff. And they tell you, hey, look, dude, there's a lot of things we'll get you better at. We don't do that. That's not our area. So if you're looking for that, but you always want to ask, what are your training opportunities here? You're asking it for two reasons. One, your own edification, which is the most important thing. You want to get better. But two, you want to see what the overall company commitment to making sure that their scores are good and that they're going to keep you safe.
You're also onto something that I think is really, really powerful in our industry that is sort of widely accepted in every other industry, that you would start at an entry-level job and the company would invest in you and you'd grow skills, and maybe you would change companies and move up in the organization, and now you're managing people and things like that. We don't talk a lot about what is the career path for a driver. Do you want to come in driving, medium haul, dry van work, and then in 10, 15 years be doing super loads across the country that are 100 times as valuable or something like that? Like, what is the career path for a driver? And those companies that I've worked with that provide that career path on day one to the driver and give them a vision of where they can be in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years, those are the companies that I see that have those much lower turnover rates, the much more investment in drivers, the much better safety record, all the things that you truly want when you're operating as a carrier.
By the way, I got a chance recently to watch Miracle on 34th Street again. It's a beautiful, I had forgotten, it didn't make as big of an impact on me as a kid as it made as an adult. It's also one of the, how do I put this? It is one of the best political movies ever made as an advocacy for what I call compassionate capitalism. It is very New Deal. It is very FDR in its spirit of generosity, because there's a thing that goes on inside of it where, remember, he says, oh, you don't want to buy that from Macy's. Gimbel's actually has a cheaper version of that. And at first they want to fire him. And then one of the women he does it walks over and says, I couldn't believe it. I can't believe it's y'all's policy to actually steer me in a direction that's going to help me with my bottom line. Macy's has my business until the day I die. One of the things that a lot of companies still don't do is they don't train people up at the speed they want to be trained up, because they're afraid if they give them everything they need, they're going to go on someplace else. That's okay, by the way, because let me tell you something. Let's just say Cajun Cargo trains up somebody to go work for the Snake Pit trucking lines. And they move on to that, and the Snake Pit trucking line runs into a young driver who's working for a fly-by-night bad company. And he says, look, we ain't got anything over the Snake Pit. Let me tell you something. Those guys at Cajun Cargo, they take care of you. Your best billboard as a truck carrier, as a fleet, your best billboard is not only your drivers, it's your former drivers, especially if they moved on with your blessing to greener pastures. There is no better billboard in the industry than a driver telling somebody, I don't work for those guys anymore. I have my own shingle that I've hung up here, or I work for another carrier because I wanted more local shifts. But those guys and gals over there took care of me. And one of the ways you take care of people is you train them. Chris, I think we have a phone call coming in. Who do we got?
Oh, we got Marshall. He's got a comment on training.
Oh, thank you, Marshall. Good morning. Chris is here with us, and Marshall joins us, one of the original members of the Road Gang. Hey, Marshall.
Good morning. I used to do a little recruiting and went to all the truck shows. And, of course, after 52 years of pounding up and down the highways, I run into people who ask me about, becoming a truck driver and stuff. And I always, straight up, tell them, go find a junior college, that's teaching it, because most of your junior colleges will actually teach you how to drive the truck. Everybody can teach you the rules, the regulations. Anybody can make you pass the test. But learning to actually drive the truck, like you were saying earlier, what we mainly do is back up, and that's the
main part of our job is being able to back it into a dock. And if anybody's going to teach you how to back up, it's going to be a junior college program. It takes a little longer, but you come out of it, you know, with something you can actually hand somebody and say, hey, I went to a real truck driving school. I didn't go to some fly-by-night Julio's CDL mill. So, and I would talk to a lot of drivers at truck shows over the years, and they would ask me about different companies who provide their own training program. And again, I would tell them, you know, I wouldn't do that, because if you go through their program, you're basically turning yourself into an indentured servant for at least 2 years, because their program is not good, but it's going to cost you anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000. And some of these companies are very, very litigious about coming after you if you quit early for that money, and they will garnish your wages at the next job you take. So I always point them towards legitimate junior colleges. I think that's the way to go.
By the way, Marshall, you opened up a great line of conversation. There's some stuff I want to dig into here. You're welcome to hang out. Dre's going to put you on hold, or if you just want to say you've said your piece and get out of here, that's cool too. What your choice?
I said my piece. I'm good with that. So
Thank you, sir. Good to hear from Marshall, by the way. Excellent points, by the way. I just want to kind of say this too, that's something people don't think about. One of the reasons why people who go to college, there are disadvantages these days to going to college, debt being one of them. But one of the great advantages that people don't understand is learning association, meaning that if you learn how to do something in a great atmosphere, you actually learn it better. I know that sounds like a crazy thing, but if you were we'll use Julio. Nobody's picking on Julio, but Julio's fly-by-night driving academy. It's in a strip mall. They only have one truck. It barely works. The instructors are late on a regular basis. You get the bare minimum you need to pass the test, and your first kind of association with trucking is a negative one. We talked earlier about the idea that, did you hear Weasel's phone call, Chris? I know you were on your way over. Okay, so Chris, Weasel, what he said is that he was learning to drive tractor trailers at around 9. His dad was a truck driver from the time he was a boy. He spent a good amount of time in the military, and while he wasn't a truck driver as his principal job, because of the unit that he was in, he was called upon to drive trucks. So he walked out of the military ready to go. He got that training. He also has associations of camaraderie, of fatherly love. The association of how he got his education made him a better student. The thing that Marshall has said that is so interesting too is it's okay if you do college right, junior college, vocational tech, all of that stuff. You're still in an atmosphere where people are paid nice wages and are invested in you continuing to get better. It's their reputation. People who actually teach for a living. People don't sign PhDs, I can tell you this, man. The arguments that people get into to get their doctorates, it's you are asking somebody to put their signature, their good name on your existence. And in the same way, at a Votech or a community college, what you're doing is that people with a reputation and an office have to sign off on you, which means they deal with heat. But the environment itself is also one that you have positive associations with, which means you learn better as well, too. It's a really good point that Marshall makes, and it shows the potential employer that if you were willing to go onto a campus and really spend time over there and make time out of a busy schedule to learn that trade, it shows that you have a commitment as well. I'd like your thoughts on all of this, by the way.
And the other point that I'd like to call out that Marshall made, which I thought was really powerful, is I do agree that you need to very, very carefully evaluate any company that wants to, I'll do my air quote voice again, pay for your CDL, right? Because to his point, there is a sort of usually a contractual obligation to that company then to drive for them for a certain amount of time. So what I was talking about before, and what I believe Matt had referenced it in the chat, was around finishing school. So once you have your CDL, once you've gone to a company, they provide additional training. That I'm very much in favor of. I agree with Marshall. I am very, very cautious about companies that want to help you get your CDL and we're going to make it easy for you. And this is going to be, no worries, just come to us not knowing anything. I love the idea of going to a junior college, going to a community college, something like that, and being able to have that training in a true educational environment where, to your point, they're accredited. They have to meet certain standards. They have to provide the training in a certain way. And I think that's a very powerful point he's making.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, I got to tell you, the truck driver of the future, the one that I see coming in regards to the gold standard, is they go to that VOTEC school and then they sit down with their advisor, which, by the way, you'll have an advisor. If you're actually going to a genuine 8-week program or a semester program, you're going to have an advisor, is to also be able to look at them and say, hey, just out of curiosity, do they have basic Spanish here? Does this campus offer basic Spanish? Can I take a class over there at the same time? Is that something that I can possibly do? The other thing I would highly recommend too is if you're in one of those situations and a company comes forward and says, hey, here you're going to the VOTEC, we'd like to pay for that, is take that contract down to your advisor, who will probably, anybody who's running well, by the way, any good VOTEC program or any good community college is going to have legitimate partners in the transportation industry, because they serve communities. There are over-the-road opportunities from those places, but a lot of those places have a lot of local routes they serve. A community college is creating employees. What has happened too much of the time is that people don't understand what college and community college, there's a big difference between the two of those. Colleges are rigorous academic, universities are rigorous academic institutions that are designed for critical thinking, regardless in what you major in. Community colleges are designed for rigorous vocational training to make you a vibrant, producing member of those communities. That's the big difference. But you do have resources available. It's like people who don't take care of their GI Bill. While you're on a campus, take down that contract. If anybody gave you a contract and say, hey, can you look at this? They're not going to charge you. It's their job saying, hey, Chris, you don't want to sign this thing. What? This puts you on the hook for 3.5 years. And by the way, I can opt out in a year and a half. Yeah, but the opt out in a year and a half is only if you've driven so many miles. Mm-hmm. Trust me, they will cut down your miles at the end to make sure you don't hit that number. It's that simple. It really is worth looking at. I was going to ask you, and this is something fun, if you were going to, so tomorrow you get put in charge, the DOT comes to you and says you are in charge of reforming the entire training system in the United States. First of all, you probably have a heart attack. Second of all, what do you do? What does it look like?
Well, and I would just approach that from a data standpoint, because that's all I can do. I am not the level of expert that so many of your listeners are on driver training, on driver schools, on qualifications, things like that. What I would say is, has the DOT really looked at the results that are coming out of these schools? And if they have, boy, I would love them to tell me how they've gathered that data, because it's actually something that to bring them up yet again, Matt Beach and I have been talking about lately, is how do we understand the quality of driver that is coming out of a CDL school once they're out on the road? It was something we struggled with when I was at Covenant. A driver that comes from school A, do they perform better? So how do you gather the right information to make some of these judgments? I actually think that the first step is to look at kind of the bare minimum and say, all right, are these drivers lasting in the industry? Are they having more accidents? We should be able to track a school source for a driver and figure out, are they having more at-fault accidents than someone else, just from a pure safety standpoint, and address it at that level. Because if a CDL school is not giving you your basic understanding of safety, especially around severe accidents, that school should not be training drivers, right? That's a very clear thing for me.
The other thing that Marshall brought up that I think is really cool about truck driving conferences and conventions, truck conventions, truck shows, this is really crucial. Lindsay Trent over at NextGen, one of the things that she does at the Mid-America Trucking Show is that she gives them a bingo card and brings her students down to the Mid-American Trucking Show, brings them down there. Yep. I think it'd be interesting, too, to set up a booth where you tell people, we've brought our students down here, or a room where we brought our students down here, and we're asking truck drivers to sign up, truck drivers, people who have made their living, to come in and talk to these folks, to let them get one-on-one conversation with people in the industry, to get actual real-life experience conversations. Because I think if you're going to build the perfect truck driving program, it needs to be a combination of people who actually know how to disseminate information. Because there are a lot of people who have a lot of great knowledge and don't know how to deliver it. But like Marshall is a great example in regards to he knows how to deliver it. It would take me about an hour with a methodological, educational, pedagogical program, a lot of fancy words for saying how to teach. I could show it to Marshall and say, I need you to deliver this information in this order, explain to him why, and he'd be able to do it. But that's the big thing. It's finding real-world experience that can be then translated into a discernible methodology of information delivery.
Two things you said there that I'd like to highlight. One, teaching is a talent and a skill, right? It can be learned how to teach, but there are many people who are talented teachers, and we need to value them and get them out there teaching people. The other thing that you mentioned is people who are maybe in a CDL school, talking to current drivers, getting understanding of what that life is going to be like. Well, why stop there? The best driver of a personal vehicle I knew was somebody who, to your point, started driving a farm truck when he was 9 years old, and that level of experience, just starting earlier. Why can't we start talking to students who are in high school who might be interested in pursuing these careers? Why can't we get some of these programs out there? And I think that there are some of the folks who I've talked to from your program who are going down that path and who are very interested in engaging younger and younger folks, maybe not getting a CDL to somebody who's 16 years old, but hey, let's start having that conversation earlier. If you were interested in that life over the road, here's what it looks like. Here's what that career path, again, can look like for you.
By the way, this is a crazy thing. If you're thinking about, speaking of community colleges, this is for the people out there listening. If you are somebody who wants to be a trainer, and I have a great suggestion for you, speaking of community colleges, go find a basic education class. I'm not kidding, guys. If you are somebody who is a really great driver and actually tells a really good story and knows how to tell a tale and knows how to show somebody how to drive, take one semester, one class, maybe $400 or $500. Do your research, but find a good class on how to teach. Because you may get so excited, like, oh my God, I can take all of my knowledge and put it into the system and be able to deliver it even more effectively than I'm doing right now. I've always said that I think Tony Romo, and by the way, Lindsay's going to be here shortly. She is very excited about her Dallas Cowboys, who are playing much better than anybody expected. One of the reasons why Tony Romo is so good at what he does is he was a very good quarterback, but he wasn't a great NFL quarterback. He was good. He made himself very good by becoming a massive student of the game. And then, ironically, he found his true purpose, which is, I think, the best color man in professional football, because he's a great teacher, because he was only good as opposed to naturally gifted. Now, I mean, compared to you and I, the man is a physical genius. But you get what I'm saying, guys, right? You understand that many of you have a fire hose of information. A good teaching class might actually help get you there. I want to make sure we have a little bit, about a minute left here. Kristen, I want you to stick around just for a minute to tell Lindsay hi before we kind of shift over into making a, as they say, life on Road Gang Radio. But do you have any final thoughts here for us?
No, I just really appreciate the conversation and always love that you guys are always talking about the stuff that is really critical to the industry here.
Really appreciate that. By the way, our good friend Chris Orban is a regular contributor over here at Road Gang Radio. 20 years in the transportation industry. You can find him now at journeytms.com or on Chris Orban over in the LinkedIn, which, by the way, I'm telling you, dude, I go into LinkedIn now. It's disgusting. I am now. Isn't he the best? He's the best. He's going to stick around for a minute, Lindsay, and just get a little bit of a hello and a hi and how do you do, and then we'll head on over into the wonderful land of having a life. I'm glad you got here. It's good to have you. How you doing?
Oh, hi, me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped in on your show and then I disappeared. That was very anticlimactic. Good morning. I'm excited to be here. I just want to sneak in on the end of making a living because I still do need to make a living before we make a life. So I'm just trying to balance myself out, guys.
You taking a little bit of the living with you. Dre, give us a little bit of that life music. There we go. Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah.
Jimmy Mack, Chris Orban. We'll be back on the other side, and then Lindsay and I will give you the life you've been waiting for. It's Road Gang Radio. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's Wednesday.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
That's sweet.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
How about them Cowboys? Let's go Cowboys. Chris. I'm sorry. Let's go Patriots. There we go. I can celebrate both kinds.
We got to be careful. I might get in trouble with the Saints fans who are probably just waiting outside the door of the studio.
The Saints
here.
fans are fine, by the way. The Saints fans are fine. By the way, there was a little bit of celebration for the Saints fans. I'm wearing a Saints jacket, by the way. Just want to point out it's a nice Tommy Hilfiger Saints jacket.
They still make those?
Yeah, they do, actually.
Yeah, I got my underwear on.
No, actually, this is the buy low component of the Saints' existence.
Understood.
Did you all see about the Saints' place kicker, though? They cut Grupke, and they brought in a new guy, Smythe. Smythe. He is from.
Wait, what was the first name?
Swift.
Swift and Smythe?
Yeah, actually, they had a guy named Grupke. They cut Grupke.
Grupke, Swift, and Smythe.
Yeah, and now they've got Grupke, Swift, and Smythe. This is really kind of cool. He's from Ireland. He is literally an Irishman who just wanted to play American football. He was a rugby player, and they signed him up. They brought him in. He was in their training camp, didn't do as well in training camp because they liked him a lot. He had a good, powerful leg, and he had a lot of confidence. He missed a lot of field goals in training camp, but they also realized he simply hadn't gotten the reps. You know, the way a lot of kickers get reps, you know, as high schoolers and middle schoolers and all that stuff. He just hadn't done it enough, and they said, we really like you. He played it for the European League. They said, just get your reps in. They brought him in. He actually almost won the game for them, guys. It was crazy what happened. His first field goal was a 56-yarder. It is the second longest field goal by a rookie as their first kick ever. And Lindsay, it was so much fun. They actually had a simulcast of the bar in the bar in the county that he is from, Ireland. They kept the bar open late at night so his friends and family could see it. And what they didn't tell him was the Saints flew his mom and dad in. So they were in Miami and got to watch him make a 56-yard field goal that almost won the game for the Saints, which is really, really cool. I love American football almost as much as I love baseball.
Football. You know what's cool? I forget what game I was watching this weekend, but they do, speaking of you talking about the bar over in Ireland and they, being able to stay up late and watch it. There's somewhere they cut to in California and they were watching the game. It was like a VR kind of bar and it feels like you're sitting in the end zone. So cool.
It's insane.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
That was insane. It was it was a college football game, and they basically had the fans of one of the two teams. It's at Los Angeles place, and the screen it's like the Sphere. The screen is concaved. it's caved in so that it gets the illusion, as he dropped my cup all over my lap, it creates the illusion that you're actually on top of it. That shot that they gave us, Lindsay, of them in the end zone, I was like, I would almost...
I didn't know. You had to tell me that, like, they had to explain it before I realized they weren't actually there. It was very cool.
It looked like they were behind a glass wall watching the game.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, they were there. I mean, they were there. It's like those Toronto Blue Jay fans who, did the game watch over at the stadium. And
It's like Chris Orban right now. Feels like he's behind a glass watching this show. Is he really there? Is that really him?
I really am here in person even. And what's amazing to me is how fast technology has moved forward. And just to bring it back to technology in transportation, I remember when they were talking about some vehicles that had gotten so well insulated against road noise that it was actually impacting safety because you didn't feel the connection to the road, and so they actually had to reduce the actual sound reduction of the car to make you able to hear what was going on outside of you so you could stay safe. Like, how crazy is technology?
How about the eye mirror? The first time I ever got one of those, Lindsay, the idea that every single rear view mirror was actually a camera. It wasn't a mirror. It was a camera. And they had to actually, when they went back in to put an actual mirror in there in case, they said, well, wait a minute, what happens if the system fails? But Lindsay, I got in that thing and there were like 16 cameras. And there was one view where you could see above the truck. They had this thing where you could launch a drone from the top of the truck and look down on your truck going down the highway. I wouldn't even pay attention to the road. I'd be like, oh, this is...
Yeah, it's too much. It's like getting a Tesla. It's too much. Seamus, my husband, in his truck has that thing too, where you can flip it and it can be a mirror or it can be like the camera, and it stresses me out. It's too much.
I will say that the 360 view of the vehicle is really powerful. We talked about the backing task earlier and how difficult that can be. I think that's a game changer. As you get more and more technology on these trucks, being able to see that 360 overhead view stitched together from multiple cameras is a really powerful tool, actually.
I will tell you this in regards to drones, Lindsay. There is now stuff that in regards to first responders, if let's say a truck rolls over and goes down a hill and nobody can get to the truck, and they realize that simply giving somebody a shot or giving somebody some kind of medication to keep them stable, they can actually fly a drone down there and drop off the thing that is needed to the person.
That's like Hunger Games, dude. That is straight up Hunger Games. When they just drop the little parachute baggie of something? We're in Hunger Games now.
Well, it's interesting because
on the roads and the highways, Mad Max and Hunger Games combined.
But back to the thing, a drone can get places where a helicopter couldn't, can get there faster, can get there more efficiently, can deliver. I mean, it's really, this world that we've built for ourselves is kind of crazy, but also really, really interesting.
Well, yeah,
and you have to lean into that. I'm glad you're coming at it, Chris, from a very excited perspective, because obviously we know there's a lot of drivers out there that are listening and like, no, stop the technology, but like, it's not going to stop. So like, embrace. And when you lean into all the things that you get, not what it's taking away from you, but what it adds to your life or what it gives you time to do in other places, it is very exciting. And lean in, I say.
Speaking of leaning in, this is really cool. And we don't think about this anymore, Lindsay, because it just becomes so kind of second nature to us. So, hey, JB, James Billingsley writes, morning from Yuma, Arizona. Just dropped into the chat. Welcome, Road Ganger. Think about this as the fact that James wrote morning from Yuma. Trucker Boaston is not in Yuma. He actually made a comment about the fact that that what we're talking about here is like the overhead view on racing video games. So we are talking with two people on a chat who are in absolutely opposite locations. At the same time, you were in
are we.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, you were in Franklin, Tennessee, and Chris has stopped by the studio to talk with us. So we have one guest with me who is in person. We have you by yourself out there. However,
stop reminding me.
But wait,
I'm all by myself over here.
But wait, soon to be joined by a good friend of yours at noon, because I got to tell you, if you guys want to hear two friends who are incredibly talented, shooting the breeze and talking about everything under the sun and playing a little music to boot, you are not going to want to miss We Should Write this morning. I want you to tell Chris what's going on, tell everybody what's happening.
Gladly. Hey, Chris. So one of another guy named Chris is going to be my guest on We Should Write today. I host a show over here called We Should Write. It's about the healing power of writing. And Chris, you might say, why would that be on a trucking network? Well, because truck drivers are people too, and they also have emotions and feelings and things they need to get out and work out and have a lot of time on the road alone with their thoughts, and they get to see a lot. And actually, nay, I say that trucking is not only not the right audience, but they are the 100% the actual
Perfect.
first and best, perfect audience for this show. So we dive deep. And Chris, what's been really cool is that we talk to songwriters and creatives, authors of all kinds. But we're not trying to convince people to become writers professionally. We're just trying to from each different perspective, say, hey, this is how writing has helped me, whether it be a journal or a napkin, a bar napkin, at whatever. And it's been wildly different conversations based on like whether it's one guy who's an Army combat veteran who is also counterintelligence and a PTSD survivor, and he wrote a book in order to heal from his PTSD through this character in the book. So that was a whole different perspective. A woman who connected with somebody from camp 30 years ago through Facebook, saw that her son had terminal cancer and started just writing letters all the time, and this friendship formed, and she ended up writing letters to all her Facebook friends and like the crazy relationships.
280 Facebook friends. I know Chris actually heard that one. And by the way,
586.
Oh, 586. Oh my God.
586. Wow. And she finally got letters back from people that said like, one guy, I was contemplating suicide and your letter showed up. I hadn't heard from you in 20, like that kind of thing. It's just like mind blowing. So anyway, Chris is going to come in today. He and I have been writing songs and performing. A lot of our audience knows him because they've seen him perform with me for the past almost 20 years. But I get to actually interview him today and talk about like writing from a very different side of things, how it's helped him become a better human. Because I've seen a lot of him, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I'm going to get to ask him some questions I never have. He's going to be live in studio. He's also going to play music. He's one of the best male voices in Nashville, so it's going to be very exciting. So.
Yeah, if he ever, by the way, had ever figured out how to be a professional golfer, he would have given it all up. Oh, by the way, I just want to point this out because, man, he loves the links. He loves
golf scholarship and spent a lot of time in Louisiana on a golf scholarship.
Yeah, I tell you this too, Lindsay. One of the things I think they're going to enjoy about the conversation, it's a great reminder that you can be good at a lot of things, but it's important that ultimately you not get wrapped up in the paralysis of being good at too many things.
Well, no, that's something I'm going to talk to him about, and actually both of y'all's take, you and Chris, because you and this Chris Orban, because that's one thing that's in my notes today to bring up to him, because Chris is naturally good at a lot of things, as are a lot of people in this conversation, and it makes it's 100% a blessing and a curse, because if you don't just have the one thing that you do where you're like, I focus like a truck driver, I drive a truck, I love it, I'm passionate about it, I do it well. That's the whole nature of the logistics and everything, the business side of trucking. It's like, and with technology, we're trying to do all these things that take all the peripheral out of the truck driver's view so they can do the one thing they do, which is drive, period. And that's an amazing thing. When you're a creative person and you're like, oh, well, I sing and I write and I produce and I perform. And oh, by the way, Chris also plays golf. And that's become part of his, actually, it's why he's gotten a lot of gigs, because he plays a lot of golf tournaments that he both performs at and plays in it. And that's beautiful, and it makes for a very rich, abundant life. But it also, I think, is quite debilitating. It almost shows up in the form of like ADHD, where you're like, I don't know which to focus on. I'm just really great sprinkled at all these things, and I never get to really thrive in one. I feel that, and it's so I want to talk to him about that. Do you feel that, Chris? Do you have any? Would you say this is the one thing I do really, 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 really well?
I think what's interesting about that conversation is I have a wide variety of interests and things that I think I'm good at, but what has captured me the most in my whole life has been, and this is going to sound so cheesy on a show about the transportation industry, but the transportation industry. I've never encountered anything that was so inclusive and involving and generous with time and knowledge so quickly. I've worked in many other fields. I've tried many other things in my life. But transportation has been just something that grabbed me and did not let go. And I really love it. And I think that it's about the people, and I did want to bring back, I will never, ever question the relevance of writing and truck drivers being involved in that creative space, because some of the best, believe it or not, safety conversations I've ever had with a driver have been about the words they've been writing in their journal or a project they've been working on. It's such a connecting moment when you talk to somebody about something that they're creating that it makes everything else so much easier.
I'm so glad you said that. That's brings it all back, Jim.
It does. And speaking of bringing it all back, there's a couple of things that both of you guys said. Chris used the word captured. That's kind of the thing, the great song, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. The idea of Lost My Heart. And you had, Pauline Kael, and when she wrote, Pauline Kael was good at a lot of stuff. It turned out she was better at telling people why movies were terrible and doing it in a way that was incredibly entertaining. And once she figured out a way to make a living off of it, it became a really remarkable career. And I think that people think too much about what they do and sometimes who they are. I think the real question is what am I? And I think to a large degree the breakthrough, the kind of epiphanic moment when you're a good golfer and a good guitar player and a good songwriter and a good producer is to stop asking the questions, what do I do, or who am I, and to ask the question, what is it that I do? What is the core foundational thing that I'm doing? What do all these things have in common? What is the common, that connective tissue, thread that runs through it? I think once you begin to realize that that is your governing principle, that we all have this kind of, the idea of thought, plot, character, thought, diction, music, spectacle, which are the 6 foundational things of any great story. Figuring out the plot is great. Figuring out, what you're going to say is terrific. Figuring out what the theme is, what the overall thing is that you want to communicate, that you want people to see you in the world as, often allows you to figure out all those separate elements. Is that if you are a connector, it's very, very different than if you are a person who works by themselves, creating things and then releasing them.
It's the cross section of what do I do well that also, I believe, here comes Pollyanna. What do I do well that also benefits at least one other person? That also lights up how I think that's when we're walking our purpose on the earth. It's when what am I passionate about? Like Chris just said. And that's not cheesy. I'm glad that transportation lights you up, or else what are you doing? You're in the wrong place. And so it should be. And owning that. People are so scared, I think, to own, I love what I do and I'm really good at it. People don't, you should, if you can't say that, go find something else. And I'm trying to get better, but I'm I'm really good at what I do. And I also love it. And I think it's bringing at least 1 or 2 other people joy. I see it on the chat. I'm cool. Go forth and prosper. Keep doing that. Do more of that. Do more of that. And truck drivers have that. If you actually and indeed do love driving a truck, you are also bringing people the goods and you are funding your family. Done. You're walking, at least for now. It doesn't mean that can't shift later, but at least at this time and place, you are right on track. You are right on the road, my friends.
It's also being honest with yourself in some dark ways as well too. I want to admit this is I might bring things down here.
Let's get dark. Let's go. Tell us something you've never told. What's the worst thing you've ever done? You've never told anybody, Jimmy. Go.
Oh, I'm not going to do that.
Oh,
but I can tell you something dark I realized, which is you have to recognize your talents. Do not be a humble bragger. One of the things that I've recognized about myself, that if somebody is good to better to great, or if somebody is good or very good and wants to be great, I'm really good at helping that. I can't help mediocre people. And there are people that can. I want to make this really clear. I mean, there are people that can take mediocre people and make them serviceable, make them solid, give them foundational skills. I don't have that skill set. I am really good at looking at somebody extraordinary like you and being like, oh, here's the final tweak. This is what you can do. This is how we finish up what we have started.
You're great at that.
I'm really good at that. But if you're mediocre, I can't help you. I can't train people to be reflexive. And there are people that can, by the way. Do I make sense there? That people that can tell people to do their job, to basically go through the diligence every day of doing the grind work.
It's called a manager.
By the way, I don't do that. That's not what I do. I am really good, though, at being I'm stuck. You talk about the idea that, who were you talking about? Was it George Jones? Who were we talking about yesterday? Hank Williams. Who was the guy that we didn't talk about that you brought up yesterday? The songwriter. Larry?
Fred Rose.
Fred Rose. Okay. So Fred Rose is a great example. Fred Rose has a gift of making people who are great seen, recognized, and all that kind of stuff. But
by the way, he wrote Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, and he is also the person that, quote unquote, discovered Hank Williams.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, and that's exactly it.
But you don't know who he is. Nobody knows who he is.
Nobody knows who he is.
I mean, unless you live in Nashville.
But the thing I have found that I've had to kind of accept, because I've run into people over the course of my life where they don't want to be great. They don't want, and by the way, I don't mean that as a knock on them. They don't want to be great. They don't want to be great. They just want to get to the next checkpoint. They just want to go home. They just want to do that stuff.
And that's fine.
And that's fine. it becomes a point of dark frustration for me because my thought is, well, why don't you want this? And it's taken me a long time to get to the point where it's like, dude.
It's not your job to save everyone, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's not my job. It's my job to save
yourself.
Yeah. It's my job to save those who want to be saved, too. That's the other thing. If somebody comes to me and says, I want to be great at this, I can help them. But
Save yourself, Jim, but first save me, please. Thanks.
Yeah, well, exactly.
We'll worry about you later.
Well, the thing is, too, by the way, guys, I also realize that in saving other people, I save myself. That's part of my motivation.
Help me, help you. Help me, help you.
Yeah, and the reason I say that to you guys in regards to transportation, in regards to trucking, is that there are people, guys, I want you to be able to learn to walk away from people. There are only people you can tell so many times how to back up. There are only so many times you can tell people, hey, man, you got to do your post-trip. At some point, you have to say, you know what, you are going to be who you're going to be, and I need to go focus on somebody. Because there's nothing worse, and Lindsay, boy, I'm just going to land with you, than watching somebody chase somebody around, offering them greatness, while somebody behind you who is capable of it is begging you to do it for them, and you don't.
It actually comes out. I loved, I don't know if you heard this earlier today, Chris. Who was it called? Chowder, who called early this morning. I loved him saying, is the non-domicile thing, are we connecting this to the COVID conversation where it's like every guy that backed up wrong, made a wrong turn, is that non-domiciled? It's like, no, some people are just that dumb, unfortunately.
Right.
Some people are just that mediocre and or not willing to make the necessary tweaks to work on themselves, to work on their truck, to work on their craft. That doesn't mean they're non-domiciled CDL. But that was a great point. It's like, can we stop blaming everything on non-domiciled? Let's actually check it out, because you're giving non-domiciled a bad name by just assuming everything is that. But it was a great point. It's sometimes it's just somebody that perhaps shouldn't be driving a truck. If you're either naturally good at it or you do a lot of work at it. Right, Chris?
Well, and I think you're bringing up something else, which is we shouldn't always assume the negative, right? Like, I'm sure there are some very, very good drivers out there who are non-domiciled. I'm sure there are some very good drivers out there who might have come from a CDL mill. Now, I bet those drivers then put a lot of extra time in, requested extra training, did all those kinds of things. But we shouldn't ever just generalize everybody into one bucket. To your earlier point, drivers are human beings. They're not numbers. Like, these are people who are operating heavy vehicles. I always tell the thing about, like, what other job can you get where on your first day you're put in charge of an 80,000-pound vehicle with maybe $1 million in the trailer and told to go from California to Boston and be there on time. Now, be safe, but be there on time. I mean, that's some stress,
and then
right?
Push them out. It's like pushing your child out into the world.
Yep.
Good luck.
Yeah, it is.
And also, but by the way, real quick, when he said, you just made me think too, when you said a CDL mill, I thought of my dog. Okay. Because my dog was in a puppy mill, by the way. And she is a wonderful dog now, a year later. So we also can't just cast those people, people fall into mills and it's not their fault. People are wanting a quick fix, a quick hit. I need I lost my job. I need a new industry. I've got a family to feed. This is a quick fix. This is a quick hit. I'll do it. And I get it. I understand why I would probably do the same thing. Like, what's the quickest route where I can get it? Doesn't make it right. But I could see how I would do that. Now, that being said, if that gets me into it, as long as I course correct after that, or as long as we say, it's almost like you see on the news, they've gone in and infiltrated a puppy mill in Tennessee and gotten 500 dogs out of there. I mean, those people are still worth saving, is all I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
There are course correcting for everybody out there. So if you happen to be listening, you're like, I think my CDL might not be actually accurate. Give us a call. We can help you shift that.
Well, and again, this industry is one that will be willing to help. Like, I have never met people who are more willing to help and teach than in the transportation space.
For sure.
I'll give you a good example of. I can show you how you can turn a CDL mill to your advantage. Where your plan is to go to a CDL mill.
In the arms of an angel, fly away.
Thank you, Sarah.
With me.
Thank you, Sarah.
You too. For just $5.99, you can save a non-domiciled. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You can save a non-domiciled truck driver. No, but what you could do is, let's just say you have a friend like Marshall. Let's say you talk to Marshall and you see him every day, that you work at a truck stop, or that you're in Marshall's community where he lives. And I might say, Marshall, you don't have to do this, by the way. I'm just using him as an example, where it's like, tell you what, go get a CDL real quick. I'll give you your training for free. There are a couple of tricks that you could probably engage in to get the CDL out of the way and get it cheaply, but that still involves
We're
planning.
putting the cart before the horse kind of works.
Yeah, where you actually, but that's a plan though. That is in fact an actual educational plan. I mean, you might as well just go to the VOTEC like he talked about. But there are ways of saying, well, the other example is you grew up on a farm. And you know how to operate all that stuff. There's no reason you have to go to an 8-week program, although it might benefit you because you might get exposed to a much broader world. The other great thing about VOTEC and community colleges and universities is it's one of the last places left in the country, other than a dock, where you can actually meet people from different walks of life. And there are too many people who have been balkanized in this country who don't know, how can anybody vote for these people? Well, you don't live where those people live. How can anybody think like those people? Well, you live in a rural community and they live stacked on top of each other, and it goes on and on and on. So I thought that Chowder's point, you made a good point, Lindsay, was well made because when he said, there's a lot of people out there that look just like me. There's a lot of people broken down that look just like me, don't look non-domiciled, got their CDLs from good places, and they still have no idea what they're doing behind the wheel. Yep. No clue whatsoever because somebody let them through. Because somebody said, keep on keeping on.
Let them live. Let them through. Chris Orban, it's really good to see you and get to talk to you today. And I actually can see you right now.
I know, it's fantastic.
Great.
We have a good show today, Chris. I hope you get a chance.
We have a weird show today.
This is really kind of
in a good way. I mean, weird as a compliment. To go from Mothman to Christmas Joy is quite, with some positivity thrown in right in the middle. It's going to be interesting.
This is really cool, guys. Mothmanmuseum.com in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It is the largest collection of props and memorabilia from the movie The Mothman Prophecies in the town where the Mothman sightings and encounters actually occurred. We are going to be talking to Steve Ward over there. By the way,
who lives and breathes this, and I want to know if Steve feels if he feels like he was destined to just live a weird life, from UFO sightings at a young age to Mothman fascinations. This guy is destined for weirdness, and I mean it as a compliment.
You've seen this movie a while back, right, Lindsay?
It's been a long time. I actually looked for it yesterday to try to watch it again, and I couldn't find it. But I didn't look that hard, obviously. But I also didn't want to. It's been a long time. I have a hard time watching something weird right now. My brain has already shifted to Christmas movies, so that's where I'm at right now. That's where I'm at. I can't throw Mothman in the mix. I know that you love scary Christmas movies. And you do you, Jim, but it is not my brain.
I will say this in regards to Mothman as a Christmas movie. The one thing that's really amazing about it, though, at the end, if you guys don't remember it, spoiler alert, the end isn't as dark as you think it's going to be.
And it's not a Christmas movie.
But it has a really uplifting ending. It has a really, really uplifting ending and will make you feel, it's creepy, but it'll make you actually feel good that sometimes whatever is out there might, in fact, be on your side. Might in fact be rooting for you, and that's a groovy thing too. Who knows? Maybe the Mothman is an angel. It's a discussion worth having.
Ooh, I like that discussion.
Because I got
at least a symbol, at least a metaphor.
Because the last 15 minutes of that movie suggested maybe somebody was out there looking out. Maybe somebody was out there looking out for all of us. By the way, there's also a theory on the black dog that he is not a warning that you are going to die, but that he's a warning that he in fact is the defender of the graveyard, saying not your time to enter.
Ooh.
I love that when it
like
turns
a crow.
out. Isn't that the best in the world when they have a movie or a story that sets you up and you're sure who the bad guy is, and it turns out that he's the best guy of them all? It's one of my favorite tropes.
It's like Home Alone, the old man shoveling.
The old man, by the way, the old man is one of the best. Is one of the best payoffs.
Heartbreaking and beautiful at the same time.
One of the best payoffs at all time. The creepy old man turns out to be the guy that saves the day. That's always a groovy thing. I love that.
Chris, what's your favorite Christmas movie? And also, when we say Christmas, does it weird you out because your name is in it? Is it hard?
No, that's perfectly fine.
I'm always so curious about that. People okay, go on. What's your favorite Christmas movie?
I'm actually a really big fan of the Bill Murray Scrooged movie.
Yeah, that's my husband's favorite also, who is also a Patriot fan. Clearly, you and my husband Seamus need to be best friends.
Maybe.
Is there any more devastating line in that movie than, come on, Clarence, I need a happy ending here? And when he looks at the guy frozen to death? Oh, man, that thing just...
At least he was frozen to death kind of with a smile.
Oh, it's so sad. And, they bring him back at the end.
They do.
We got to get out of here.
Spoiler
Chris,
alert.
thank you for making time for us this morning.
Chris
Thank you all
Orban,
very
ho,
much.
ho, ho. Merry Christmas to you, friend.
Merry Christmas to y'all.
JourneyTMS.com. Thank you, sir. It's always great to see you. Great conversation.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with Road Gang Radio as it continues bumbling, rumbling, and stumbling down the road. Hello, Lindsay.
Hello, we're going to talk the Mothman. Or is it an angel? You be the judge. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back, y'all. It's Road Gang Radio. Great conversation with Chris Orban. Love that guy. Love that he's local. Love that we get to steal him every once in a while and dive a little deeper. Love that I get to be here with you guys this morning. Jimmy Mack, good morning to you. It is Wednesday, which means there's a brand new episode of We Should Write. One that, Jim, I actually had a really hard time prepping for this, if that makes sense. I've known this person almost 20 years, and it's like I know too much, and then, that's hard to be like, what do I introduce to the audience that they don't already know, that I know? It was a weird, really tricky thing to be like, what can I ask him that I don't already know? But also, I'm the only one that knows everything, so how do I balance that out? I'm not making sense, although I know I'm making sense.
No, you make perfect sense.
It was tricky. It was tricky, but and also, I want to keep, Jim, Chris was like, well, just flow with it. I'm like, yeah, but it's actually a show that actually finally has a format, and I want to stick with it, and I also want to do him the justice of giving him an act, not just be like, oh, it's one of my friends, so we can shoot the you-know-what. I'd be like, no, I want to give him his fair pomp and circumstance around it. So it'll be interesting. He's going to show up with a guitar. We're going to bang a drum and make some music and talk. But I think it'll be one that you won't want to miss. If you've ever seen Chris perform or he and I perform together, this is a chance to really get to know him. He's one of the deepest, most beautiful writers I know. So I'm really looking forward to it. That'll be live today at noon at 12 p.m. Central. So don't miss it.
It's interesting, too, by the way, because I had a little bit of a similar dilemma this morning on the show because you know how much education is so important to me, and the AP story had come out, and it was really the buzz and the talk of the CVTA and the NAPFTDS. This show, the first hour in particular, has a really hard format. And I think the best way to kind of solve the problem, and I'm willing to bet you've already done this, which is hold to the format and then let everything else kind of go where it wants to go. And that's kind of the trick. Make sure you hit your bureaucratic points and you signpost
I have
the
an
journey.
Outline.
Yeah, because you're going to need one.
A rough outline.
You're going to need one because of how open and possible what you're going to be doing just in a little bit here is. Speaking of open and possible, we're going to actually pivot.
Pivot?
We're going to pivot into our first guest of the second half of this show here in a moment. I'm not even sure how to unpack this bio, but I'm going to give it a good chance. I can't wait to dig into this. This is such a perfect... Today's show is perfect Road Gang Radio consumption stuff in regards to topics, conversations, and the fact that We Should Write follows it all up as well. So speaking of pivoting...
Pivot?
Phone Master Dre, if you'd be so kind. Our next guest, by the way, his main area of research is what some people call high strangeness or
Same.
window areas. I like to call it the new weird, where separate types of paranormal phenomenon all seem to occur in the same location.
Phenomenon.
By the way,
Phenomenon.
Carry on. What's really kind of cool about this stuff, too, though, is that there are a number of people who have already been a part of this show, the High Strangeness podcast, our good friend Julian Simpson with the Lovecraft investigation, who talk about tears and seams in which all kinds of strange things come through. That, by the way, is the area of focus and the area of passion of our next guest, who I am thrilled to introduce, Steve Ward, and you can find out more about what Steve is up to over at the mothmanmuseum.com. I could talk about his service. I could talk about his pursuit of the strange and the weird. I could talk about his encounters, but they are so much a part of who he is. I have a feeling a lot of it is going to reveal itself over the course of this conversation. Go to mothmanmuseum.com. It's over in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and it is our pleasure to welcome him to the show this morning. Good morning, Steve.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So happy to have you and happy to dive deep. And Steve, we alluded a little earlier on the show about we're going to sort of dive deep about with Mothman prophecies, the warnings. Is it a angel or demon? There's a lot to dive deep in. But as much as I want to start here, and this is kind of throwing you right into throwing you the wolves right away. But I'm curious because you've had these fascinations with the weird and the folklore and the wild, and growing up in Michigan with the UFO flap occurring virtually in your backyard, as you say. So I'm curious to you, right from the get-go, do you think that these kinds of sightings or fascinations happen to people or happen to people or through people? Meaning, are we experiencing an external entity, or are we tapping into something perhaps that our consciousness doesn't normally have access to?
Well, probably a little bit of both. It certainly is an external phenomenon or force that has been with mankind forever. John Keel, who was the author of the Mothman Prophecies, believed that certain people were naturally tuned into some of this. So he thought some people were naturally, I guess, psychic, for lack of a better word. Mm-hmm. And some people experience these things more than others. I experience almost nothing, so I have to talk to people that have had these experiences. But it's and John Keel also thought that these things, there was some kind of an external force or reality to this. But he also thought that people may be sort of co-creating some of these experiences. I mean, if you look at the history of the UFO phenomenon over the years, the strange lights in the sky have been interpreted differently over the years. Perhaps they've even manifested differently. That's another question. But in the way, if you go way back, the strange lights in the sky, some people they call them fairy lights. Some people really believe that witches were flying around on their brooms carrying lanterns. As the years progressed, you had the mysterious airship flap in the late 1800s. Sometimes people just saw a strange light in the sky. Other times people seemed to see a huge dirigible-like craft that was ahead of our technology at the time. And then it went to the strange, mysterious airplanes that showed up in Sweden in the north. Huge airplanes with several propellers that were, nobody knew where they were coming from or where the base was. The Foo Fighters of World War II, strange lights following the pilots. Each side thought the other side had some kind of advanced technology, and then you kind of morph into the modern UFO age where people are more attuned to science fiction ideas, and then you see craft that's more egg-shaped, saucer-shaped, and so forth. So I think there's kind of a duality here. I think that there is a real physical aspect to all this in some cases. Keel, people need to delve into John Keel. He was a century ahead of everybody, and he saw that these things, many of these things, seem to be connected. And he would use terms like ultra-terrestrial. He kind of wanted to get away from the idea that these things might all be extraterrestrial. He believed a lot of this, while unexplained, was still a natural condition of the planet. And he would use great words like transmogrification. Now, the only other place I've ever seen that used is in Calvin and Hobbes comic strips. Remember that? He had his cardboard box with his transmogrifier. Well, he believed that some of these things were not necessarily flesh and blood cryptids or nuts and bolts craft. They might actually be temporary manifestations of some intelligence or some underlying principle we don't understand. But it's very difficult to condense Keel's ideas into a few sound bites or a paragraph.
Well, that's what's so fun about it, too, though, in a lot of ways, because, and by the way, I am speaking almost entirely from what I would call fictional narrative, the fictional narrative approach. The idea that a group of people, in the sense that there is something there, but its manifestation often relies upon the collective consciousness of the time, that it always presents itself in whatever the anxieties or the deep concerns of the period are, meaning the thing is eternal, but its manifestation is very temporal for its moment, and that the vibrational energies of the anxiety of a particular culture allow that thing to take on the form of the thing that is mostly kind of lurking in the subconscious of those who encounter it. Is that kind of the thinking behind it? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, partly, but it would be dangerous to think that explains everything. Carl Jung, who wrote one of his books was very controversial, Flying Saucers, a myth of things seen in the sky. He's the one that talked about the collective unconscious, and that some of these, he didn't think people were crazy or hallucinating. He thought these things may be a projection, in some cases, of the collective unconscious. And he talked about the Mandela, the striving, the yearning of people to experience goodness or to experience this wholeness. And he thought that the shape of these craft might explain some of that. But some of the phenomena is very negative as well. So, and I'm not going on the demonic side, but there's sort of a yin and yang to all this. So he captured part of it. He suffered for it too, because his colleagues hated that book and wish he hadn't written it.
Really quickly, and so what I'm kind of suggesting is to go one step further, that there is something there. And like I said, I am what I'm called counting angels on the heads of needles here. But there is something there, but that it manifest. How do I put this? The thing is there, but its manifestation is directly tied to those who perceive it. Am I making sense when I say that?
Yes. Well, some of these things leave landing marks. One of the early Mothman witnesses, Connie Carpenter, when she was driving by the Mason County Golf Course. And by the way, this entity, creature, manifestation, it was somewhat humanoid in appearance, 6-7 foot tall, red glowing eyes, 10-foot wingspan. This thing was in daylight, took off straight up from without flapping its wings from the golf course, flew over her car. She experienced a case of conjunctivitis. Now, a lot of eye burn. A lot of people have experienced that have been in close proximity with strange lights in the sky and apparently unknown craft. But in this case, it was with supposedly a cryptid or a creature. So there are all kinds of these things leave footprints sometimes, even hair samples. So there is a physical interaction at many times. So these things are at least temporarily physical, and I think that it's possible that some of these are actually flesh and blood entities from, I don't know, other planets, other dimensions, or maybe from some hidden realm on the planet. So if you go, there's a gentleman named Albert Rosales has an incredible database of humanoid reports, and he has about 15 books out from 01 AD all the way up to the 2015, I think. And if you read through these experiences, many of them are very credible. Some of them ring more like a Keelian idea, like a temporary manifestation. Others don't. Others kind of seem like they're actually present a real physical entity, a real physical encounter of something from elsewhere. So it's like trying to navigate through landmines to try to sort out how to put these things in different categories.
And, I mean, you use the word demon again, and I wonder if sometimes you think calling something a demon is just us really naming fear. There's so many things that we don't have a word for, so we just give it a quote-unquote human word, and then it gets sort of pigeonholed. But, Mothman, it's been labeled everything from angel to demon to interdimensional travel, as you said. But, those labels come out of our own human framework. So, and your thought, Steve, when we strip away whether it's religion or folklore or the phenomenon of it, what do you think that the phenomenon itself actually represents?
Well, when people ask this question, I go through the way this thing has presented itself or manifested to people. Mm-hmm. And while the general description, now John Keel talked to a little over 100 people that year between roughly he came down in December of '66, and he was actually in New York when the Silver Bridge collapsed 13 months to the day that the Scarberries and the Mallets were supposedly chased by the Mothman out of the TNT area. And he had the descriptions were very similar, but not all. Some people just saw like a large bird, like a thunderbird. Some people saw just a big ugly bird, so it wasn't completely consistent. But here you had something that looked like it might be a physical flesh and blood creature that didn't always flap its wings. Many people that saw it, Keel found, and a Swedish researcher named Franzen that followed him a couple of years later, found that many people that saw it had an experience in an outbreak of poltergeist phenomena for a couple of weeks after they got home. There was a preacher, a minister, Reverend Gray, and his wife Pat. I was able to talk to her. She wrote a book called The Thing. They were missionaries. When this broke, they hadn't seen the newspapers. They were leaving the next day to be missionaries in a far-off country. And that night, this thing manifested in their bedroom, they said. Very credible. They're on the Small Town Monsters, the Mothman of Point Pleasant documentary. And they described the Mothman, essentially, but manifesting. And then, now in their context, they thought it was demonic. There was John Keel got a couple reports from people that said that it sounded like it was something that in close proximity. It sounded like there was kind of a humming noise or something mechanical. There are a couple people that had missing time when they saw it. And, so it's very hard to pull all that together. One time somebody asked me, what was the Mothman? What did it represent? And then out of my mouth came, it was an elemental. And then I said, don't ask me what an elemental is because I don't know. But it did not seem, there was something, it doesn't fit some of the other cryptids actually. There's a high strangeness aspect to many of the Bigfoot reports and other so-called cryptids. So, but Mothman is almost in a category by itself. There are many, many other winged reports of winged creatures. 1903, the Van Meter visitor, a pterodactyl-like creature that gave off a glow on its nose, like a horn on its nose, was very pterodactyl-like and was seen over a period of a week in September of 1903. The Houston Batman in the 50s, some people said they saw it looked like a man wearing some kind of suit. You had the Wisconsin man bat, I think in the early 2000s, a man and his son saw this big, ugly bat-like thing come toward the car, brush up against the windshield. When they got home, they were deathly ill. So these things are almost like I borrow a term from Dr. Donald Omond. He called it the phantom menagerie. That's a great name. It's almost like these things come out of the monsters from the id idea that came out of the movie Forbidden Planet. You wonder, it sometimes, and another thing I should say that while John Keel found a lot of this to be kind of negative, he fell short of calling it demonic, literally demons and so forth. But so it's I guess I can't really answer the question well because we really don't know what it was. Keel never solved the mystery of the Mothman.
I think, Jim, too, and what I'm hearing Steve say, I think when our limited vocabulary, when we try to label something, we mess everything up. So it's just everybody's going to experience it in their own way, just as we all perceive life differently, experiences differently. It's the same kind of thing, Jim. I don't know if you resonate with that, but that's what I feel.
No, I'm inclined to agree that there is something that happens, that an ellipses is often those three periods that happen when the word and the words escape us and break down, bits and pieces floating out there that we seek to put together. By the way, in case you guys don't know, Steve also has his own podcast on the Paranormal UK radio network called The High Strangeness Factor, which can be heard every other week, and he's also a correspondent on Mac Maloney's Military X-Files, which airs every week. He's also a co-writer of a book with Mark Randall on the events of 66 and 67, those famous Mothman moments in the Ohio Valley. That book is called Mothman High Strangeness. Mark Randall did the artwork, and he and Mark wrote various of the sections, and he graciously joins us this morning. I do want to get a little of this bureaucracy out of the way here, too, because we want to make sure we promote Steve Ward the best we can. Go to mothmanmuseum.com. You can find out about a lot of the stuff we've talked about as well. In regards to your museum, what do you find the seekers that come there are looking for? Is it mostly people just kind of dropping in for a little bit of a spooky, creepy feeling, or do you find you have pilgrims that show up at your place?
Everybody shows up all over the world. The man that founded it was Jeff Wansley, he also co-created the Great Mothman Festival, which happens every third weekend in September. And Jeff was 5 and 6 years old when all this happened. He was actually in his basement way up on 30th Street when the bridge collapsed on December 15th, 1967. A lot of people are aware of the Mothman. For a while, John Keel was being forgotten, and but fortunately, much of his works have been republished. A lot of people were tuned into the Mothman from the film with Richard Gere. It came out in 2002. And I invite people that I actually was able to interview Richard Haddam, who wrote the screenplay, on my podcast. And he came and spoke at the Mothman Festival last year. Great guy. It was great to get into his head about how he, and John Keel, by the way, loved his screenplay. He thought that finally somebody, while they told their own story, somebody captured some of the basic ideas of his book.
It's a very humanist movie. Have you noticed that, Steve? It is a very humanist movie. It is not a horror film as much as it is one that is deeply melancholic and concerned about the human beings that are inhabiting it. And I think it's what separates it. That and Gere and Laura Linney's performances are just, they're playing it like a drama, and it plays like that just happens to have a spectacular high strangeness in the middle of it. That's what's so compelling. It's about human beings. And
Alan Bates, who played the learned author that had, he was played. His name was Dr. Leek.
He's great.
In the movie. Of course, Leek is Keel spelled backwards. And the conversations between Alan Bates and Richard Gere were just fantastic. But people have. It's like the museum and Point Pleasant and all the surroundings were their mecca. They finally made it there. There was one young man that was so dumbfounded. He was just standing there with his hands apart. He was just so happy to be there. People absolutely love it. And there's the Mothman statue, which a gentleman named Bob Roach created back in 2002 or 3, I guess it was. And there's a moth cam where you can see people come up to it, all times of the day, all times of the year. And people propose in front of the statue, celebrate birthdays and wedding anniversaries.
Oh my gosh.
And and people will show up in bizarre costumes. And it's great because when I'm on duty there, I'll take photographs of them by the statue, and I'll just write one day at the Mothman statue and let the chips fall. So, and I've talked to people from all over the world, all over the U.S., and it's the film that triggered it. And there are many, many documentaries. Jeff Walmsley, Denny Bellamy, who runs the tourist bureau there, and and Charles runs they have over the years they created the amphitheater. They've and Jeff has two other stores. He has the Point Pleasant Trading Company. He has a vinyl shop called Bunker 304. We have Mothman Blacklight Mini Golf. We have a Mothman escape room. The whole town, it was so depressed years ago after that bridge collapsed. It took 2 years to build the new Silver Bridge. And some friends of mine, Bill and Jackie Kuselis, wrote a book called Bridging the Tragedy, where they interview people that narrowly missed the bridge, lost family and friends when the bridge collapsed, and also the way it affected the town for years. But it has been revitalized, and we had over 30,000 people come to the Mothman Festival last September. And I even spoke to at the 2017 Remembrance Ceremony. We have every December 15th, they have a remembrance ceremony downtown at where the bridge used to run from 6th Street, just two streets from the Mothman Museum, over to Ohio. There's a mural, a memorial, and the 46 names of the people that died are embedded on the sidewalk across the street. I had a chance to talk to Bill Edmondson, who went down on the bridge that night. Now, this is December 15th. It's the sun's almost down. It's 20 degrees. The bridge is full of rush hour traffic and Christmas shopper traffic. It went down, and unlike the film, in reality, it went down in 30 to 40 seconds. Bill Edmondson was in his truck. He was clinging to the steering wheel, trying to stay in place as this thing is tipping, hits the water, is forced through the passenger window, right arm first. He had to have a pin put in later. Fortunately, he got out. The currents pulled him up to the surface. A tugboat captain saw him and pulled him up out of the river. And the article on him is one of the many articles and clippings you'll find in the Mothman Museum, which is just it has everything there. It even has the article from the Stars and Stripes military newspaper, because when that first sighting hit on November 15th, the two couples were out there by the Old North Power Plant, and they saw this, whatever it was, and chased them into town. That hit the wire services all over the world, even before Mothman had a proper name. They were just calling him the Bird back then. So there's just so much, and plus there's surrounded by American history, the Revolutionary War, Chief Cornstalk. I mean, it's just, I tell people, listen, you've got to make the pilgrimage to come to the festival. But it's crazy crowded.
Steve,
one thing I will tell you.
Steve, I'm going to tell you right now, we are going to come. We're going to come next year.
Yeah,
we're going to come next year.
Because I need to see. We're almost out of time, Steve. So sorry to cut you off, but I just want you to tell her, and it's really quick because this place it's not just folklore. It's actually really well documented. With just about a minute left, what's one item in the museum that consistently makes people stop in their tracks?
Oh boy, well we have Men in Black displays. Actually, they're evil mannequin in black displays. We have there's so much there. I will warn people of one thing. We have 5 documentaries going at one time. The one back is the Mothman Legacy by Small Town Monsters. If you watch it long enough, you may see my handsome countenance in there a few times. So
Perfect.
Don't be alarmed.
Perfect. And Steve, by the way, Jim, while we were talking, a moth just flew in my studio, and it is like 28 degrees here. So I'm not used to seeing moths right now, and I'm waiting for him to, evolve into a full human and sit across from me. So
I hope he's not a harbinger.
I hope not too.
Steve Ward, we can't stop him. We can't even hope to contain him. We simply have to support him. You can find a lot of great stuff over at Mothman Museum. As I told you guys before, he hosts a number of really great podcasts and co-hosts them, and is a contributor on the Paranormal UK Radio Network's High Strangeness Factor and on Mac Maloney's Military X-Files. He's got a book called Mothman High Strangeness. You can be found on Facebook, and the Phantom Menagerie is a page you can find him on as well. He currently resides at Point Pleasant. I'm glad he practices what he preaches and works part-time at the Mothman Museum. Steve, you're welcome back anytime. No kidding.
Well, it was my pleasure, and I actually live on the same road that first chase took place back on November 15th, 1966.
There's a guy who knows how to land the plane, Lindsay, right there.
Ooh. Woo! We go from Mothman prophecies to positive prophecies to everything being perfect, and everything is perfect. If you're listening to Road Gang Radio, you're right where you're supposed to be, and everything is perfect. Joining us next, Joanna Laurent. Laurent sounds fancier. We're going to be talking about everything is perfect. Positivity. You can put it in your cab, guys.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we sure can. Into this another half hour of good times with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack, live from the House of Degas, also known as Fast Forward Studios.
Really quickly, Lindsay, before we pivot to our next guest, I wanted to ask you, I know you've heard the first season of the Lovecraft Investigations. Have you gone anywhere beyond that? That's heavy lifting as it is, but have you gone anywhere beyond that at this point?
I have not.
I'm going to send you a little playlist I've made of the 3 episodes where the professor explains the worldview to you. I can't wait for you to listen to her explanation of the 3 different types of people who exist in the world. I think you'll get a big kick out of it. Big thanks, by the way, to our previous guest, who I thought would be a little bit more spooky. Turns out he was not only spooky, he was really incredibly upbeat and positive.
We dove in pretty quick. We got deep quick.
Yeah, and his energy was absolutely spectacular, which sets up perfectly our next guest, who has amazing energy as well. And by the way, our final guest of the entire programming of today is another really upbeat fella, guys. Don't forget that after the replay of last week's We Should Write, we actually have a friend of the show and a friend of Lindsay's, and an incredible creative is going to be joining Lindsay on We Should Write in the form of Chris. I can't wait for that conversation as well. That should be a blast and a half. Really looking forward to it, guys. Noon in the center, 1 in the east, with a replay at 11 before that. But you know what?
Today's episode 20, by the way, We Should Write. Is it 25 you said that's the mile marker?
25 is
okay.
tipping point. Episode 7, episode 25. Those are the 2 tipping points. You get through that, you're home free. Speaking of being home free, we got the best person coming up next.
All right, let's go, guys. Our next guest is someone who is absolutely speaking my language. I love this, Jim. Joanna Laurent, she's the author of Everything is Perfect, and it is. It is. Everyone take a breath. Everything is perfect. You're right where you're supposed to be, guys. She's also the founder of Positive Phrases, which is a movement built around something so deceptively simple, Jim. The power of a few words can shift your entire emotional state. Her little, and I put little in air quotes because it might be little, but it packs an absolute punch. So the little book of 100 phrases, it's not just inspirational, it's practical. I believe this. It's a 30-second reset that you can keep in your pocket. You can keep on the dash of your truck. You can keep by your bedside. Especially in these darker months, guys, when our mood, our sleep, and our energy really takes a hit. So Joanna has been featured on WGN Chicago, The Daily Flash, and stations all across the country because she is tapping into something that people are desperate for, that are hungry for, whether you know it or not, you are. It's a way to interrupt the spiral, come back to the center, a way to get off the hamster wheel, which I need, just like a smack in the face, which I know I need almost every single morning, if not twice every single morning. So I got a copy of the book. It arrived in this gorgeous black velvet bag and a card explaining how to use it. I immediately knew this is something that I wanted to incorporate in my own daily rhythm. So today we're talking about, and this is why it's cool, guys. The book is equal parts simple and profound. We're going to talk about the psychology behind those simple phrases and why the right words, hit your nervous system, and how we can use that language to feel lighter and calmer and more grounded throughout the season. So everybody, please make welcome to the show an expert in positivity, and we all need that around us. Joanna Laurent, good morning, friend.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here today. I'm really excited. What a perfect day, Wednesday. But sometimes Wednesday is like a narrative to, the hump Wednesday, the middle of the week, I'm tired. But no, this moment here, the three of us are going to create for everyone that's listening a fantastic Wednesday, a wonderful Wednesday, a day full of joy, excitement, and new way of thinking.
If that doesn't get you excited, Jim, I don't know what will. Also, I feel like I hear Carol Kane, the actress Carol Kane, speaking, and I'm in the Ghost of Christmas Present, which is very positive, but also slaps you in the face there from Scrooge. So I like the combination that Joanna is hitting with us today.
Speaking of little and movies, kind of combining those two things, when you said a little but powerful kind of moment, is I keep thinking about Cindy Lou Who was no more than two. The tiniest of grace notes in the middle of The Grinch That Stole Christmas just kind of arrives to kind of lift everybody's spirits. And it seems to me, Joanna, that one of the focuses of what you're trying to do is not trying to be delusional, but it's to change the focus of what you're looking at and what you're hearing, to find as if we're in a symphony of life and you're asking us to look really long and hard and to have gratitude for grace notes. Is that kind of the source of what we're getting at here?
100%. But it's not about like that we don't go through hard times. It's not about that. It's just the way we address it. The thing is, to be present, to still be in the present moment of the gift of life. That no matter what, we're still breathing. We're still here. This is still a gift. So that's why I created positive phrases. It's just a way to always keep moving forward with that inner light that lives in all of us, to keep shining it. Some days we shine it really bright, and some days it might not be bright, but it's still there. And if we focus on it, we can make it bright again. That's the whole thing that I'm doing.
Well, and I love it because it's here's the other thing. So I have, Joanna, I have on the dash of my car and also on a mirror in my bathroom. It just says, everything is always working out for me. And that when I saw your book, Everything is Perfect. It's kind of the same idea, like good, bad, or indifferent, wherever you are, that's right where you're supposed to be in that moment. But what I think your book does, and what your whole movement, your whole principle does, is it's just kind of shakes us. It just shakes us in a moment where we are, whether we're on the high flying disc or dark and negative, it just shakes us to come back to presence. But we've all heard just think positive stuff, which can feel very dismissive, and that's very toxic positivity. It's like just be positive. And that's not what you're doing, though. So talk to our audience a little bit how you balance that positivity with real acknowledgement of emotion and what's happening in the moment.
That's why I was so careful of every word that I chose to be in this book. I wanted to make sure that it was just a few words put together to keep you moving forward. In other words, it's not just like I could be going through the hardest moment and someone says to me, "Oh, just be positive." That's not going to shift me. But maybe if they say to me, "You got this," that's a little different.
Mm-hmm.
That means that they're aware that I'm up against something, but they're letting me know, "You got this." You see, words like "you got this," "never give up," "you're the magic," "keep moving forward," "keep going," they don't mean something until you need to hear them. And that's why I created to be small. You saw how small I made it. It's a pocket size because I wanted you to be able to carry it everywhere, but I wanted to keep very simple. And because we're energy, you'll always open it to the perfect message for the moment. So it's not a book that you read from the front to the end. Like it's something you just flip open and whatever word shows up. Have you noticed that, Lindsay, how it literally, it's perfect when you open it, when you do in the morning or whenever you open it? Sometimes it shocked me, right?
It shocked Joanne. I have to tell you, Jim, you'll love this. When I opened it right before our conversation just now, and Jim and I were talking about like starting to own our own talents and our own skills. And I opened it, Joanna, and guess what I opened to? Own your greatness. Own your greatness. And I was like, come on. It's like this. It's like an oracle deck is kind of the same way to use it. But it's also. And Jim, what's also cool, she has a journal, and I think this is beautiful. I'm going to be purchasing it. Two things. First of all, she's from Brooklyn. This isn't a girl from like Little House on the Prairie out in the
noticed
country.
that too. I noticed that too.
She's seen some shit, guys. So like, this isn't like, you know.
How about that for a phrase? You've seen some shit. We could just put that in a book. I think
She's seen some shit. But she has a journal that says stop on the front of it. And I like that instead of be present or here now. Like, again, she's bound. It's like stop. That's a reminder. Just stop. Take a moment. Take a breath, write something down, read something. These things are so they're so basic that it almost makes people roll their eyes until they realize, oh, it's so basic that it also changes my entire life and is profound. So good on you, Jim. I just had to point out those things because I will be buying the Stop Journal, Jim.
Yeah, you're going to love it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Jim.
No, please. We have brought you here. We want to get your words. Go ahead.
It's funny, like people, look at the words, "I love you." Those are probably the most profound words, right? And then probably at the end of our life, we want to hear from the people that we have, or we want to say to the people that we love when we leave this lifetime, right? And they're just three simple words. It's not a lot, but it has an amazing impact for the rest of our life. So just sometimes we forget, you know, I'm from Brooklyn, and I have the most amazing dad, and he's the most amazing, simple man. And it's through him that I understood the beauty of simplicity. And I think that it's all in us. And the beautiful thing is simplicity is what keeps us like the chain of humanity together. The core of all of us. And when we are in tune to that, we're able to give each other grace and understand that together is better because we're present to the simple things of life. That's, you know, I realized that simple is beautiful. Simple is kindness. Simple is extraordinary.
It's so funny, by the way. When I saw that you were from Brooklyn, it immediately made me think of and Lindsay knows who they are. The folk Americana rock band, the Avett Brothers. You know who they are? Does that ring a bell with you, Joanna?
No.
It's okay. That's even better because I want you to look up a song for me. It's wonderful, by the way.
I
and love and you. But I looked up. I thought about I and love and you. And I looked up the lyrics, and I'd forgotten this. This is what actually is in the song. Oh, Brooklyn, Brooklyn, take me in. Are you aware the shape I'm in? My hands, they shake. My head, it spins. Oh, Brooklyn, Brooklyn, take me in. Dumbed down and numbed by time and age. Your dreams, they catch the world, the cage. The highway sets the traveler's stage. All exits look the same. 3 words that became hard to say. I and love and you. And I think about the fact that when we grow up in rough and tumble, and I don't mean bad, but rough and tumble, my father was a product of the Irish Channel in New Orleans, and that when we're raised by rough people who are taught to love, we get a double lesson, don't we? That it's possible, even in sometimes the most trying circumstances. And I just thought of, when I thought of you and I saw your work, I thought of that song, and I'd forgotten that Brooklyn played such a large part in that song of I and love and you. So I'm not really asking a question. I just want to let you know that when you write these simple phrases, a lot of thoughts come to mind, do they not? They really are supposed to open up an entire universe contained in simple words, right?
100%. Yep. Exactly. And it's so nice to be today, like, especially right now with season holidays, people can get very sad quickly or triggered very quickly. And then they miss out on the beauty, the gift of life, the gift of the day. There's so many things that can make us feel that we're not worthy or we made mistakes, or let's go back to the past. The past is the worst. It shoulda, coulda, woulda, world opens up. And then the future, the anxiety in the future is just terrible. But if we just get up every day and we say to ourselves, you know what, today's a great day. Simple. Today's a great day. I'm here. And I'm going to make sure I make it a great day. Because, we have to do our part, right?
We do, and you're doing it. You're doing it, and I think, even down. By the way, this is a great gift. It'd be great if Santa needs something for your stocking, because it's in this little velvet bag, and I feel like when I opened it up, there's the velvet bag, and it's got this. I love that it's how to use it, because it's 5 steps. It's focus your mind, set an intention, open the book to any page to receive your message. Reflect on how that message resonates with you. Use your message throughout the day, and then repeat this daily. It's very easy. Even I can do it, so you can too, guys. But it felt like opening it was this sort of. I'm always looking, Joanna, for like tools to reset tools, spiritual tools, just emotional tools, just daily functional tools to help me get like more discipline and grounding. And this kind of puts that all together. Now, again, it's very simple, but it's also profound. So, Joanna, I'd love for you to speak to our audience. The vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. This is something they can throw in their truck. They can put on their dashboard. It's the same thing when people are like, well, I don't do stuff like that. Yeah, you do. You have a bumper sticker, same idea. Is there a verse, a Bible verse? Is there a mantra? This is all the same thing, just packaged in a different way. And you're just coming at it with your own intent. So how can you speak to these people, our truck driving community, who spend so much time on the road during the day, alone, with their thoughts, especially this time of year? Why is not only this book, but just kind of the philosophy important, if nothing else, most importantly to people who spend a lot of time alone?
Yes. And that's such a good point. And I got to tell you, I've had my most emotional breakdowns in my car.
Same.
The car is like a therapist's office. It's like, whoa, always where I talk to God. Like, come on, God, help me. That's like my car. It's my church. It's my therapy office. It's my best friend. That moment alone. I keep this small book in the glove compartment, because I don't know when someone's going to call me, text me, or some thought or something is going to take me off my moment. And if we don't interrupt our mind, it could really ruin our day. Because we could get from one thought, that some simple bad thoughts about something we did or didn't do, and add another thought on it, and another thought, and another thought. Before you know it, we just spend an hour of our beautiful time in a very bad place in our mind. So
Yep.
What I love about this pocket-sized book, it's like, wait a minute, I don't want to do that today. I don't want to spend my energy there. You know what? I'm on a stop sign. Let me go to my glove compartment. Let me open up this book. You open it up, and it'd be like, oh, yeah. And you put that happy music on, and you change that channel, and you do something, that says, wait a minute, I'm going to put I'll put an audiobook on. And why don't I just put like a station that just makes me happy, talks about something that's going to uplift me, or hearing people's story about the good things that's happening in their life, like really like interrupting yourself from yourself that's not going to benefit you.
Once again, really quickly, once again, not a question, but something, like I said, the best conversations don't spur questions, they spur more conversation. Something you said earlier really landed with me. And we talked about, Lindsay had made mention at the top of the conversation about how the holidays, in many ways, I think the lights of the holidays are designed to know that the darkness is coming, often comes in December. And you just said, which I thought was spectacular, that it's amazing that in the blink of an eye, our moods can turn so sour, that the tiniest little thing can fill us with sadness this time of year. And it's the tiniest thing. But then you also kind of went on to say that once that happens, we begin to get this kind of accumulation of, well, this bad thing, and now this bad thing, and now this bad thing, and suddenly it's piled up and weighed us down. And I just suddenly realized, I knew this instinctively, but I actually was able to put words to what the power of the book actually is, Lindsay, is that it is teaching us to recognize the first little bad thing that puts us in a bad mood. And the presence of the book, the presence of the spirit of the book as well, too, in our pocket means, wait a minute, before I even get to the next bad thing and the pile-up starts, take the book out, that the book, in its simple phrases, becomes an antidote, as opposed to an anecdote. It becomes an antidote to stopping what often can lead to seasonal affective disorder. The most scientific level, it's a quick pop of a pill, a quick moment of grace to put the brakes on something before it actually spirals out of control. It's teaching us to be mindful of the darkness by reminding ourselves to keep cultivating the light. And I didn't realize that until we kind of put all this together, that in its simplicity, it actually becomes this kind of giant firewall against all the darkness of the season. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Wow. That's exactly what it is. And that's exactly why I created. And that's exactly what I did throughout. I'm 60 years old. So,
you look great. You look hot. You're killing it.
You and me, man. You and me, these people sliding into 60. We're just looking awesome, dude. That is awesome.
It's like the entrance of the third chapter of my life. That's what Jane Fonda said. It's like, when she entered 60, it's like, oh, I'm going to enter the third chapter of my life. And what am I going to do? I'm going to make sure that I live it up. I live it up all the way that I possibly can, so I have no regrets when the last day comes.
Yes.
What a great way to look at it. And it's true. So when I would be, the way this book came about was, as I would walk through life, I would be in a moment, and maybe it's a moment that I might be stuck in, and I would look up and I would see one simple word like smile, and I would smile and it would shift me. Or I would see a bumper sticker, or I would see something very small, and I would say to myself, that's a sign that to keep moving forward and that everything was going to be okay.
Love it.
And I realized, wow, this worked for me. And I would just write it down. This pocket-sized book started years ago, like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And I would write it down. And then before you know it, I had all these phrases. And I said to myself, wow, this is amazing. I'm going to put this together, and I'm going to make sure that people have this tool. I don't want to say I too much, because it's not really me. It's like a whisper that comes to you to act on it. It's like a whisper, and you listen to it. And I just thank God that God gave me the courage to act on it, because I know that this helps people and is going to help millions of more people. Just get through. And you said it so lovely. Oh my goodness, Jim, you nailed it. That is exactly what positive phrases is all about.
You nailed it, Jim. Now practice what you preach, buddy.
I do.
You do.
By the way, really quickly, Lindsay made mention of it, and we just had this fun moment, which is why your book showed up in time, too. You know, Lindsay and I talk about the future and where things are going, and Lindsay was, being humble, because Lindsay is humble. And I finally said, would you just finally say it? Now, I can't say what I actually said on the air. Would you just say that I'm really blanking talented? I said, just say it to me. And it was like this moment of, and then she said it. But it was like this liberating moment.
And now I won't stop saying it.
It's fantastic. She calls me at like 2 o'clock in the morning and tells me this stuff. And I'm like, great, you can say it tomorrow morning when we get on the show. But there really is something about articulating the obviously joyful. We're so good at articulating the obviously awful, like, life is terrible, all that kind of stuff. We have no problem reflexively saying that. But for some reason, we can't just be like, man, this is a really nice studio I'm sitting in this morning. And good God Almighty, Lindsay's husband and a contractor friend put together a really nice place for her to do the show. That's awesome. And it's about acknowledging and articulating the moments of goodness when they show up as well, too.
In gratitude, but also working on the word, because, Joanna, when the book, Everything is Perfect, somebody can hear that and be like, well, I'm not perfect right now. My bills aren't paid, and I this and that, blah, 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 blah. But, you're saying perfect as in... Or I guess I'm asking you, are you saying perfect as in nothing is wrong, or everything is workable? Because that's how I see it. Like, everything is working out. This might be crappy, what's happening, however you want to look at it. But if I look to the left, it's crappy. But if I look to the right, here's this, maybe I can focus on this instead. So it's really about choosing our words a little bit. And I mean, gratitude is the attitude. But can you talk about the word perfect, your definition of perfect as it pertains to this project?
Everything is perfect is a mantra that I used to have, especially with my family. I started with my family because somebody breaks down the car, the kids, the husband, and I'd be like, everyone, wait a minute, everything is perfect. And it would calm us all down. Like, wait a minute, everything is perfect. And in that moment, as I said it, I would find a way to get myself out of whatever situation I was in or how to move forward. But if I stay in frantic, I can't see the way. I can't even hear it. I don't know what to do. Like if I stay in the breakdown, and I go, oh my God, everything is not perfect. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I go into panic. I can't think. But when I shift and say everything is perfect, it's I surrender. I surrender to the moment, and it works every time. I find a way. I see. I'll see a name, and I know, oh, I can call that person. That person can help me. Oh, I could do this. Like something happens in that moment when I surrender to it being perfect. We all heard it. The present moment, being the present moment. How the hell do you do that, though? Like, excuse me, like, how do you do it? Like, okay, I get it. Everything lives in the present. There's no future, there's no past. Everything is about the present. But really, what does that really mean? Surrendering to the moment.
That's
why.
It. You landed the plane perfectly, by the way. Speaking of everything is perfect, we're out of time. I do want to remind you.
That is not perfect. I do not like that.
Well, I'm against that, but in regards to how she kind of brought the plane in, spectacular. Joanna Laurent has joined us this morning. PositivePhrases.com is the place you want to go. She is the founder, the author of a movement, a growing national movement of positivity that does not deny that the world has challenges, but at the same time reminds you that you, in fact, can be one of the sources of light in a world that sometimes, towards the end of the year in particular, often seems so dark to so many. Don't forget, guys, by the way, as she has pointed out, it's not only you that you're being positive for, you are setting an example. You are an evangelist by example. You're welcome back anytime. I like saying that, Lindsay. There's been a lot of people we've had on recently who have brought this kind of positive energy.
And you'll know when you're not welcome back anytime because you are not perfect. But Joanna Laurent is, again, positivephrases.com. We adore you. Let's be best friends. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me and wishing you the best. And definitely own your greatness, because by you owning your greatness, guess what? You inspire others to own theirs.
Yes,
Told you.
I am so talented. I am so great. I'm so loved. And gosh darn it, people like me. And you too, Jim. And you too, Dre. And you too, truck driver listening.
And you too, Aaron Carlson, who's coming up next with holiday movie favorites. Awesome. The Book of
So fun.
Awesome continues here at Road Gang Radio.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get that life and hang out with us in Franklin and in good old NOLA, because this is Road Gang Radio. Back with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
It would have been funny, by the way, if Joanna Laurent had actually been negative because the Mothman guy was so positive. She wasn't. It was an amazing interview. We were so thrilled to have her on. Big thanks to her for being a little bit of positivity in our pocket.
A little bit of
positivity in our pocket. Remember, a little bit is also what Cindy Lou Who is. We'll be talking about Cindy Lou Who here in just a moment, by the way. But once more, a quick reminder before we wrap this whole show up. Immediately after is a replay of last week's incredible multi-location interview that Lindsay did on We Should Write. And then we're going to follow it up with Lindsay once again talking about the therapeutic power of writing with a good friend of hers and one of the most talented men in Nashville, Chris Roberts. By the way, Lindsay, I know you're looking forward to it. Do you know what your first question is for him yet? Do you have it down? I mean, he's an
What's
old friend.
the darkest, most terrible thing you've never told anybody? Say it on air now.
The problem is you're asking him that question. It's like asking Evans that question. There's a chance they might answer it.
He might answer it.
He
might answer it, and that would be great, gripping right now. I'm excited, and I don't, it's the first one where I don't know what songs we're going to be talking about. He's like, I don't know, I'll bring a guitar and I'll feel it out, whatever feels healing in the moment. I'm like, great. That'll be fun. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a great conversation. He'll be live in studio at noon. Very much looking forward to it. Jim, almost as much as I'm looking forward to this next conversation.
Let me first start off by saying that No Crying in Baseball, The Inside Story of a League of Their Own is a wonderful book. I've gotten a chance to read it. I've read a lot of the work of Erin Carlson, by the way. She's the author of books including I'll Have What She's Having, How Nora Ephron's 3 iconic films saved the romantic comedy. It's a thesis I agree with as well, by the way. Her own work appears in many publications, including Vanity Fair, the Los Angeles Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Hollywood Reporter. And I want to tell everybody to head over to Substack, where Erin Carlson, which is ERINCARLSON.substack.com is the place to go to get a lot of groovy content. We have a lot of contributors on this show who actually have stuff over there. If you're looking for some great reading, you can go over to Substack and check her out. Man, I'm telling you, Lindsay, though, this is a great conversation, and I can't wait to have it. Would you care to say good morning to Erin Carlson?
I would care very deeply about it because she's now one of my new favorite people to follow. Please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Erin Carlson. Good morning. Glad to have you.
Good morning, and thanks for having me on and for shouting out my newsletter. I love that.
Yeah,
Shout out. Well, it's a worthy follow. Because it's a worthy follow, and even, by the way, even your like cartoon avatar is cute. So everything about you is festive and fun. And but I like that one of your big focuses is the rom-com. I have, as most of us, I have a love-hate relationship with a rom-com. And what I realized, I watched Family Stone, by the way, last night, and was like itching. I'm still itching because
again.
Oh yeah, I watched it again. I'm itching from it because it makes me so uncomfortable and then happy. And I think that's what rom-coms are. They're that balance of romance and dysfunction. Like I don't know if that's the perfect combination of the two of a rom-com, but in your opinion, in your humble yet expert and brilliant opinion, Erin Carlson, what makes a rom-com, specifically a holiday rom-com, what's the formula, and why do we love romance plus dysfunction equals holidays ?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I think romances just thrive in the holiday season because for many people, December is a lonely month, filled with loss and heartbreak. And holiday movies can make you feel less alone. The main characters are always struggling with something, whether that's like they're missing their ex, they're going through a divorce, they're have financial problems, they're going through, family dramas. So watching these films can make us feel like, oh my gosh, well, these people, they're in my same boat. And thankfully, they all end so happily. You mentioned the Family Stone. That is the most dysfunctional holiday movie perhaps ever. And you cringe just watching Sarah Jessica Parker, like trying to gain the approval of Diane Keaton's character and her terrible but amazing daughter, played by Rachel McAdams.
So good and so bad.
And in the end, however, for people, I feel like we've all seen The Family Stone. It came out in 2005. But SJP's character comes in engaged to Dermot Mulroney or Dylan McDermott, one of the McDermotts. And she ends up falling for his kind of slacker brother, who is so great and is played by Luke Wilson. But it all ends up okay because Dermot Mulroney ends up, falling in love with SJP's sister. And nobody should, get along at the end of this movie, but they do. Because everyone's right where they should belong. And at the end of this dysfunction, there is so much love bonding everyone together. And it's not about having the perfect Christmas, this flawless Christmas. It's just about being with the people you love and accepting people's flaws and imperfections and accepting your own flaws and imperfections, because none of us are perfect. And we all want to be loved and to be appreciated. And if I sound sentimental, it's because this is the most sentimental month out of the year. And I think we love these holiday movies because they allow us to kind of revel in all this sentiment and sap and corniness, because it's the end of the year and we're all feeling reflective. And these films allow us to indulge in just the total sappiness of it all. And that was my long answer.
It's a really good point, though, is the fact
you made me less depressed. I was depressed, and now I'm a little less depressed, so thank you.
But
Right, and that's what holiday movies do. They make us honestly feel less depressed. And I made a list of all my recommendations, and I was sort of like, oh my gosh, these movies are kind of sad when you think about it, but they make you feel happy. They give you the warm fuzzies. And all of these films have like a melancholy feeling to them that I feel like is so holiday. So I made my list. I wanted to target it to your listeners. So I was like, what would a trucker be into? So the same movies I'm into. So, you know, I can recommend, I think my number one is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yep. Best movie of all time. Best movie of all time.
Right. I saw this in the theater. That's how old I am, with my grandparents who loved it. This movie truly has something for everyone to enjoy. I would put this in the category of what to watch with family members of various ages. I don't think Chevy Chase has ever been better as a man just desperately trying to stay positive and not lose his mind amid a series of tragedies. Recall the Christmas Eve dinner where the turkey is overcooked, a cat is electrocuted, and then Uncle
Here's the
Louis
heart.
accidentally burns down the tree while lighting his cigar. And on top of that, Clark still hasn't received his yearly bonus from his boss. He desperately needs the money to cover the cost of a swimming pool that he's bought to install in the backyard. But instead of getting the bonus, he receives a membership to the Jelly of the Month Club.
Oh, that's a gift that keeps on giving all year long, Clark.
Oh, I know. I kind of want to be part of a Jelly of the Month Club. But, you know, it's heartening to know that however bad your holiday is, it's not nearly as bad as Clark Griswold's.
Aaron, really quickly, because I want to get through your list, but I also want to point out to a lot of people, too, is that you made a really good point about the darkness and about the permission slip.
Yeah.
And you realize that, like, It's a Wonderful Life, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, and The Family Stone, how that comedies and romantic comedies only really come close, and I'm going to get really esoteric here. Think about Shakespeare's title of his play, Much Ado About Nothing, right? Much Ado About Nothing really is... they come close to having the whole thing unravel and end in absolute ugly disaster. And it becomes, you said the great thing, that Christmas, the arrival of Christmas almost gives people a permission slip in the worst of situations to behave in their best possible way. It's almost like you were relieved of being a sap because it's Christmas's fault. You can blame Christmas for being a decent person. It almost feels that way. Is that kind of your feeling too?
That is... so my feeling. And one of those movies that you just reminded me of, that is full of good people doing good things, good but flawed people doing good things, that kind of conjures the Christmas spirit, is The Preacher's Wife. And, you know, there are some movies that just feel like vintage postcards from a more comforting era. And to me, that's The Preacher's Wife, which is now about 30 years old and starred Denzel Washington and Whitney Houston and Courtney B. Vance. Denzel plays a debonair angel sent by God to help Vance's character, a reverend, save his church amid the threats of a real estate developer who wants to tear it down and build luxury condos on the property because, of course. So there's a lot of darkness in this film. And on top of that, Dudley ends up falling in love with Julia, the Reverend's wife, who's played by Whitney Houston, who is radiant and just will lift your spirit when she performs Joy to the World, among other gospel numbers. And Penny Marshall directed the movie, and she was so good about... She also directed Big and A League of Their Own, as you know. And she was good at balancing dysfunction and drama with lightness and comedy. And she was always a sentimental person. And sometimes she was accused of being too sentimental, but here it works. There's an undercurrent of like bittersweetness that touches the heart. And a lot of that has to do with Denzel's character discovering that heaven might just be a place on earth, and then returning to God forever changed for having fallen in love with Whitney Houston, which, I mean, can you blame him? And he's one of the greatest actors in the world.
I love it there, too. I also that you like Debonair Angel. I love, like, who's a bet? That's the greatest description of him ever, the Debonair Angel. that just hits. Aaron, I want to ask you too, because you are a Hollywood historian, so you're not just pontificating about things you like. You actually know what you're talking about and what these, everything is sort of vested in. And I'm curious where the holiday rom-com, where did it really begin? Is there a film in Hollywood history that kind of is in your mind that set the template for what we're still following today?
Oh my gosh. Well, my favorite would probably be White Christmas, which we've all seen, right? With Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye, Vera Ellen and Rosemary Clooney, which, I could watch that, on continuous loop in December. It is so charming. And to me, it sort of set the stage for, and you could also say It's a Wonderful Life. I feel like those movies kind of set the tone or set the standard for what, classic holiday film should be and could be. And we keep going back to those films because they're really just, they don't really make them like that anymore. I feel like the last good holiday movie, was The Family Stone, maybe, or even The Holiday with Jude Law and Cameron Diaz.
Sure.
And
those are those the same? I think you said Family Stone is like 2005. Is The Holiday is that same kind of time, right?
The same time period. So I feel like Nancy Meyers made the last good holiday movie in the theater. You can't really talk about Christmas movies without talking about that movie. Again, like The Family Stone, National Lampoons or Something for Everyone here, even though that film kind of got stuck with the chick flick label. A lot of men would like it. Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz play jilted women who impulsively decide to swap homes for 2 weeks during the holiday season. Kate's character moves into Cameron's sleek modern home in LA, and Cameron's character moves into Kate's painfully idyllic cottage in the English countryside. I want to move in there. It is so perfect. In England, Cameron meets Jude Law. He's a widowed father of 2 young girls. He does this cute thing where, to make his daughters laugh, he puts a white napkin over his face, slips on his glasses, and calls himself Mr. Napkinhead. I think you fully have to see it to get the charm. But Cameron Diaz likes what she sees, and this is just a very charming, feel-good romance that will lift your spirits. And I'm not going to lie, I watch this movie every year for the part where Cameron meets Jude at this coziest British pub, and then that one song starts playing. I think it's called Let Go. And then I rewind it and I watch it again.
Same. Hot. Same. It's what we're all looking for, Jem.
A couple of things, by the way, guys, to throw with, they're not Christmas movies, but to throw at you as kind of little grace notes that have come afterwards. I think the latest version of Little Women, the one with Timothée Chalamet in it, I think the entire Christmas sequence in that is absolutely in the perfect spirit of what the season is, and the number of scenes they have that are set during Christmas, so that while it's not a Christmas movie, I think that there are extended portions of that really capture what is right about the holiday season from both a kind of what I would call an antiquated version of the rom-com kind of plays itself out through there as well too. And but I think you're right though. It's really hard to kind of name what has been the last great Christmas movie. I have a question for you, and everybody gets asked this question: Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Sorry, you were going to get it.
Yeah. Absolutely. I have to admit, I think I've only seen it once with my dad. I'm not really in the demo, although I love Bruce Willis and I love an action film. I don't know. But if people think it's a holiday movie, it's a holiday movie. And it's set during the holidays, so I think that qualifies. I also want to say The Little Women, the Greta Gerwig directed version, that was a great movie. So maybe the last great Christmas movie was that one. I also want to say that there's some good movies that have that are now streaming on Netflix. So a lot of the holiday films have migrated to streaming TV, and I can fully recommend a movie on Netflix that hits today. It's called My Secret Santa. It's so preposterous. It's about a single mom who's struggling to make ends meet and pay for her teen daughter's snowboarding lessons. So she stakes her way into a gig as the resident Santa Claus at like a high-end ski resort. And she's hiding behind this mask. She has the red suit. She has a fake name called Hugh Man. And she forms this unexpected bond with the handsome hotel manager. And you guys, My Secret Santa took me by surprise. I should hate this movie. I should think it's so cheesy, but it is so good. And the stars, Alexandra Breckenridge, I think I'm saying that correctly, and Ryan Eggold, they're not Jude and Cameron, right? But they have this real kind of authentic chemistry, and the script is so clever. And at one point, the mom, she's impersonating Santa. She gives all this really funny practical advice to children, telling her what they want for Christmas. One kid asks her for a pony, and she's like, where are you going to put it? In your room? It's going to poop on the floor. And I shouldn't have laughed, but I did. So she becomes, in disguise as Santa, she becomes this mentor advisor to the hot hotel manager who has no clue that she's also the stylish, kind of cynical woman that he encounters in a record store when she doesn't have her Santa suit on, and he can't stop thinking about her. And you have to suspend your disbelief. This movie is so good. Everyone, stop what you're doing and watch it.
Okay. I have a controversial statement and perhaps question for you. I want to know what movie you think. What is that like? What is that overrated Christmas movie that we're afraid to admit? Because okay, everybody, I hate A Christmas Story. I hate that movie. I think it's one of the worst movies. It's brown and it's cold and it's sarcastic in a depressing way. And it's filled with that 40s Midwestern emotional repression. I hate it. It's not nostalgic. It's fluorescent lighting and a bad school cafeteria. I don't know. I hate it. It always puts me in the worst mood.
Can I admit something back to you?
Please.
I don't like it either.
Thank you.
Why? That's why I didn't mention it. You know why? It's depressing to me. Yes, the emotional repression of the Midwest. That's part of my life story. I'm from Chicago, so I get it. As an Irish Catholic, that's just something you grew up with. So,
and they don't talk about their feelings.
By the way, a Midwestern Irish Catholic. I'm going to get on your case about this. That's Midwestern Irish Catholicism, because Southern Irish Catholicism is based on French Irish Catholicism, which is much more joyful. But I know what you're speaking of. Just want to make a correction there.
Oh, yes. Yes, that was not a knock. Yes, anyway. That was not a knock about Catholicism. But yes, that's a good distinction to make. It's, for me, it's the that kid, that bully, that redheaded kid with the crazy eyes. He scared the crap out of me
Scott
growing up.
Farkas.
And then there's that scene with the slide, right? And the elf kind of pushes him down the slide. That's terrifying. And I don't think the leg lamp is that funny. And the soap, they're like, he misbehaves and they're washing his mouth out with soap. Horrifying. So I'm right there with you.
I'm going to say something really quickly here, because I'm actually not going to try to push back. I'm going to tell you why I like it, but I totally get where you're coming from. I don't think a lot of people realize when Bob Clark made that movie, it may be the most dude in Dude Town dude movie ever made about Christmas as well, too.
Maybe that's right, because there's no emotion. It's not even a little bit magical.
I don't want you guys to go back and watch it again. I won't inflict that upon you. But if maybe somebody that you care about is watching it and you sit down and watch it with them, I will tell you guys, by the way, to track every single thing that Darren McGavin as the dad does throughout the course of the movie. What you're watching them is how much he actually loves his sons. The mom, too, by the way. If you look at it through their eyes, you realize that Ralphie's view of it is so kind of dark and repressive, but everything they do in that movie, they care so deeply about those boys. And the fact that he actually pays attention to what his son says and gets him the BB gun and then lets him off the hook. And I will tell you, they get their whole meal wrecked, and rather than being angry, fa-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. That's all I'll say. That's my argument for it.
Yeah, but you like Chinese food at Christmas, so
I do, by the way.
It's a story for you. Is there another one? Is there another move? Well, maybe you just said it. I'm glad that you and I are on the same side. But there's something else that because that's the first time I've ever admitted that. It's like we're all supposed to be like, oh yeah, of course, A Christmas Story. And I have I'm 46 years old, and for 46 years I've just nodded my head along like, yeah, Christmas Story, it's a great one. And now I'm here today. I came out of my shell. I'm coming out of the closet that I hate it. Is there something else that we're all supposed to pretend we like and we don't?
Okay, let me think. You know what? The problem is they're all so good. However, we can talk. Okay, so a lot of the Netflix films, they're all like the new Netflix, holiday lineup. They're all like super hyped. Like we're all supposed to think these movies are very good, and sometimes they're just not. But watching them is enjoyable, even though maybe the script isn't that good or the performances are a little wooden, or the story is just overly corny. And one of those movies I can also weirdly recommend, even though I didn't love it, if that makes sense at all, is Champagne Problems, starring Minka Kelly. Okay, I'm retitling it Minka in Paris because she plays this like high-powered executive who's travels to France in an attempt to acquire an esteemed champagne house in the French countryside for her company. The night before her big pitch, she visits this idyllic bookstore in Paris and has a meet cute with this man named Henri, because aren't they all named Henri in these movies? And he's a soulful poet type who invites her to walk through Paris with him. And then she later discovers that his family owns the vineyard that she wants to buy.
Of course he does.
So hijinks, hurt feelings, angsty stares, luxe interiors that seem designed by Nancy Myers.
It seems a little bit, as you're describing it, a little bit like the Eat, Pray, Love of Christmas movies, perhaps.
It is that. Okay. And I was just kind of annoyed watching it, just a little bit, because I was like, they're just trying to bait me with these twinkle lights and like this escapist romance and this bookstore and all the wine. But I was like, they got me. Minka, she's not nearly as funny as Cameron Diaz in The Holiday, but she's kind of carved a niche for herself in these Netflix romances. She's extremely relatable. At the same time, she is so gorgeous. She's got a co-star played by the actor Sean Amzing, who's this other wino in the movie. And he's this
the other wino.
He says things like, everything I know about France, I learned from Ratatouille. So many dumb jokes, but I can imagine that joke at a party. I would make that dumb joke, and that's what that movie feels like, this fun, fizzy party. We're all on the guest list.
Ooh, fun, fizzy party.
It's enjoyable. You would like it.
I love the idea of a fun, fizzy party. And speaking of parties, real quick, Aaron, over in the chat, a couple things. First of all, Polar Express, somebody's bringing up as their favorite, which is a great mix. But somebody, I also have to say, Long Haul Paul says, there would be no Bob Dylan without Midwestern repression. So don't yuck the yum, because things come of it, I guess, is what we're trying to say. And then I have to ask you,
can you tell
Jim,
him that I love Midwestern repression? It's a source of so much comedy. John Mulaney.
Yeah.
I
John
love
Candy.
it. Tell him I love it. And Bob Dylan. I love Bob Dylan too.
They can hear you now, so they heard it. Jim, I'm going to ask you and Aaron and Dre, 4 Christmases, yay or nay?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Nay.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay. Vince
Yay.
Vaughn and Reese Witherspoon.
Vince
4
Vaughn is a
Christmas.
national
Aaron, yay
treasure.
or nay?
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you. God,
Same.
good movie.
By the way, I have the name of your next book, Aaron. It should be called Hijinks, Hurt Feelings, and the Holidays: Christmas Movies Through the Years. You came up with it, so there you go. There it is.
I am going to pitch this to my publisher right after this. I mean, that's brilliant.
Done. We take all we take is the fact that you come back and promote it when it comes out. here with
Dedicated to
us.
Jimmy Mack, whose stupidity is always an unending source of joy. That's what I would like the dedication
Oh, that's
to
what
say.
I'll put on your tombstone as well.
It should-
Aaron Carlson, you are a joy. You are a holiday and a year-round rom-com Hollywood historian joy. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure y'all check out her Substack over there. Just search Aaron Carlson over on Substack. It's a joy. You're a joy. Thank you for being here with us. Please come back.
Thank you, guys. I would love to. And happy holidays.
Happy
Happy
Holidays. That's a big tradition in my family, by the way, Lindsay. We hug people really too closely, and then in their ear, and in this low volume with warm air coming out of our mouths, we go, "Happy Holidays."
And then you hug a little too long.
We do.
A little too close, a little too long.
Every-
You linger a little too long.
Linger.
That's kind of what Road Gang Radio does. We linger a little too long until you can't get rid of us, and then we're just a part of your DNA.
Let's say linger together, all three of us. You ready on the count of three? Let's linger. 1, 2, 3. Linger.
Happy holidays. Let that linger. Let that land. Let that shimmy. Jim, coming up next is last week's episode of We Should Write with Mark Gray and Mary Jo Vontillo. It's about their book Connections, the Las Vegas Massacre. It is actually an uplifting conversation about how connection is everything in this world. Don't miss it. And then a brand new episode with Chris Roberts. You're going to get live music today, people. Live music in your car, Jim, truck, office.
Yeah, linger.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write.
It's not a bad idea.
We should write.
Yeah.
You say right.
Right.
We should write.
Right.
Mary Jo, we should write. Oh my gosh, you people. By the end of this, you guys will be brilliant, but we're getting there quickly. Guys.
No one's ever called me brilliant before, so.
Well, then we won't change it today. How about that?
Agree.
Oh, this episode is going to be like the perfect juxtaposition of light and heavy. I feel like we're going to dive deep, but with such magic and power. And let me get in this, and this might be a bit of a long intro, so bear with me, guys, because this is very different how we're doing this today. Today, it feels like a little bit of something like coming home. It's the first time.
I have ever had two guests on at once. It's fitting because this story, their story, has always been really about connection, unexpected, unlikely, divine time connection, perhaps. And you've heard me talk over the years about the Highway Angel program and the truckers whose everyday lives encourage, move America, move each other. We believe that truckers are the eyes and ears out there, doing great out in the world. We don't believe that anybody that we highlight is the exception to the rule. We believe that is the baseline. Back in 2017, when the Route 91 Harvest Festival shooting happened in Las Vegas, one of those people, one of those 58 souls that we lost, was a truck driver, one of those quiet American heroes we lost. His name was Kurt Von Tillo. And when I saw that a truck driver was among those 58 souls that were lost that night, something in me just pulled. And I did not know his family, but I knew I needed to reach out. And if you know anything about tragedy, you know that the people living through it get approached by every kind of person imaginable, the good, the well-intentioned, and unfortunately the not so good. So when I reached out, Mary Jo did not respond, of course. Honestly, I don't blame her. I don't know if I thought anyone was going to respond or not. But eventually, Kurt's sister wrote me back. And that one message turned into a friendship that has changed my life. We honored Kurt posthumously at the NASTIC conference that year. And when we sat together at lunch, these complete strangers trying to figure out, how to breathe in the same room, I had this overwhelming thought and Mary Jo was still on the fence about who I was at this point, and she probably still is because I'm a little crazy. But I just had this thought that was, I feel like Kurt and I have the same birthday. I have to ask. They were talking about they're about to celebrate Kurt's birthday, and so I said, when was his birthday? And they said December 4th. Well, party people, that is my birthday as well. We started crying. This connection was formed, and it was a bit overwhelming. Since then, I've traveled to Lake Tahoe to sing at Kurt's memorial and the scattering of his ashes. Mary Jo and her family have become some of my dearest friends, and now with the release of this new book, The Las Vegas Massacre Connections, the circle has widened yet again. Joining me today are two people whose names and hearts are on every page of that book. Mark Gray, longtime correspondent for People Magazine, Rolling Stone, and the Soul Print reporter who was on the ground during Route 91. He's written over 10,000 articles. What have you done with your life? And his reporting that night is still one of the most cited first-person accounts of the tragedy. And Mary Jo Von Tillo, who lived the unthinkable, losing her husband Kurt in that 11-minute nightmare, but who somehow turned that loss into a widening network of strength, advocacy, friendship, and meaning. She's one of the most grounded, resilient, loving humans I know. So this book is not just about what happened on October 1st. It's about everything and everyone that happened after, the connections that were formed, the people who showed up, and the way grief rewires our life. So today, we're not here to re-traumatize the past. We're here to honor the people and the love and those moments of grace and the refusal to not back down. Please make welcome to the show my dear friends, Mark Gray and Mary Jo Von Tillo. Hi, friends.
Woo! Is there a soundtrack? Is there an applause track?
Yeah, we'll splice it in
Perfect.
later. We'll splice it in later. Hey, we should write.
Right?
Oh, there we go. Mary Jo, we should write.
We should write, right.
Okay, get up on your mic, girl. Get up on there.
Oh, yeah, get up on there.
Mary Jo is joining us from Connecticut, and Mark is here in studio with me, happens to be in town from Vegas with his beautiful wife. So I've kidnapped them in the woods and probably will never let them go. Okay, guys. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
I'll make sure to direct a question to each of you so we're talking all over each other. But I always like to start the show with a deep breath, a healing, grounding breath, or else I will go off the wheels, go off the rails. So everybody listening right now, this is actually more for sometimes you than even me. But whether you're in your truck or in your office or driving down the road, everybody take a minute to take a deep breath with me on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Mark, I'm going to start with you first.
That's
in this
me.
moment, if you were to take out your gratitude journal, brother, and take your pen out, metaphorical gratitude journal and pen, what are you grateful for in this moment?
I think I'm grateful for certainly, all the people that were involved in this book. That's why we're here is this book, and that's what we are. There's a human connection, I think, that we found. We kind of, there was, the best way of saying it is there were so many people we could have used in this, and they're all wonderful, but we found the right people, I think, for this project. And I was just very grateful. And there's so much gratitude that these people trusted me to tell their stories because, I'm just some yahoo, from Las Vegas. And they could have certainly talked to anybody or talked to nobody. And they looked at me and said, yeah, you're weird enough. Let's talk to you. So I'm grateful in this moment for all the people that allowed me to tell their story and come forward with it.
What a profound trust they put in you to do that, and that Mary Jo put in you to do that. Because you're a writer. You've been a writer. You're a lifelong and career writer. But this is you've never written a book before though either.
First timer. First
time for a book. After all those accolades I gave you, he's never written a book, and certainly one of this magnitude. So, Mary Jo, what are you grateful for in this moment?
Lindsay Lawler in my life. Amazing.
Well, you don't have to say that, but say it again.
I will say it again. You are wonderful. And while we don't see each other a whole lot or hang out a whole lot, you're always there in my life. I'm always there for you. When this book came out, I knew you were going to be in this book as long as you said okay. So I wanted your story to be told because you came into my life where I needed to know I was going to be okay. And you're one of those people that really helped me understand I was going to be okay. And you wrapped your love around me. You brought Nashville into our lives, and we just felt the love immediately, like, I don't know, 3 weeks after the shooting, 4 weeks after the shooting. So I am grateful for you today.
I am grateful you responded because, what's crazy is that I didn't even think about that guy. Like, it didn't even, but I'm a good person. We're good people. It didn't dawn on me that my reaching out was amidst a sea of lecherous people reaching out. It didn't even cross my brain. And then when I realized that, I'm like, oh, I'll never be the same again now that I understand that exists out there. Well, I'm going to go to Mary Jo here first. When you look back at the moment the book idea first surfaced, what did it feel like in that moment? Like, just like in your body, if you can go back, what that felt like? Did it feel like, purpose or obligation or perhaps a little bit of both? What was that call in that moment?
It wasn't obligation. It was, I wanted to tell our story. I didn't want Kurt to be forgotten. I wanted his story, our story, to be told. And I thought, I can write a book. I don't even care if anybody reads it, but I want his name, his story to be forever in writing. I knew I couldn't write a whole book about our lives. Our lives were not that exciting. But I started to think, like, look what's happened to me the last 4 or 5 years, right? And look at the amazing people that I have met. And I want to share their stories. And everybody came to me almost, like I'd say, within a year or two of the shooting, came into my life and made me realize, like I said, that we were going to be okay. So I started thinking, well, I could write about this person, I could write about that person, and I probably came up with 25 people that could have been part of this book. And then I thought, I can't write this book. I journaled as part of my therapy, but I knew I couldn't write it. So this reporter who, was trying to get my interview at about 5 years after the shooting.
Speaking of lecherous people, by the way.
I interviewed with him. I loved his story that he did on the 5-year anniversary. And about a year later, I said, I'm going to see if Mark Gray wants to write a book with me. So that's how it started.
You book hit on him. You book hit on him.
And I was arrogant enough to think I could do it.
Yeah, right? Well, you did do it.
He never told me he was a Yahoo from Las Vegas, but
did you
surprise!
Did you know he'd never written a book? Did you know that, or did you just assume he had?
No,
you did. Okay.
I knew he hadn't, but I also knew he was at Route 91 that night, and I trusted him. And this is a kind of story, I probably could have found an author that I'd love to read, or somebody that I didn't know, but was an author. But that wasn't important to me. What was important to me, to really have somebody who would take care of the story and would understand what it was like to be there that night and have the respect for that. And with Mark, I did trust him, and especially after he did the article, after we spent time together, that was a really big deal to be able to trust somebody with our story, because this is not a normal story. And then all the people that I asked to be part of the book, I needed him to take care of them too, right? So
Yeah.
he was one that I really trusted to do that. So that was really important.
Well, and I can tell you the reason Mark's sitting here in my studio is because he does have the care and concern for the people he writes about. I can tell you that because there's a chapter in the book about me, so I had to spend time getting to know you. And I immediately, I think the first time we talked, I was like, I forgot halfway through that we hadn't been best friends our whole life.
Right.
Like, you're that kind of energy. And then, by the way, when I got sucked into a terrible thing and was cast on Beast Games and found myself stranded in Las Vegas, I'm like, I'm gonna text that guy, Mark, and he like showed up, found me at a hotel, was like, come stay at me and my fiance's house. I'm like, I almost went too. You know, we were like, we'll just do that. So it's point being, you trusted your instincts on that and fell into it. But Mark, I want to ask you, because this is such a different kind of writing than you've done. You've written about people from Taylor Swift to you name it.
Right.
And been with them and interviewed these people and spend time with them. This is not about celebrity though, this at all.
No, not at all. This is about the human connection, you know, and obviously the title of the book is The Las Vegas Massacre Connections. But that's really what it's about. It's about the human connection and how, you know, people can, you know, you can rely on other people in dark times, in times of light. You know, there's nothing like that connection between human beings in times of tragedy and trauma. And, you know, and I think we all need that. And that's, you know, I've talked about this book quite a bit, and you touched on it, or Mary Jo did a second ago, where, you know, this book starts really on October 1st. It's not an October 1 book per se, although that certainly is obviously a big element of it. But it starts on October 1, and it's everything that's happened since then. And it's kind of, you know, what I like to say is this is a bit of a roadmap for people in future traumas. And, you know, and trauma can really be anything. And I feel like on October 2nd, there was nobody there to tell us it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. You know, things are tough right now, but it's going to be all right. There was no one there for that, to say that to us. And I think that's kind of what we all needed. And this book acts as that roadmap of, you know, if someone's in a future trauma, they can open it up and say, look at all these people, look at the things that they've gone through, and they've managed to, you know, not move past, not move on, but move forward. And I think there's a big difference between those things. And, you know, I think pretty early on in the book, Mary Jo says, I don't want to move past it. I want to move forward.
Big difference.
And it's a big difference, and it's a very powerful thing. And so, yeah, you're right. This is far different from anything I've ever written. You know, I usually do interviews with celebrities, and I write about it, you know, in various magazines and websites and things like that. But this was different. This was, you know, really investing time, really, you know, getting people to trust me with their story, and hoping I don't mess it up.
Well, you didn't. You did it beautifully. And I want to ask you, Mark, because your experience, obviously, at Route 91 is completely different from Mary Jo's. Obviously, we know how her life was changed that day. But I want to ask you, because years ago, I went through something very traumatic. We talk about it in this book, actually. And on the plane home from said incident.
The
incident. I say I had my spiritual awakening. Like, literally on the plane home, I came to. You know, I think when we go through something tragic, it cracks something open inside of us. And some people have to have a near-death experience to hopefully you don't have to do that to wake up and see the world in a different way. That was kind of my version of a near-death experience. On the plane home, I was like, oh my God. I literally came to. I was like, nothing will ever be the same. I will never see the world the same. And I was so grateful for it, oddly. So I wrote a song called I'm Okay About It. So you are okay, Mary Jo. But Mark, that who is Mark on a soul level on September 31st? Are there 31 days in September? 30. Who is Mark Gray on September 30th and Mark Gray on October 2nd?
I'm more hyper aware now of surroundings. I actually was just asked this a little bit ago too, is that, you know, how have you changed? And, you know, I'm jumpier when it comes to sound. And I know that's not like the greatest thing to say, but it's true. You know, when you know, people talk about fireworks, and Mary Jo and I have had this conversation about fireworks too. But I think I can speak for her too. We can both look at them, no problem whatsoever. It's more of the sound that gets me. I think it might get me a little more than it gets her, actually. But I'm more hyper aware of being in public than I ever was. Before I was just walking around and not a care in the world. And now I try to maintain that because, again, you have to go on with your life still. So I try to maintain that, but I'm just more vigilant about where I am and who's around me.
Fair. Mary Jo, you said a minute ago that you obviously did a lot of journaling post this incident. Were you a journaler before that? Before October 1st?
I always loved to write. Yeah, I always loved to write. And I did journal, but mostly before we had computers and all that, I used to write letters all the time. And I have a lot of those letters from people who have given them back to me and said, oh, you wrote this to me. I wanted to share it with you. And after Kurt passed away, I got quite a few letters of people and from people. And it's always been a therapeutic thing for me. Always. Even when as a young kid, I entered a literary contest in 7th grade. And I won the contest.
Bragger.
So I knew I could write. And I can't even remember today what the story was about. But yes, I've always loved it, but I never, felt like I could go write a book that wasn't really my purpose. But after Kurt passed away, the very first thing I did when I got home was I wrote everything I could remember from that weekend down, from what we drank, ate, what time we got up. What the name of our Uber driver was, whatever it was, I wrote everything I could imagine down. And I'm so glad because you forget those things, those little things. And I didn't want to forget anything about that weekend.
This might sound weird, but do you remember when you pulled that journal out or that piece of paper, whatever it was, do you have any idea what the very first thing you wrote down was? How would you even start that?
I think I started it the morning we arrived in Vegas, which was Friday morning. And we were staying with CJ and Jessica had arranged for the hotel at Caesar's Palace. They had a limo come and pick us up. I think that's how I started it, was our morning. We had Bloody Marys at the Sacramento airport. We were flying into Vegas. I think that's how it started. It's like, okay, I'm going to start this journey on that morning when we left.
Now, do you remember the first thing you wrote down after the incident ever, whenever you started writing down? Do you have any, and if you don't remember it, what could that have been?
Just remember probably not the first thing, but probably the most memorable thing was waking up on Sunday morning, October 1st in the hotel. And Kurt was always an early riser. Always got up before me, would go downstairs and get me coffee and come up and sneak back in and not wake me up. But for whatever reason, I woke up first that morning and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I went down to the pool and our room was overlooking the pool. And he woke up and he was startled that I wasn't there. So he called me and I said, I'm looking up at our room right now. And he was standing in the window saying, can you see me? But they had mirrored windows. Obviously, you weren't going to be able to see people through their rooms from the pool. But that was probably the most memorable thing, was me looking up there, not being able to see him, but him saying, hey, can you see me in the window? And that I woke up before him, which was very unusual. That never happened.
But if you're going to put pen to paper after the shooting happens, like how long did it take you to actually put pen to paper after the shooting happened?
We were in Vegas for a week waiting to take Kurt home, and my niece was also in the hospital, so we all wanted to go home together. And we flew home on Saturday, and the shooting was on Sunday. But I would say it was that next Sunday or Monday after we got home that I started writing. So about a week after.
Okay. And do you remember what you wrote?
It was probably 25 pages. It was a lot. And like I said, it was every single detail of what happened that weekend.
So
not about the shooting, but more about how, our family was together. There was 7 of us there. At the concert, there were 6 of us. My brother-in-law, Michael, was not at the concert, but he was there. with us that weekend, and we had other friends actually that were there too. And I wanted to really remember how much fun we were having. And we had been to the concert 4 years in a row, and we always had fun, but we all agreed this year was the best year. We had so much fun, and we'd be coming back the next year.
Wow.
So I wanted to remember all that too. I wanted to remember the joy and the different things that happened and our experiences with everybody that was there. Even remembering that night, we were on the big screen a lot. And that didn't happen. We always stood in the same spot at the concert. But, we were on the big screen probably 6-7 times, which it was surprising. And I wanted to remember all those little moments of how we were dancing on the big screen, or there were songs that we were having a great time to. I want to remember all of that too, not just the details of the shooting.
I can't even wrap my brain around the idea that one of the best days of your life was also the worst day of your life. And Mark was able to, there's zero way, Mary Jo, that you could have ever conveyed. Like that would be too hard to be able to convey, because I can't even imagine what Mark was able to do in this book through the people that you wanted to highlight and the stories and the connections that came of it. Mark was able to, how the hell you did this, Mark, is fascinating, you feel that, but you're a fun guy.
Oh, I try to be.
That loves connection. I mean, that's like just your nature. You were able to convey how heavy this was while still making it light. You don't finish this book and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. You're like, life goes on. We move forward, not past. And is there a method to that, Matt? I'm not talking about a writing process. This show is called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. We're not trying to convince people to become professional writers. If that happens as a byproduct, go do you. You go. But how do you balance? Is there a method to that? Did you sit down and be like, I need to be both heavy and light at the same time?
Not really. This book was very organic in a sense that when Mary Jo and I first met, technically the second time we met, I guess. We met at a baseball game the first time. But at the second time we actually met, I went to her home at the time when she lived in Southern California. We spent all day together and just, talking to her, hearing her story, Kurt's story, their story together, the story of October 1st, the story of October 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So, we really kind of covered the whole range. And when I left there, I wasn't sure, do I have, what just happened? Is there a book here? Is there a magazine article here? Did I just have a day with a nice woman and that's it? I didn't really know what we had at this point still. And then when I kind of started writing, it was all just, again, very organic in the sense of, let's make this not as, as heavy as it certainly can be.
Sure.
Let's get some light in here. Let's do something inspiring in here also. And it just kind of came out that way. It was never, there was never I didn't have a format. There was never a template to, okay, now at this, in the third or fourth paragraph, we got to change the scene. No, it just kind of happened. And that just kind of became the case with all the chapters, where it was this flow of, let's start, sometimes they start heavy, sometimes they don't. Like your chapter, is kind of, I don't want to say heavy in the beginning, but it's like there's a moment, a traumatic moment for you, certainly. And then we kind of go into some lighter stuff, and it ends with some heavy stuff, and then goes into what we've learned from that moment. So there was never, it just kind of just happened this way. There was never a sense of let's switch up the tone, let's just do this. And when Mary Jo and I were working through this, chapter by chapter, page by page, basically. And I think we both figured out pretty early on, okay, this is what it is. It's a book about, healing and inspiration as much as it is about, let's be honest, this is what happened to us. And we got here, we got through the dark times, and now we're over here in the lighter times. But, we don't forget the trauma that we've had. We just kind of we just strap it on our backpack and walk forward with it.
It's just part of your armor from here on
Yeah.
out, rather. Yeah. We have to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to play a song. Dre, we're going to do the Broken Halos first.
and talk, because music was one of the most important things, is still one of the most important things in the Von Tillo world and life and everyone around you. You guys had gone to this festival for multiple years. Music was important. Music is a universal language, but writing is too. And there's a couple songs that stand out that to you guys that we to have a little lightness we're going to play, because the lyric in this song that we're going to play here in a minute, or the clip of it, is such a reminder that you know, I have on my dashboard in my car, it says everything is working out for me. And I believe even the shitty things are somehow working out for me. Now, it's taken till this moment to be able to sit in the midst of something that feels really crappy and be like, this is happening for a reason. But there, you know, once we get to the other side and we look back, and I'm not, you know, trying to be toxic and say that day happened for a reason, because that day is a whole different brand of evil, obviously. But if we are humans that do want to move forward, not get over it, whatever, but move forward, we have to put ourselves in that position to know, what did I learn from this? How did I grow from this? What can I do to make the world better? And what these two wonderful humans did to make the world better is write a book called Connections. So, connecting with my two friends here, Mark Gray, Mary Jo Von Tillo, join us now. The book is Connections, about the Las Vegas massacre. You can find it anywhere you get your books. Download it now, read it, share it. It'd make a great Christmas present.
It certainly would.
Connect with somebody around you today. Guys, this show is called We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. Hey guys, we should write.
Right?
You guys are so smart. We'll be right back.
Right.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write.
Right?
I'm going to do it too. It's going to haunt you in your sleep. I'm going to text you like 2 a.m. and be like, Mark, we should write.
I mean, I'm nailing the timing on it, though.
You're really good.
Thank you.
You're very talented.
Thank you.
I
found my calling.
You found your calling. Your beautiful wife is with us, by the way, too, Casey. Congratulations, you newlyweds. How long? You can be a newlywed for like a year, I think, right? Is that what they say? Okay.
Casey wants to have a wedding literally every month right now. So
you're going to need to write more.
Oh, you're telling me.
You married a gem, but she's not cheap.
Woo! You say it again.
She's not cheap.
From your lips to his ears.
I'm saying. Okay, so before we went to the break, we teased a song that you wanted to play. This song has a lot of meaning, a lot of power behind it. Just on its own, it does. But when I asked you, Mark, send me a song or two that we could reference today because music is so powerful, and you said I want to play Broken Halos by Chris Stapleton. Why?
That song, it's very strange. So I remember vividly October 2nd, and we were, so my now wife then girlfriend at the time. We were doing long distance. She was in San Diego. I was in Las Vegas. And shooting happened at 10:05. She dropped everything. She got on the first flight out. She called her work from the airport and said, I'm just not coming in. I don't know when I'll be back. And came to my house. And we were just kind of running around, kind of hanging out with some of our friends who were there that night and really just reflecting on that day. I remember we watched a Monday night football game. We're driving back from that game. And the radio's on, and Broken Halo came on, and for some reason that song just made me think of, the 58 people who lost their lives that night, and I was just crying in the car. I was trying to hide it from Miss Casey, the wife over here, and I remember I was kind of like looking down, and trying to be tough, and then I just realized I don't really care about being tough anymore, and that song always kind of, even though obviously Stapleton wasn't there at. I don't think he did any of the 4 years, but that song always makes me think of October 2nd. And about 6 months, maybe a year later, Stapleton came to Vegas and we saw him. And he actually, again, he had no sort of connection to Las Vegas. He had, to my knowledge at least. And I remember him saying, I want to dedicate this next song to the people who lost their lives at the Route 91 shooting.
Wow, no way.
And he played Broken Halo. And I was thinking, whoa, there's a lot going on here. And I think I lost it again. Again, tried to hide it from the wife. But yeah, that song, every time I hear it, it makes me...
oddly hot, by the way, when you cry. So just
Thank you.
lean in, right?
Thank you, yeah. But that song always makes me think of Route 91, and especially the day after.
Wow. All right, let's play a clip from him. I went ahead and picked the part that means the most to me. And as you guys listen to this, listen to the lyric. This is... this sort of sums up getting through tragedy, moving, not getting over it, but getting through it. Here we go.
Don't go looking for
It still hits.
Yeah? He's
Still
weeping
hits.
like a
Trying to make us
baby over
cry.
here, guys, but it's hot. It's good, right? Like I said. Mark, do you know Kurt Von Tillo?
I do. I mean, I've never met him, but I know him.
I know you never met him, but do you know him?
Yeah. I feel like I spent so much time with Mary Jo and her family, her wonderful family, over these past several years that, I feel like I could literally sit next to Kurt and have a conversation about what he did yesterday. I feel like I know this man so well, yeah, cause people asked me that before too. Like, did you guys know each other before all this? And I said, no, I know him.
Yeah.
No, never met him, but I know him.
Mary Jo, is there a moment in these past 7 years where you felt Kurt so clearly that I know you felt him a lot, but a moment where you felt him so clearly that it changed the direction of where you were going?
Not just a moment. The kind of person that Kurt was is the kind of person that I hope to be every day. Kurt and I were very different. Opposites attract. Kurt was very outgoing. He never had his guard up. Anybody he met became his friend. He was very open to every kind of social situation. I was just a little bit more conservative, not as open as he was. Since he passed away, I've tried to be that person, more personable, listen to people's stories, take time, enjoy people, and know that this is the moment. This is the moment you're enjoying. It's not what's going to happen next. It's like be in the moment. And I always knew that. Kurt loved talking to people, but he loved talking to people that were older than him and that had more experience than him. And he loved listening to their stories. And one thing I've realized is it is about everybody's story, and it's about those connections with people. And I just didn't appreciate that before, and he really brought that to my life. And unfortunately, it was after he passed away. But so it's not just one moment. It's who I am now. I'm different because of it and because of who he was. And I want to honor him in that way and be a better person. Like you asked Mark, do you know Kurt Von Tillo? Well, all of us, me, Jessica, Matthew, his children, we talk about Kurt all the time like he's here, you know. So anybody that meets us knows who Kurt is. And, you know, we love sharing stories about him. We love hearing other people's stories when they want to talk about him. But everybody has a story, is what I've realized. And some are more compelling, some are more tragic, some are funnier, but everybody has a story. And listening to people and connecting with people in that way, that's what brought to me, and that's what Kurt gave me. And so it's not just a moment that I feel him. Every day I think, like, my life is so enriched because what he brought into it.
So I'm going to have Mary Jo read a passage from the book. Before I do, I have to ask you, Mark, because this is interesting. It's Mary Jo's stories and connections, but through Mark's words. I assume that's Mary Jo's words in there. You were probably taking notes. You know, who knows what the process is. But you're going to listen to her read a passage that you wrote, but it's actually her word. Like, how is that?
It's very meta, isn't it?
It's very meta. I've already forgot about what I'm talking about. I'm so confused. So before she reads it, Mark, like, how much of this, when you go back and write, right? When you go back and write, how much of it is your words versus her words? Like, how do you find that balance to, you know, quote Mary Jo, but also write it through your lens as the professional writer?
Yeah, so Mary Jo's chapter was different from the rest of them, whereas I think she would probably agree that, with the exception of Mary Jo's chapter is chapter 1. And a lot of that is her words, just using me as a vessel. The rest of the chapters, I think, is more my words. Obviously, having interviewed all, you know, you and all the other people certainly highlighted in the book. But yeah, there's a fine line there of figuring out, you know, you certainly want to tell the story in the most accurate, meaningful way, while being respectful of, you know, these aren't just characters in the book; these are real people, and so you want to be really kind of respectful. And in Mary Jo's case, it was very much a, you know, let's let her word just guide the story to where it's going to go, and that's kind of what I tried to do. Is, you know, going through just the pouring over the thousands of minutes of interview that her and I did, and just kind of let these words just flow and get it to, you know, where we need it to be. It was almost like sort of a GPS where you know, I didn't know, I knew we have to get to this point, but, you know, let's just, whatever windy road to get, however it gets there is the way it gets there. You know, as long as we get here, we're okay. And so with her stuff, that was, she was different than the rest of them because it really was, you know, her, she's sort of she's the catalyst of all of these people. She's the thread who ties them all together. So hers was different than the rest of them, but you know, I think it worked out all right.
That's tricky. Pulitzer for you, because how you managed to do that is fascinating to me. So Mary Jo, I asked you if you wouldn't mind picking a passage from the book, and what did you pick, my friend? What would you like to share? And I wanted you to read it instead of Mark, not because I don't love Mark's voice, because I do.
So rude.
But I thought it'd be nice for our listeners to hear your story through your voice.
And I have not read this aloud, any part of the book, so this is going to be interesting. But I did pick the chapter on Lindsay Lawler.
Thank you for that, by the way. I didn't ask that, but thank you.
I wanted to make sure I did. Lindsay, you're
I know it's going to be hard. Will you do
and
me a favor and move the book under the microphone so you don't have to look away from the mic? when you talk?
Sure.
I just want to hear you
Sure.
loud. Mark and I are loud asses, and
I know,
you're
sorry.
a tender, loving
I'm quiet.
human. So.
I'm
That was a pro move, Lindsay. That was a
softer.
pro move right there.
Thanks.
Okay, the book.
It's so beautiful.
Okay. We all had their guards up, Mary Jo recalled. But we were willing to listen to her. While peering down at the Nashville skyline, they listened to Lindsay eloquently speak about her life, her marriage, her career, her connection to trucking. The Vontillos all immediately felt at ease and knew this woman was trying to do right by Kurt. During a moment of casual chatting, Mary Jo offhandedly said, "Kurt's birthday is coming up, and that's going to be a really tough day." "I don't know why, but I have this feeling that Kurt and I have the same birthday," Lindsay uttered. "Is his birthday December 4th? To say they were shocked was an understatement, and the entire table burst into tears while confirming the hunch. That was a very special moment. I still cry when I think about it.
I can't believe I said that you eloquently spoke, Lindsay.
Eloquently.
Eloquently.
Yeah, that's.
No, you were talking about a different person.
I obviously wasn't there.
No, obviously not. But dude, come on. Now, if you don't believe that something else is going on behind the scenes, stuff like that there's something divinely appointed going on when connections like that happen. What are we even doing here? I think so. That was such a moment where, and it was funny too, because when you walked in and I hugged you, Mary Jo, and it was still a little like, who's this lady? That was the moment, and I believe that was Kurt, like being like, ding, this is okay. I deem this relationship appropriate. So thank you. Cheers. Let's cheers to Kurt, by the way.
Cheers.
He's a man
Cheers,
who.
Kurt.
Ding. Cheers, whatever's in your cup right now.
That was actually a big deal for him. He always liked to cheers everything. So our family cheers everything.
And let me say something real quick, because I don't know if you guys both know this or not, but Mary Jo, when very early on in our chats, when we were talking about different people to highlight in the book, when we brought up Lindsay, you brought up this moment of, is his birthday December 4th? And I remember this like quite well, and I thought, okay, it's an interesting tidbit. When I was talking to Lindsay, she's telling me this story, and she goes, "Oh my God, and our birthday's the same day." And you both told me the same story, and I thought, oh, okay, this is like really meaningful, and I get why. There's one of those things where you guys did not know you both told me the same story.
Oh, cool.
And so I was like, okay, this has got to be in there. This is a moment. So
that's cool. Yeah.
I think it kind of broke the ice.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And that's one of those things, especially I would assume with you, Mark, like picking out, because Mary Jo just gave you everything, and then you had the daunting task of figuring out what is going to go into these, 200 or 300 pages. So when you hear something multiple times, I'm sure that's, okay, obviously check that one's going in it. The book is wonderful. The book is, and it's a great time around Thanksgiving for it to come out, just because it's a time of gratitude, obviously. But I'm curious, well, two things. I'm curious, I'm going to ask you both this question. I'm going to start with Mary Jo, actually. Mary Jo, what is the one thing in the book that you're like, wow, we really, really, really got this right?
It's really funny. I'm so close to it. I lived it, right? So it was hard for me to know if it was going to be good, if it was going to be compelling, if people were really going to get the connection and really understand the importance of connecting with people and everybody's story. I think the thing that has shocked me the most is all of the positive reviews and feedback we've gotten. And people are saying, I laughed, I cried, I laughed and I cried, and I laughed and I cried. And they couldn't wait for more stories because they were so good. And being so close to it, I thought it was good. I thought, my life for the past 8 years has been amazing, the people that I've met. But I didn't know if anybody else would really enjoy the book. And we've gotten such positive feedback. It's just been really heartwarming, and not just my story, our story, but everybody's story. And I just love that, because I know how much I appreciated all of the people that are in the book, and now everybody else gets to appreciate that.
But now the other side of this, and again, Mark, I'm about to ask you these same two questions, but different points of views from Mary Jo, from your experience and you providing the relationships, and Mark from the actual writing professional standpoint. Mary Jo, if there was was there anything that you guys did that if you're like, crap, I wish this would have made the book? Is there anything that if you had to go back and do it, the book that they didn't get to? Not that there's a part 2 of this book coming, but if there was, what was missed?
I don't think anything was missed, but I mentioned early on when we started talking about the book, I had 25, 30 people who probably could have been part of the book. And do I wish all of those stories could have been told? Yes, absolutely. But of course we couldn't have a novel of 1,000 pages, but I don't think anything was missed. I think we got it right, but there's such amazing people in my life that were on that list too, and their stories are amazing too. So I don't think we missed it. I think we got exactly where we wanted to go, and I think each of the stories are so different and have so many different aspects to it that I think it brings in a lot of people who will really identify with the book from various angles. Everybody's story in the book is unique and brings its own strength, hope, resiliency, and I love that. So I think we got it right. I just wish I could have highlighted
Talked about everybody.
Yeah.
Mark, and I'm going to let you praise yourself here as much as you can. What did you do the best in this book, and what, if you had to go back and do it differently, would you throw into the mix, if anything?
You really know how to make a man's ego grow.
Start with how did you mess up, Mark? How did you fail? How did you fail this project?
Oh, count the ways. Count the ways. There were, I don't know. I mean, I think Mary Jo hit on the head, honestly, because I don't know that there's anything we would have done different per se. I think the only thing, and she nailed it, was the hardest part was whittling it down from this list of people. Because again, this is not my story. This is, I'm just telling the stories. This is really Mary Jo's story and her life and her squad, her team, and she gave me a list really early on of, I think, this person, this person, this person. And that was the toughest part, to say, okay, why should this person be in here and why shouldn't they? And you really had to weigh the pros and the cons a lot. Mm-hmm. And, it's one of those things where it's really difficult to, you don't want to tell someone your story is not interesting, because that's not the case. Your story is very interesting. It just, we can't include every single person. And she's right. We couldn't, this book's already, I think, 244 pages. And we can't make 900 pages. This is not the, it's not the Bible. We can't, we just can't include every single person. And if there was a couple, when I was pitching this book, and I know I'm veering off track a little here, but when I was pitching this book to publishers and agents and whatnot, one guy in particular, he's not who we went with, but he said, I wanted a book on just victims of Route 91. And he wanted this book, the Connections book, as a follow-up, which wasn't a bad idea, but I was like, that's another 2 years.
Yeah.
That's a long ways out.
But this book is done.
And this one's done. Yeah. And so, obviously, having, if that was the case, where if this guy's idea was, came to fruition, a lot of those people on the list would have certainly been included, potentially. Yeah. But that was the hard part, was kind of whittling it down and saying, these are the ones we're going to focus on. And it doesn't mean that your stories aren't important. It just means these are the ones that we feel are right for this project.
That would be really hard. So we're going to play another clip of the song, because it's funny. This is a song that is important to Mary Jo, that was important to Kurt, that's important to your family. It's also a song that I am known for singing, so I'm so glad you sent this one. I actually, I sang on Broadway for a very long time, and listen, I can nail Don't Stop Believing. I'm really good at it. I'm just going to say that for the record, but it also makes me really happy. But there's also a lot of drunk girls on Broadway. I'll never forget this one girl came up to me one night. I was playing at Tootsie's on the downstairs stage, and she came up, she's like, "Play Small Town Girl." And I was like, oh my God, this girl, she kept going, "Play Small Town Girl." I'm like, finally, that is not the name of the song. Do you want me to sing Don't Stop Believing? She goes, "Yeah, play Small Town Girl." I'm like, oh my God. And so finally, a couple minutes later, we start the down, 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 down. We start to play it, And she goes to the bathroom. And I was like, dude, you've got to be kidding me. And then she comes out of the bathroom a few minutes later. The song is over. And she proceeds to say, play Small Town Girl. And I was like, that is the last time I'm singing that song on Broadway. I stopped singing that song on Broadway. But I love this song so much. This song brings people together. And if Don't Stop Believin' is not a better theme for your family, I don't know what it is. So Dre, hit us with a little so we can all do a little drive. If you're in your truck or in your car right now, roll the windows down. Hit it, Dre. I'm going to start singing it again, even for the drunk girls. I'm going to do it for Kurt. Live like Kurt. Mary Jo, what do you want? We have about 7 minutes left here. I can't believe we've almost talked for an hour. I could talk to y'all for 95 hours. What do you want? Because, listen, we haven't gone through the details. I want everyone to read this book. You'll get some idea of the weight of that day, but you, like I said, you will also be met with so much life giving life that comes from it, what Mary Jo's life has become, what your entire family, your children, your huge extended family. But what do you want? Because there's a lot of people listening right now who have gone through a lot of tragedies, hopefully not mass shooting. Hopefully we will never have to speak of that again. But it does exist in our world. So what do you want people listening now to understand about connection after tragedy?
Anybody who's listening that may be grieving or going through a tough time or having trauma, I just want to let you know it's going to be okay. And I think when I look at this book, it could be inspiring to people to know tragic things can happen, but good things can happen from that. And, you know, your life is not going to be defined by this one moment or this one trauma. That you can get up every day and move forward. And I think every story in this book, every connection in this book is a different situation, but each individual in the book has moved forward and been able to deal with their trauma, deal with their grief, and make their lives better. And anybody that's listening that might be struggling right now, I think if you read the book, I think you'll be inspired by all of the stories and to know it's going to be okay.
It is going to be okay.
And Lindsay Lawler, thank you for letting me know a month after the shooting I was going to be okay, because there's wonderful people in this world that you don't even know, strangers that can impact your life in a way that's so unexpected but so needed. So thank you for making that connection with us. I can never, ever pay you back for that.
Thanks for trusting a crazy person and flying to Nashville on a whim, by the way. I'm grateful. I hate what you had to go through. I will forever hate that. But I will also forever be grateful to Kurt Von Tilla, who brought us together on our birthday, by the way, too. I will forever be grateful to him. I think about him every December 4th. And listen, I don't like thinking about other people on my birthday. So also, Kurt. Thanks for that, adding that into my life. We're going to play one more quick clip of a song because, Mark, you brought something else up, and I sent another song. Why is this other, Won't Back Down. We said that at the beginning of the show. I'm sure going to concerts, stepping out in life, as you said too, you step into every kind of element now a little bit differently. But why Tom Petty Won't Back Down?
So Tom Petty, people forget, died the next day. He died on October 2nd, 2017.
Was that really?
Yeah.
I remember where I was when he died, but I did not put that together.
It was the next day.
Wow.
And so there was this whole there was just so much trauma going on in the world and such heavy things going on in the world.
Wow.
And so I won't back down. Obviously, there's a meaning there of, like you said, we're not going to let this define us. We're going to push forward. And then that Saturday night, so 6 days after the show, Jason Aldean, who of course was playing Route 91 when the shooting happened, he performed on Saturday Night Live, and he performed "I Won't Back Down" on Saturday Night Live.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that song's always, again, like this whole special meaning. In fact, he released a very limited run of shirts, and it was the "Welcome to Las Vegas" sign, the big famous one, but instead of "Welcome to Las Vegas," it had the words "I won't back down." And it was a Jason Aldean shirt. I bought one. I don't think they're around anymore, but but because of that, again, like that really just kind of defines the Vegas community in those days after, and I think a lot of us.
Awesome. Hit us, Dre. We can go over. We make the rules around here. Hit it, brother. This show to you, Mark, first. It's called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Why is writing so important, whether you do it professionally or personally?
Writing's therapeutic. Writing is it's one of the few things where I think you can really just kind of let out your emotion, your feelings, and not be judged. Obviously, my line of work, I'm writing for the masses, but
You're judged all the time.
I'm judged all the time, yeah. But you can just write for yourself. Mary Jo talked about journaling, and those aren't published anywhere. She just did it for herself to kind of get it out, and I'm sure she'll tell you. She'll be the first to tell you it was therapeutic and it was meaningful, and that's why writing is so powerful.
Mary Jo, why is writing so important to you as someone who is not a professional writer, just in your personal life? What can you say? How can you encourage people listening that they need to write to get it out?
Well, I didn't have a chance to say goodbye to Kurt. I didn't have a chance to tell him all the things that I thought immediately after he passed away. So part of my therapy was writing him a letter. And him and I always shared our feelings, he made our relationship like that. He was a very touchy-feely, sherry guy. So we always knew where we stood with each other. But I had the opportunity to write him a love letter. And to me, it was just such a beautiful thing to do. And I will always cherish that letter. My kids have not seen that letter. Nobody has seen that letter. So for me, writing was an amazing connection to him. And I loved putting those words in writing. And it's different than saying them. I talk to him all the time. But writing it and really telling him how I felt was truly amazing. And really was part of my healing process. And one of the first things that I did, I'd say I did this probably about 2 months into therapy. And it really helped me quite a bit. And I'll cherish that forever.
I'll cherish you both forever. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. The book is The Las Vegas Massacre, Connections. Connections, guys. Finding strength through tragedy after America's deadliest mass shooting. But it goes back to the connection, guys. You are all going to be okay. I'm okay. You're okay. Mark, you're okay.
I'm all right.
Mary Jo.
Right?
Right. No, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
Mary Jo, you're okay.
I'm okay.
And We Should Write.
Right?
Okay, there you go, guys. This is We Should Write. It's executive produced by, well, me. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and it's brought to you by the good people at RadioNemo. Listen to us on iHeart, Spotify, Pandora, Apple, wherever you find your shows. Well, you know that because you're listening now. Everybody, keep writing. Get it out of you so that it doesn't get into you. Mark, We Should Write.
We should write, right?
Go get the book. It's available wherever you get your books. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, wherever it is. Y'all have the best day. Keep writing.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Why are you already ruining it and talking over my beautifully produced intro? You've already ruined the whole episode.
It's beautiful and the candles smell good, but now I'm worried about them because Seamus came in and said it's carcinogenic.
Oh, carcinogenic.
What if we die of candle poisoning?
You know what this episode already has in common with Larry Gatlin?
What's that?
You two both just came in like
Chitty chatty bang bang?
crazy psychopaths.
Can I say
Yes.
the ad before the Wreaths Across America? I forget how wonderful that organization is, and all the times that we spend in D.C. in the cold with the Pietà and the U
Yes.
and the tombstones and the wreaths is beautiful. This time of year, especially.
This time of year.
I miss that. We should go. Let's just go.
We got to sing, you and I got to sing. By the way, this is Chris Roberts. I'll talk about him in a minute.
Hi, Lindsay Lawler.
You and I got to sing. Do you remember? It was one of the most beautiful moments in the world. And then quickly, I was so mad at you.
Oh.
Because we got to
That
sing.
sounds right.
But yeah, that's basically sums up our relationship.
Yeah.
We got to sing in the amphitheater back when you could do that.
Oh, yes.
And we did God Bless America. And you start playing the guitar, and you heard the rumble of the Black Hawk helicopter about to come over. And you looked at me and you said, "Don't cry, I don't know the words." And we sang the song in front of like all the Gold Star mothers and
I mean, I knew half of the words. They get jumbled. All the patriotic songs kind of fall together for me.
But then we had this epic moment.
Yeah.
And then you disappeared. You left because you had to
I
drive
had to
home.
catch a flight.
You caught a flight. You
Yeah.
left.
I had to sing at church.
It was so rude of you.
It was. Yeah, but then you wandered the grounds without me and took pictures and, right? Was that that time?
Well, no. Debbie Sparks threw me the keys to a van. I was in a white gown, and she said, "Can you drive these volunteers around?" So I was
Nice.
driving around in a white gown, and they're like, "You take your volunteer driving job real seriously, ma'am."
That sounds right. Yeah. And you do. You take all your volunteer jobs seriously.
I also take this show seriously, but
I
also not.
loved everything that I heard you say leading in. It was beautiful. And you're right. Yeah.
Right?
It's great, right?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of my best friends in the world. And by the way, if you've been, a lot of our listeners have been at a lot of the events we've sung out over the years, so you've gotten to hear or see this fabulous human perform either with me or on his own. And today we're going to get to know him a little bit better. So this week, I get to sit down with one of my all-time favorite humans, one of my longest, truest co-writing partners, Chris Roberts. He's a Grammy-nominated.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Broadway bred. That's the New York Broadway, the
Broadway
legit
bred.
the legit Broadway, not the
The acting, the singing, the dancing.
yes,
Yeah.
not the Bachelorette train wreck one that I've sang at.
Well, listen, they're both good. One you have to sing louder notes.
Yes.
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Oklahoma, where the...
Okay.
You went to school there, right?
I did go to school there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell he could sing that. He's also the bluegrass singing, harmony stacking.
Look at me go.
Look at you.
Woo!
He's also a unicorn, guys, because he can casually sing opera, which is an oxymoron. But that's what makes you a
Casual
unicorn.
opera?
Casual opera.
That's
makes
a good
you a
idea.
unicorn.
Yeah. Like opera and sweatpants.
Opera and sweatpants. We've written together for almost 20 years. Now, let me finish talking about you. Be quiet for a minute.
Go ahead.
We've written together for almost 20 years. We've traveled the country together, from truck stops to the lighting of the Christmas tree in D.C., the blue field in Boise, the ocean, the mountains, and everything in between.
Woo!
Chris, we have written through heartbreak. We have written through celebration.
Mm-hmm.
We have written through some very dark chapters, probably of each of our lives. I know mine.
Mm-hmm.
You are family to me, and you've been a big part of my growing up. I've watched you grow up too, even though you're older than me. Thank you, and you will always be.
Happy birthday tomorrow.
Thank you.
FYI.
Thank you. And I think this is going to be both the easiest and the hardest episode I've ever prepped, because how do you interview somebody who you know each other's souls really well, and who knows all your stories and your ghosts and your chapters, the good ones and the bad ones. So, where do you even start? So today felt like a moment to ask Chris the things I've never actually got to ask him.
I love it.
Yeah.
Put me on the stand.
I'm going to, because when we're together, we just either laugh or we're creating. And you and I do get deep, but there's stuff I've wanted to know that I probably haven't dug deep enough on. So, Chris, we're going to talk about songwriting as a disguise, a weapon, an escape, a redemption, revenge, a catharsis, and, of course, healing.
God.
Yeah.
You lost me after the first three.
I
I
know.
really work in threes, as most songwriters do.
Oh, that means you only
I'm going
get
to need that list written down for me. But
disguise, weapon, and escape. You don't get the good ones.
I don't
then.
get the good ones. Okay, that's fine.
All right, this is going to be a different episode I'm very excited about. Please make welcome to the show one of my best friends in the world, most talented people I know, my favorite voice in all of Nashville, Chris Roberts.
Thanks, Lindsay Lawler, for having me.
I'm really glad you're here. Dre's excited too. aren't
Hi,
you,
Dre. What's up, buddy? Woo! It's really, really good to be with you the day before your birthday.
Oh, thank you.
And I was kidding about the candle thing. I don't think we're going to die from the carcinogen.
I don't think so. What's up, Dre?
It smells very good.
Oh, he's going away.
Okay.
Dre just pointed. You decide which finger.
Oh,
So, Chris, I always start the show with a big, deep breath, because people listening, a lot of people are listening in their truck, in their office, wherever they may be.
Yep.
We start with a deep breath for us, for them, for everybody. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Did you feel the booger in your nose that you picked on the way here?
hey, come on. That was between us.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez.
I forget what's
It's
on here.
nothing sacred? Yes, I picked my nose on the way down here. It's an old person thing to do. Although, I was really happy that well, first off, congratulations on your radio show.
Oh, thanks.
And everything, all the radio shows. It seems like you've got many radio shows, and I'm sure they're all fantastic.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, and I'll start listening right when I get home and get a
Appreciate
radio. The radio's broken in my truck with the backup camera, so
You
it's a problem.
listen on your phone, actually. So now,
Oh,
yeah.
there's a phone thing. Okay, good.
iHeart app, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, my point is, I'm glad it's not a TV show, because before I left my house, I happened to look in the mirror and I had a Cocoa Pebble, and it was stuck like on my lower lip.
Really?
Yeah.
First of all, why are you eating Cocoa
why am I eating
Pebbles?
Cocoa Pebbles, and why was one stuck on my lower
I don't
lip?
know.
I was very embarrassed. And then, you know how those get a little like crunchy when they get
Yeah.
stuck? And I had to really peel it off. It was
Chris, I'm not going
it
to
was
lie.
embarrassing.
This feels like a cry for help.
It is.
Between
It's
the
a Cocoa Pebble problem.
It's Cocoa Pebble and the booger. Things are
Things
hard.
They're
Things are a little sharp.
unraveling quickly.
They're a little sharp right now.
Hey, the breath thing is amazing, and You know, I told you my daughter, Emily, is currently in California talking about her school. They do something called True North at their charter school,
Okay.
which is basically a deep breath. They get the kids together in these groups. And they do that and call it a True North, and it sort of helps them focus their energies and their spirits, and it's really nice.
That's beautiful.
I love it. Well, I'm glad that you start your show like that.
It's, you know what? It's so basic.
Mm-hmm.
And yet this keeps coming up in my life. The most basic things are also the most profound.
Yeah.
And we're going to, that probably relates to writing. Like when I don't overthink it.
Mm-hmm.
You've in writing have helped me not overthink it. And also I'll say things and you'll be like, no one talks like that. Like I'll try to make something work in a song, and I love when you say to me, "No one talks like that." So it's been helpful. All right, so we took our deep breath, and then I also started. I say, Chris, in this moment, what are you? Take a little gratitude journal. Let's see. Oh, he's taking it. Oh, yours has a heart on it.
Oh.
So cute. Oh, and a unicorn.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
In your gratitude journal,
it's a butterfly.
And a butterfly. What are you grateful for in this moment, this time of life?
This time of life or this particular moment?
Both.
Okay, both. This moment, I'm very grateful that I'm with you the day before your birthday, and I get to see your beautiful studio that you've designed and are working out of. I love your office. It's great.
Thank you.
And I'm just proud of my friend. So I'm grateful that I get to see you. And in my life, it's a weird season for me. I'll be honest. I have 2 kids, 2 daughters, 2 amazing daughters, and our oldest is at Vanderbilt, sophomore. Go anchor down.
Should be in the playoffs.
Should be in the playoffs. That's a whole other show we're going to have. The quarterback, though, Diego Pavia, he does a thing where he takes his shoes off and stands on the field before games just to ground himself. That's another great centering grounding feature.
It's probably why they did as
just
well.
Just getting the earth on you, yeah. Our other daughter is a senior in high school, and so we're in the college thing and looking at that. But it's
By the way, she was in your wife Wendy's belly when I met you, so that is
18 years. Yeah, it's 18 years we've known each other.
Yeah.
We've written a lot of songs in 18. A lot of my best favorite songs. My best favorites.
My best favorite.
It's weird, just that it's kind of painful, and you don't want to really explore that pain too much because we don't. I think we grew up in a generation where our parents were just like, okay, go. There was no real admission of that chapter where you're doing so much together and for and with these human beings, and then they're gone. So I mean, it's it's all those the questions of purpose, like what you do to fill that extra purpose area. I mean, there's a lot to celebrate about it too, like 2 healthy kids that I'm super proud of, and they're going to go off and do their thing. But it's a lot to miss.
Are you
Parenting
scared?
is beautiful. It's awesome. I pulled a lot of my writing energy from my favorite songs that I've ever written are lullabies for my kids.
Yeah.
They're probably the most honest on a lot of levels. So it's going to be really hard, man.
But are you scared? Because I mean this both jokingly and both seriously. You're not going to have any excuses anymore. Since I've known you, you've blamed your kids on a lot of reasons why you get out of shows or out of rights, and I get it now because I did not have kids when I met you, and now I do have a child, and I get it. I use her to get out of everything now, and it's amazing.
It's
by the way.
amazing.
Great, I get what you were doing,
Yeah.
but is that also it's interesting to me because you're at a place in your, correct me if I'm wrong, in your career where you've done a lot of the BS, and now you can kind of, what do I want to do? What's interesting? What can I prioritize? But also the kids are going to leave, so you can't be like you really have to sit with yourself alone now and be like, what do I want to be when I grow up?
Yeah, well, it's too late for that because I'm old and picking my nose with chocolate cocoa pebbles on my lip.
Lost it.
And you know what? It's not using them as an excuse either. It's it's that choice. It's like, do I spend the time here or there or there? And I think, I spent a lot of years, you're right, prioritizing kids. Probably early on, I remember conversations with my management in New York where they were like, if you want a career in music, you don't have kids. You
or you pretend.
You sacrifice that. That's going away. Your wife and your kids, that's not. Don't
Did
think
somebody
about that.
actually say that to you?
Yeah, 100%.
In those exact words.
In those exact words, I got that conversation thrown at me, which is on some level very, very true. I think if you want to be the very, very top of the music game, I think you have to find a way to be. Selfish is the wrong word. It's just so hyper-focused on that task that you don't really have time to focus on some of the other things. And that becomes sort of the detritus of the goal, I think.
Detritus is a good word.
Isn't that? It's a military term, I think, that means like it's all the stuff left over after a battle. The detritus of war. Yeah.
Music business.
Yeah. So the music business.
But that's it, it's something people don't. We actually have talked about on the show a lot about that idea. Jim and I have talked about. It's like because we're this show and everything. It's a startup, and there's places where you kind of have to say to your family, and I don't think you have to physically say it. It's sort of at least in our family, it's an understood thing that it's like whether it's Seamus and I, whoever has the more quote unquote important opportunity, they get to go. And Wendy's had to deal with this. I mean, you had to leave a gig to like a CMA gig when when your daughter's being born to pop over and say hi in the hospital and then go back to performing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's absolutely, well, yeah. The day she was born, we were playing the CMA down by the river thing. And yeah, we had, I mean, the good news is the doctor was like, do you want this baby now or do you want this baby in 5 hours? I was like, now would be great.
You're like, my label said I need it in like 20 years. So how long can you hold it in?
Records said not at all. Can you just make this go away, Doc? No.
Well, okay, so let's be real then. So you have perhaps to a fault prioritized your family and life and having all that richness while also making music. Like you never.
I wanted my cake and to eat it.
You wanted your cake and to eat it too.
The proverbial cake and eat it too.
I get that. I feel that.
That's its own version of selfishness, right?
It is. And I look at mine. I'm like, I would have never been able to do like, say, the Taylor Swift route because I'm not saying like I chose to not be Taylor Swift. No, my point is like she does the same thing all day, every day. It's all she can have. She misses birthday parties. She misses. Whoever. Yeah. And did you ever consciously decide I'm going to try to do both? Or was it a conscious decision or did you just fall into trying to manage everything?
I think I just fell into trying to manage everything. I'll say when I moved to Nashville from New York, my goal, I think, was getting out of New York City, sort of knowing I'd done theater in my 20s and I'd gotten to a Broadway show and I'd sort of seen the top of that mountain and thought, I don't think I can stay on this mountain for 30 years and live like the kind of life I wanted to live. Maybe have a family.
Yeah.
Maybe do other things. I think there was twofold. I didn't think I could have a family. I also didn't think I could do other people's work consistently and find gratification in it. I had to find a creative outlet. So I moved here. Larry Gatlin was really my only friend in town, and
it's a good one to have if you're going to have.
Well, yeah, I mean, he was a good introduction to the music business, and then I started working with our good friend Marcus Hummin, who wrote "Bless the Broken Road" and "Cowboy Take Me Away" and a lot of other great songs. And he became a very good friend early and producer early, and I saw his successful marriage to his wife, who is also a very creative, outside the box thinker, who's very busy in her own world. And there are 3 kids. And I thought, so you can do this. There's a world in which you can be hyper successful as a writer, artist, and also like you can have a family. And that felt really like a cool idea. Now, if my band at Decca Records had just like wildly taken off after we played Newport Folk Festival and been on tour for 3 years, would I have made it? I don't know. Probably, who knows?
Would you still be married? Who knows?
Would I still be married? Would I have 9 kids? I don't know. Who knows? Like the path that was thrown in front of me was what was thrown in front of me. And we have figured it out yearly.
Yeah.
Day to day, week to week, year to year. Like that to me, that's the mess of being an artist. I think you just have to take the super highs with the super lows and navigate that space.
Do you think, with that being said, because I had to stop saying this actually because I was like, I love the highs and lows. I love that there's no just middle ground. One day I was like, why would you say that? Stop saying that. Just like smooth sailing could be nice, but it doesn't feel, I don't know. It didn't, at least years for me, feel like something that I want. I'm like, that's boring just to be smooth sailing.
Yeah.
But then I realized, I was getting a lot of highs and lows, and that's manic, and that made me bipolar, I think, for a little bit as well. So I don't know. Does the smooth sailing, I guess, let's from a writing perspective.
Okay.
Whether it's high, low, or smooth sailing, do you think you personally write from a different place? And I don't even mean professional writing. I mean just your creative output, or just your pen to paper journal at home, whatever. Do you feel like you write from different places based on if you're high flying or in the ditch, or just kind of wobbling along?
Most definitely, yes. I think my general basic preset as a writer is that I'm not really very good by myself. If you're just leaving me alone in a room like this where you're saying just go be creative, I don't know that I am always the most creative person.
What? Really?
If you have a guitar for me, or a piano, like a musical instrument, I could sit there and noodle around and find some melodies. But I definitely treat it as a job where I know I got to sit down and push something out creatively. But usually I don't really like my own stuff, which is why I love working with other people, because if somebody else brings me an idea that they love, that's so much easier for me to get into than my own ideas that I'm like, meh. Rarely do I have one of my own where I'm like, I've got to write that. That's so important to me. That is going to move me in a certain way. I just
See,
don't
and that's
feel
all
that
I have. That's why you and I work together well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I can't do what you do at all.
I love the skill set of the task of creating something out of that mystery space. That is the best. But the thing that makes you believe profoundly in something, I don't have it.
Really? This is blowing my mind that you're
not
saying
on the
this.
front end. That not very much, not very often. This is why I said lullabies mean so much to me, because the profundity of the making of human life, there's something so elemental and basic about that. That's just also very, very real, and it's so easy for me to attach super hyper meaning to it. It makes it easy to write that.
Huh.
I don't know if any of that makes sense.
It does.
That's the way it feels, and I think that's why I like to collaborate so much. It's if somebody else believes in something, I love to believe in it with them.
Ooh, I'll save that for a quote for the show. That'll be on social media. You said to me years ago, and he is, by the way, I think if I can convince him after the break, going to sing a song or 2 or 12 for us. Based on the conversation. But you said to me years ago, and I'm sure somebody said this in some form to you, but I said, probably a year into us writing together, I remember saying to you, do you go to therapy? And by the way, I don't either. I talk like I do, but I don't. And I said, do you go to therapy? And you said, no, I write songs. And you said it so no, I write songs. Move on. What's next? And by the way, you did mean move on. Don't ask me about therapy. Move on.
I don't want to get too dark.
Push your Scandinavian emotions down.
Hey, I got plenty of French Cajun stuff I can dig into too. Those people are very emotional people now.
What do you mean? What do you mean now by that? If I say, do you go to therapy? And you say, no, I write songs. Because you're not necessarily, sometimes we're disguising things in songs, usually subconsciously. Sometimes we're writing somebody else's story. And for me, I a lot of times get confused whose story I'm writing. I'm like, is this something that happened to me or somebody I saw at the bar? That's most everything.
Yeah.
So when you say I write songs not instead of going to therapy, but you write songs is therapeutic for you, put it that way.
Is therapeutic.
Is therapeutic for you. Is that, Do you think you're consciously working stuff out when you write?
Well, to be clear, again, and this goes back to like whether I do it well alone or with others. If I'm by myself sitting and writing, that doesn't feel like therapy. That feels like
Really?
it's nightmarish and hard and difficult and painful. But if you get in a room together with others and ideas, that space, that sanctity of the writing space, like everything comes out. Usually, not in every occasion, but it's such a great space to wander through your emotions and just sort of lay it all out on the line if you can from time to time. I was just in New York 2 weeks ago with the Creativettes organization, and I don't know how much work you've done with Richard and those guys, but
I'd love to have him on the show, actually.
they absolutely have figured the same thing out, that there's the sanctity of the writing room where we're creating and we're trying to find some true human emotion to express in a song. Like you throw that into the room with someone who maybe has never talked about the worst thing that's ever happened to them in their life in some military endeavor, and the rawness of it is incredible. That to me is the therapy side of it.
That's so interesting to me, because the therapy side to me is when I'm alone and put it on paper, and then when I come and give it to you, I get to release it, and it's not my problem anymore, or it's not my story. I'm like, it's just funny how it's fascinating how we all work through our stuff differently.
Different process.
You're my favorite process, Chris. We have to take a quick break here. We're talking with Chris Roberts. It's We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writer.
It's Lindsay's birthday tomorrow.
Stop.
What?
Nobody
You say
cares.
it's your birthday.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares, including me.
Your friend Chris cares.
I care about you.
I
We'll
care
be back
about
more.
you.
Hey, will you sing for us on the other side?
Come on. I love this song. Play it.
You wrote this with me. Hey, guys, it's We Should Write. We'll be right back, right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Right? Hey, Chris, we should write.
We haven't written in a long time, and we need to.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I mean, we were usually good for at least like one or two a month or quarterly writes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really should, though. I realized how I have not been practicing what I preach. I do this show called We Should Write, and I'm like, when's the last time I wrote something? I don't even mean a song. I mean in my
You
journal.
have several records of music that you've written, so it's not like you don't have a body of work.
Is that a fat joke?
No.
Okay, sorry. It kind of felt like it.
That's the other thing about writing is it comes in waves. I think there are those just times in life where it's like it just overcomes everything. Like you got to get a lot of stuff out, and then
Yeah.
other times it's like I could probably settle on nothing for 3 months. Just Cocoa Pebbles at home, you know.
Just Cocoa Pebbles in my beard and losing my mind.
Yeah, losing my
I'm
mind.
in that. And I did see somebody post the other day, or somebody sent it to me, I don't know, that said, "You've had a really strong year. Finish resting." And I took that as a permission to not do anything for the rest of the year.
Oh.
And I feel good about that. I mean, outside of everything that I have to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
nothing addition. This isn't a time for me to. But I would like to get together with you and write, because there's a lot. I do that. I get to say a bunch of stuff to you, and you help me put it to song, which I can't do on my own because I do not play like you, and I have a different musical mind than you do. So
Yeah, we're a good team.
We're a good team.
Good writing team.
Let's get the band back together. Is what I'm trying to say.
I miss your volumes of song titles.
Yeah, well, they're still there and growing.
Yeah.
So several years ago, Chris is going to play something for us, but I want you to understand that the outside of you and I have written a song called Trainwreck, which is the most fun song we've ever written. Everybody loves it. Every girl likes to sing it. Everyone likes to pretend like it's about them. The song's about me.
It's about me.
Yeah,
I'm
girl.
there.
Girl. But then also years ago, you and I were at a writing retreat in Florida, and I said to you the night we were at, like, all the writers were at a dinner the night before, and you and I were going to be the first to write on the schedule together the next morning. I said, "Hey, make me write the song I have to write tomorrow." And you're like, "Okay." And like had a beer, and they were like, "Oh, it'll be fun." And then you came to get me the next morning, and I remember you handed me a coffee, and you said, "All right, what are we going to write?" And I was like, "Ugh." And we walked down to the ocean. We were in Florida, and it's one of my most favorite moments about you and writing with you, because it was a hard thing, but walked down to the water and just like put my toes in the water and just started talking to you, telling you about something I'd gone through, and you just started underscoring it with guitar, and you just sat there and listened, and I don't even know what I said, which is usually the case. You listen and I talk and I don't know what I say. That's kind of our relationship. And we wrote a song called "I'm Okay" about it. And I honestly, in that moment, again, Chris, I feel like I said everything to you. We wrote it, and then I was okay. I'm like, "Oh, cool. I got it out."
Yeah.
But you were there, and you just listened. And I know that listening to you that sounds, again, basic but profound. It's the most important thing as a writer and as a human.
Mm-hmm.
What is something that you can think of, whether it be with me or anyone else that you've worked with, where you listened hard enough to actually hear what they were saying that was not what they thought they were saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, 100%. I think that's the job. I mean, I think songwriters, and I learned part of this from Gatlin. Larry Gatlin loves to say that first you read. If you're not a great reader, it's really hard to be a great writer. You got to have some kind of foundation. And so I read Steinbeck, I read Hemingway, I fell in love with all these a lot of classical literature. I wanted to figure out how that writing worked, why it exposed human emotions so effectively, different functions of, the writing styles. But then I think listening is the next thing. Like, if you are not a good listener, it's really hard to co-write, to collaborate with somebody. You got to be a sponge. You got to just sit with people's stories and ideas. And somebody sent me a Christmas song idea a couple weeks ago. He's a good friend, a more recent good friend, a great piano player, new to songwriting, sent me this idea, and I think he recognized it was like halfway there. Like, he knew there was something in the idea. Mm-hmm. And I could hear exactly what he was trying to say. And, we discussed it. And so then I took it and sort of crafted a different version of the same song around it, just using sort of his emotional space and landscape. And I think that's that's definitely the deal, is you want to really try and understand what somebody's trying to get across.
You're like ChatGPT for somebody's creativity or writer's block. I'm going to give you everything. Now I need you to organize it and make it musical and magical for me.
Right. Except I don't have the entire human existence at my availability. I only have my own human existence, which is its own.
It's quite a bit.
It has a lot of limitations, right? I mean, musically, like, all I have to fall back on is like a love of Prince albums and in the mid to late 80s.
Though. It's a great foundation.
Yeah, and then some old 8 tracks of Willie Nelson and a lot of classical music. You just mix that in a pot and figure out.
See what comes out.
And
what comes out is Chris Roberts.
That's correct.
You believe writing is therapeutic and healing. We've established that. There's so many. I could sit here and request songs from you, of course, all day. But per everything we've been talking about, what makes sense to play and talk about here?
Oh, I pulled this up, but only because I wanted to talk about the fact I wanted to plug my musical.
Which is fine, of course.
It's the newest song I wrote for this show. So I wrote this show called The Way, Way West with some friends that are also Broadway veterans. And we're going to do a read-through of the music, January 30th.
A read-through of the music. That doesn't make sense
to me. A sing-through of the music.
Okay.
So we're going to have a narrator that sort of narrates what the show is, what's happening in the show, and then we're going to sing the music with a band.
Got
so
it.
you're gonna see, like, you'll be like, oh, this is a musical. It's a new musical, and I can kind of see the story, but we're not acting it out.
You don't have to hear all the dialogue yet.
Yeah, or costumes or lights.
Great.
And none of that. It's an hour and 25, 30 minutes worth of just new music for this musical called The Way West. The Way, Way West.
And where and when is that?
Well, it's January 30th at the CCJ, which is right behind the Thistle Stop Cafe, Thistle Farms Cafe.
In Nashville, everybody.
In Nashville on Charlotte Avenue.
Okay.
But now I'm looking at it and I'm realizing I wrote this sort of the end of the summer when the show was last performed, and I haven't written it. I haven't played it since then, so I don't really remember it that well.
That's you with everything, and it'll still be great. No one will know.
But I'm gonna try and remember how it goes.
Okay.
And not tell you the story of the musical or like get you lost in the character arc or any of that. Yeah. Just know it's a family of pioneers heading west.
That old chestnut.
That old chestnut. And this is a father talking to his son.
No more backstory.
Having a hard time falling asleep. I hear the ocean sounds like coming home, like singing some old song that you somehow always known, like the perfect melody. I hear it sounds a lot like being free. And all I want to do is hear that song with you. I hear it looks like something from a dream, big bright blue and maybe blue-green. They say you float right on the top. It goes on and on and on and never stops. Yes, and all I want to do is hear that song with you. And when we get there, we'll know it's right where we were always meant to be. Oh, you put a little verb on there. It's nice. Yeah, when it's all done, we'll find that bright sun. Oh, and we'll have all we ever need. It moves to that chord for a while, and then it goes, won't you sing that song with me? Yeah, won't you sing that song with me? And then there's some dobro solo and a little theater magic. And then the kid starts to fall asleep, and then it goes back to, well, I hear the ocean sounds like coming home, like singing some old song that you somehow always know. You throw that D minor in there because now you realize, oh no, this family might not make it all the way.
I think their
like
wagon's
the
going to
perfect
fall over.
Melody. No, they're being attacked.
Okay. Great.
I hear it sounds a lot like being free. Yes, and all I want to do. Now you're starting to get sad for them. They're not going to make it. Is hear that song with you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Dre was over there.
I remembered half of it.
Having a moment.
Oh, good.
Don't call me out.
I like when you put verb on right in the middle of it. It was like,
sorry.
oh, I'm all of a sudden in the studio.
Yeah,
We're going to cut a record.
You don't do it to them in the middle of the song. That was my bad.
No, it's
sorry.
good. Well, like you said, neither one of us knows how to engineer before the lick.
Which is really stupid. We've both done music our whole life and can't.
Well, again, like everybody's got their own gifts, right? And now there's a whole generation of kids who are being trained on AI and Suno and like how to use that to make their songs and their tracks better and different. And it's just a brave new world, man.
That song is beautiful. Back to your song.
Thank you.
I haven't
appreciate
heard you.
that.
I've heard a lot of your music. I've never heard that.
Well, no, I just wrote it that, we had a performance in Montana of this show, like fully staged, costumed, lights, the whole deal. So the creatives could sort of get a sense of where we are and what the show needs.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wrote that song one night. I went back to my where I was sleeping and I was like, God, it really, like for emotional sake. So this wagon train is going to be attacked by this group of Mormons.
Sure.
This is a true story, 1857, the Mountain Meadow Massacre. And they didn't want them to cross the Utah Territory. And so they dressed up as Indians and they killed 150 people. It's an incredible story. So you know they're not going to make it. But we didn't have a moment where this family that we're following is like, you're like rooting for them even harder.
Oh my God.
So now you've got this moment right before it happens where the father has this thing with the son, and it's really
Good Lord.
super sweet.
And also really sad.
Oh, it's hard. Yes,
That's
dark.
what good
It's
music
dark.
or good writing does. It's a couple things. First of all, the fact that that song could play in that scene, in that time period, and this period piece, but also can land right now, whether it's a father, son, a mother, daughter, a Dre over there thinking about his, who knows
what Dre's here.
his dad. He said he's thinking about his dad, or whatever it is. And that's what, I don't know.
Music is a powerful dang thing. We still don't understand half of it, do we?
Well, and I think the best music is stuff that we don't think about. Like when I walk outside and a song's in my head, I'm like, oh, that's the good one because I had nothing to do with it. When I write something or you write something, anyone writes something where it's like, if I like, which is what you're saying, by not giving people backstory, then everyone gets to put their own spin on it. But I don't, everyone can drop themselves in on it, and it's a little, it's like the more, I don't know, the more detailed we get, the more general it also gets because people can create their own little movie in their head about it.
Yeah.
But I don't think you, Chris, or ever sit down and be like, I want to write something that will resonate with everybody. Like you just.
No, I gave up on that a long time ago, I think.
Good.
I think, the most honest approach is usually the best. And that's like you said, that thing that I always say about conversational.
And no one talks like that.
Which, of course, I got from, what's her name? Amy Foster, David Foster's daughter, the famous writer from Chicago, the band Chicago. And we were writing one day and she's like, would you really say that? And I was trying to be poetic, overly poetic and make something land. And I'm like, no, you're right. All my favorite songs are super conversational songs. I mean, why is Chris Christopherson so great? It's because he found a way to be both poetic and wildly conversational so everybody can understand what he's saying, And I don't think when we write, this is what I love about musical theater too. It just gave me an emotional landscape. Like I knew what I want, like how I wanted something to feel.
Right.
So there was kind of a target, but also it was just so broad and general, like, okay, I can just feel my way through this. And that conversation is so natural to have. Like, I wish I could see the ocean when you see it.
Oh, good Lord. Is that, because it's funny because you started out, not started in musical theater, but a big chunk of your sort of music industry success at the time was it sort of bookending right now. Not that your life is ending right now.
Yeah, no, it might be.
I don't know. The Cocoa Pebbles in the beard is a little
worries
troublesome.
me.
But at least bookended to this moment, to from New York to Nashville, and then to be now going back to musical theater. There is an emotional piece about it, and I'm just curious where you feel like you're at in your faith. I've never asked you. I'm going to sidestep a second. I've never asked you about your faith specifically. Like I know you sing, you're the music leader at your church. You've been saying you're going to quit that since I met you 18 years ago.
Yeah.
So well done. And but I'm so glad you haven't because you bring such a genuine, beautiful storytelling thing to that church. But I'm not even talking about the religious side, but how do you see your faith, whatever that is? You've got some kind of faith. I don't know what it is, but you got some kind of faith. How do you see that playing
If it
into
helps, I don't know what it is either.
Okay, then that's the answer. But do you believe in something, and does that play into your writing?
Yes, I believe in something.
Okay.
Exactly what it is, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, my history, I grew up in the Catholic faith, and that's where I learned to make music. That's where I first learned to love music. So music and faith are probably like wound up in all the same thing.
Okay.
Part of the reason I go and sing songs at this Episcopal church on Vanderbilt's campus is...
Still not in the playoffs, though.
Still not in the playoffs. Dang it. Thank you. Maybe if I believed a little bit more
it might be your fault.
profoundly. Oh man, yeah, I have no answer for what my spiritual compass is, other than that I just think, you know, love has got to be the center of whatever we believe in. I think religion messes so much up and it gets so much right, and gosh, the history of humankind on the planet is like just different variations of the same theme, and the more we love each other, the better things get. I know that's just super hippy dippy, but
Again, the most basic.
my
is the most
email is
profound.
Disco Hiker. I mean,
His email is, and that is his handle on Instagram if you want to go find him at Disco Hiker.
nature obviously is sort of that's the foundational center of, like, I totally buy Emerson, Thoreau. I can see why Joseph Smith came out of the Enlightenment period in the early 19th century and started the Mormon church. Like, being in nature, there's something profound and spiritual about that connection. And, you know, who knows what that is? Probably it's also ancient and ancestral, but
I think the best thing to say is, I don't know what it is, but I know it's something, and leave it at that. Then we don't have to debate.
Yeah.
That means what I believe is true and what you believe is true, and leave it at that. Right?
yeah. Right, or I could say I don't know what it is, but it's nothing. Which I have several relatives that will fall into that category. And that sort of absolutism is always really difficult for me too. So I can't say that. I will say singing in church remains my most comfortable place. Now we go where I make music is not, I would say, a traditional kind of church music. We
Definitely not.
play guitars and sing Bob Dylan songs, and there's, you know, songwriters all around, and so if something moves us on any given moment, it might be played or sung, and I think that is the closest thing to spirituality I can find. When it's really well rehearsed and practiced, I have a hard time with it.
In the moment. Faith to you is in the moment, perhaps.
Maybe so.
Maybe
yeah.
presence, maybe nature.
Right.
What's something I don't
Back
know?
to the breath.
What's something I don't know about you?
Sorry, I was doing my breath thing. Something you don't know about me. Gosh, I don't know, because we've spent 18 years writing songs, so I'm sure I've said things in the writing room that I don't even remember that you know about me. You know a lot.
I know a lot
about
about
me.
you that you don't know about you, probably.
That's right. You know a lot about me that I don't know about myself. That's probably true.
Is there anything you can think of?
Something specific? Well, let's see. I wrote another musical
I know that.
called Three-Way Stop.
Oh, no, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you don't know about that. It's really good. It's got your favorite song in it.
Which one?
Want me to play another song?
Yes, please.
This is the only song from back catalog in my musical called Three-Way Stop.
Tell people
It's
what
being
back catalog
performed.
means.
Oh, just songs that I have written not specifically for this show. But most everything else I've written for this show is brand new material. And it was a play in the 90s written by Vincent Cardinal, the head of Yale's theater department, and he wanted music for it. And so I've written a whole bunch of Americana bluegrass music with a couple of friends, but they loved this song for the show. Yeah, and you love this song too.
I love this song so much.
Before the sun's even up, I pour some coffee in my cup. I gonna start that old truck and head downtown. I punch a time clock, wave good morning to the boss. I gon' sweat all day out on those docks till that same sun goes down. And I know I'm alive, 'cause I'm breathing just fine. So someone tell me, why do I let her always come creeping back in to kill me again? I know that whiskey won't work. And tequila just makes it worse. So I've learned to live with the hurt. I call some friends of mine, go out tonight, laugh a little, that's how I know I'm alive. And I'm breathing just fine. Does someone tell me, why do I let her always come creeping back in to kill me again? Well, someday I'll find someone who makes me forget about you. But baby, till then, go on and kill me again.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Dre's over there crying. Seamus is my husband's inside texting me saying I always tear up when Chris sings.
Oh, come on now.
Come on. People over in the comments are tearing up, loving it. Actually, too, by the way, Trucker Bosun over here said, music is the language of the universe. That's why angels are usually depicted with harps and trumpets.
There it is. Yeah.
There it is, buddy.
I agree 100%. There's also like just the mystery of music to me is mind blowing. Like what part of the brain that is, we still don't. I know scientists can like actually go in there and go, oh, this is the brain center, or the music, where this is where music happens. But still, like what's happening in there? I know chemicals are released that make us happy or sad when you hear music. It's just great.
Our time is almost up, which makes me sad, so you'll have to come back. But I have a Kill Me Again. Like, you're happily married. You've been married a long time. And that song, like, when you write songs like that, I always think about, when you're in a relationship, but you're still able to pull the emotions of heartbreak and break. I mean, we even have heartbreak in when you're in a happy relationship, of course. Mm-hmm. Are you thinking about, like, what are you thinking about when you sing something like that?
It depends on the time. That time I was specifically thinking about the character in the play.
Well, yeah, okay.
Which is actually generally where I go with super emotional songs. I get into that whatever that actor space is that I used to use when I was acting songs, which is both real emotion and also like just the craft of acting, I think.
That's interesting because I was going to say to you, I've heard you sing that song no less than 100 times, and I heard it very differently that time. You sang, it felt like it was a different place that time, and it was because you were thinking of something different than I heard you sing it.
Yeah, I put it somewhere else probably. Still all based in my own real world. But I do think, I don't know any musician, singer, songwriter that doesn't have some sort of acting skill with their songs. Like,
Yeah.
there's a piece of it that is removed, I think, from real experience.
Right.
If that makes sense. But then again, I mean, there are, like, I don't know that Kurt Cobain was acting when he sang, but maybe, I mean, that's probably a character. Character's maybe not the right word, but it's like a place you go in your head that's not quite who you are when you're like just walking around Costco.
Well, that's why I believe there's something else going on out there, because I believe writing is, for me at least, I believe writing is channeling when it's good. And when, like I said, I walked outside the other day and all of a sudden had a whole song dumped in my head. And by the other day, I mean 2 years ago when the last time you and I wrote.
Oh, yeah.
And
do you know where it's being channeled from?
I mean, I call it my higher self.
I thought you were going to have like a real specific geographic name, like Makahalo.
Yeah, the island of myself. No, I don't. But I do know the book. Elizabeth, the writer, author Elizabeth Gilbert, has a book called Big Magic, and she says that kind of thing when it's dropped in our brain, that's a gift, and if we don't do something with it, the universe will take it out of your brain and put it on and give it to somebody
Somewhere else. Yeah.
So either do something with it or don't, and then don't complain when you see your song on the Grammys and you didn't write it. It's your fault. You didn't write it.
Right.
Right.
Wasn't your experience.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know where it comes from. So we only have like 3 minutes left. As you know, a lot of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, and originally people were like, why would we have a show about the healing power of writing to talk to truck drivers? They don't write. Well, by the way, they do.
They sure do.
They see a lot. They spend a lot of time alone. They have a lot of time with their thoughts and look out the window. You love to drive, so you resonate with that.
One of my very favorite songwriters of all time, John Prine, was a truck driver for the United States Post Office. He was a postal worker. That's where he did all of his great writing. Yeah, 100%.
I didn't know that, and you knew him well.
I did know him pretty well. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense, though. But so that's why, I mean, I get on a weekly basis, drivers will send me lyrics. And because of this show, I've had some drivers send me some very, very deep personal things that they're starting to unlock. Not in a song, but just say, hey, I thanks for giving me permission to do it. So
that's great.
If you can leave the audience with that, why is not as Chris, the professional songwriter, Chris as somebody who knows that you have to get your stuff out.
Yeah.
Or else it's in.
Or else it's in.
Why is writing profoundly important to every single human?
I think exactly what you just said. I mean, I don't think there's anything good that can come from not finding someone to talk to or just help process your own emotions with. I mean, and I do think truck drivers specifically, that can be very solitary, that space, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you absolutely have to, unless, I mean, yeah, you gotta get, get it out.
Simple as that. Right?
Yeah, I'm thinking now of my friend Royal Reed, who was in the One Flew South band with me, who is now a truck driver, and I'm going to make sure that he knows that this show is happening and was happening, this one that we just recorded.
Yeah.
But he is one who I think doesn't spend enough time writing his own, I think he would really love to spend more time writing music. He needs to find some places where he can do it. So, Royal, if you're listening, send me your idea.
Oh,
and we'll
Royal
write something
Reed.
together.
Y'all go check out One Flew South. That was the project he was in when I first met him. Beautiful music, 3-part harmony music that you can find online. That record, Last of the Good Guys, you guys did, was beautiful.
Mm-hmm, thank you. It was really good.
It was really good. I love getting to, and then you've
Harmony.
had so many different duos and groups and bands and solo projects, and worked with me and so many other people in town in Nashville. I'm in all seriousness super, super honored to be your friend and a co-writer and have you in my life. And you being
Lindsay
here today
Lawler.
having you here today is a comfort, my friend.
I'm very grateful for our friendship. And your genius, your level of genius is awesome. And just, you always brought out the very, very best in me as a songwriter. So I want to thank you for that.
Wow. We should write.
We should write, right?
The show is called We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. This has been Chris Roberts. Thank you so much for being here today, friend.
You're very, very welcome. Thanks for having me. I'll come back, yeah?
Please.
Okay, good.
Please. Next week, my guest, you know her as well, Tara Lynn Fisker, the pink-haired girl.
Heck yeah.
She'll be here next year live in studio.
dog.
Guys, this show is executive produced by, well, me, Lindsay Lawler. It's technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and it's brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. You can hear all the past episodes, hear what's coming up, and submit your ideas. Who do you want to hear? What do you want to write about? We'll help you with that. Don't go anywhere. More coming up. Chris, we should write.
We should write, right?
Be safe.
Pebbles.